Chapter 106. On Saturday, in addition to the new issue of I Am a Singer, which was well received, Soo Yoonhan's new album released recently was also well received. The album was called Nothing New, which was also the name of the title song. It was said that Soo Yoonhan's new album broke a new record for digital albums. The song became popular on the internet, and its popularity was no less than that of the I Am a Singer program, which had dominated the top music chart for a long time. In just a few days, it rushed to the third place of the weekly chart and the first place of the daily chart, and became popular all over the country. Even Soo Yoonhan, whose popularity had stagnated for a long time, had a tendency to become very popular. Her shadow could be seen in various programs, interviews, and news. Chin Zae knew about this because his sister told him. He was really not interested in the entertainment circle and rarely paid attention to programs other than I Am a Singer and artists other than his sister. Chin Zae looked at his sister's envious and jealous look. He slapped his thigh, pointed at Chin Bao and opened his mouth. Look, she used one of my songs and was almost promoted from the second tier to the first tier. What about you? I worked hard to promote you, wrote songs and played the piano, but you are still in the third tier. Chin Bao can't be promoted. His sister looked at him blankly, first biting her lip, and then there was mist in her eyes. His sister paid great attention to her image in her brother's mind. There couldn't be any flaws, otherwise, she would fight Chin Zae desperately. On the contrary, no matter how exaggerated Chin Zae's flattery was, his sister would happily take it seriously. So Chin Zae felt that his sister was easy to coax. So he had a PK with Chin Zae. His sister, whose strength was declining day by day, not only did not teach Chin Zae a lesson, but she was pressed on the sofa and struggled like a salted fish. She was also slapped a few times by her evil brother, and her perky buttocks rippled with soul-stirring ripples. Nothing New had an excellent reputation and good comments on the internet. In particular, Soo Yoonhan's fans on Tiba, forums, and Weibo were all praising it. Rise, my Yoonhan will be promoted to the first tier soon. Amazing. On the day of the new album's debut, the clicks exceeded 1 million and paid downloads exceeded 100,000. In 3 days, the digital album record was broken. The title song is really good. Nice. I'm giving a thumbs up to Soo Yoonhan. She is someone who truly puts her heart and soul into making music. Number 2 on the weekly rankings, successfully pushing Blue and White Porcelain down, but the number 1, Exaggerated, is still unshakable. The Blue and White Porcelain has been out for so long. It's not strange that it's been pushed down. It would be amazing if it could be pushed down the monthly rankings. She's ranked 7th on the monthly chart. Wales's English song has also been pushed down. Amazing. She's indeed my goddess. I just can't stand I Am a Singer dominating the charts for so long. It's as if no one else in the music industry can sing except them. Yoonhan is a dark horse. Let's change the IP and continue to pay for downloads. We'll squeeze Chin Bao's Exaggerated out of the market. F***ck, Chin Bao's songs are always popular all over the country. It's a bit unrealistic to push her down. Even if she succeeds, maybe her new song will dominate the charts again after the next episode. Chin Bao has already become a top-notch IP. Her fan club boasted that Bao's products must be the best. We have to be convinced. What's so great about having a younger brother? With a younger brother, she's the best. Our Yoonhan is not afraid. We can't fall behind. Push up, pay, click, and push the song up. It's such a good song. It's unreasonable not to push it. There are too many people who can write songs. It's not just Chin Bao's younger brother, okay? Our Yoonhan can't lose, at least in music. Chin Bao's fans are all flaunting their power as if she's the number 1 in the country. It's all because of her younger brother. It's time for us to show our strength. Qin Bao Bao has dominated the charts for long enough. Yunhan has given us an opportunity to break the situation. In addition to the title of Queen of Love songs that the company helped her to promote, Qin Bao Bao also had the nickname of Queen of the Charts. Not to mention the daily chart, for songs on the weekly chart were hers. 6 of the top 10 songs on the monthly chart were hers. She suppressed all the singers until they couldn't breathe. This caused a certain rebound effect. For example, the fans of the singers were very angry with Qin Bao Bao and her younger brother's domineering behavior. The lyricist and composer are actually the same person. It's true. I didn't pay attention before. Who is this Qin Zhe? I've never heard of him. He's probably a newcomer, or an unknown composer who finally has a famous song. Could he be Qin Bao Bao's younger brother? Pfft, don't be funny. Why would Qin Bao Bao's younger brother write a song for Su Yunhan? When I see a composer surnamed Qin, I reflexively think of Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. I've been brainwashed. By the way, who is Qin Bao Bao's younger brother? I've seen him in the video. He's so handsome, but I don't know his name. He's not in the entertainment industry. He's very low-key. Don't forget, Su Yunhan is also under Star Art. It's not really unrelated. What if he really is Qin Bao Bao's younger brother? The netizens chatted for a long time. Someone went to Su Yunhan's Weibo and asked. In the end, not long after, Su Yunhan really did respond. She updated her Weibo. Thank you Bao Bao for your help. My younger brother is really amazing. If you need songs, go ask Qin Bao Bao for a song. Qin Bao Bao, the comments instantly surged. Almost every time the page was refreshed, there would be dozens or even hundreds of new replies. Damn, it's really Qin Bao Bao's younger brother who wrote it. My Yunhan hooked up with Qin Bao Bao. You can, 666. Hey, we're cheering for you on the internet. You're secretly having an affair with Qin Bao Bao. This. I can only say 666. Go hug Qin Bao Bao's thigh and don't let go even if you're beaten to death. My face hurts. I've been slapped in the face again. Why is Qin Bao Bao's younger brother the same as his sister? Qin Zhe, F** king retard. What does it have to do with me? I knew it. As long as it's a composer with the surname Qin and a good song, it must be Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. Don't blame me for thinking too much. It's just that perverted. Those who said that he's going to beat Qin Bao Bao, do your faces hurt? This song was written by her younger brother, okay? Shouldn't you be more concerned about the name Qin Zhe? Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. So his name is Qin Zhe. Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. Shouldn't he be called Qin Beibei? Pfft, it's finally a normal name. Every time I hear Qin Bao Bao's name, I always feel inexplicably funny. As the popularity spread, the number of comments under Qin Bao Bao's Weibo increased. Su Yunhan's fan club reporting for duty. I admire you for your younger brother. Qin Bao Bao, ask your younger brother to write another song for our Yunhan. Qin Bao Bao happily scrolled through her Weibo. Her Weibo followers were close to 1 million, and the average number of comments was within 50,000. Unlike those A-list celebrities, who posted a smiling emoji, there would be hundreds of thousands of comments. But now, her Weibo comments were close to 100,000 in a short time. Her sister was lying on the sofa, smiling with her eyes curved into crescents. Suddenly, she wrinkled her nose and snorted. I'm not going to write for her. My heart aches so much for her. How else could she be called pretentious? Fans love to see celebrities interact with each other. Qin commented with the eyes of a theoretical emperor. You have to find a way to gain popularity. Exposure is a means of survival for celebrities. Qin words were like a bolt of lightning flashing through Qin Bao's mind, opening the door to a new world for her. A few days later, she deeply regretted it. Chapter 107. This morning, Qin finished his morning exercise and came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. It was the end of August and the weather was hot. He wore a pair of shorts and was shirtless. Anyway, he had two sisters at home and Wang Zijin was close to him, so he didn't need to avoid this. At the dining table, Qin Bao was biting a bun and taking photos with the speed of a bachelor for 25 years. What are you doing? Qin was stunned. Nothing. Brother, you have such a great body. Can't I not be moved? Take photos as a souvenir. When you become an uncle with a big belly, you can reminisce about the past. Qin Bao avoided his eyes, as if she was guilty. He didn't care about taking photos, but his stubborn sister actually admitted that she had a good figure. Qin was so happy that he posed like a bodybuilder. What do you think, a strange man with 8 packs? Are you tempted? Click. Click. Yes, a few more. Qin Bao took a series of photos. So Qin posed a few more, including a very showy thinker. Qin Bao's eyes were shining and she was satisfied. Wang Zijin smiled and looked at Qin body with appreciation. From time to time, she would give Qin Bao bad ideas and ask Qin to pose in all kinds of shameful positions. A few days passed like this. He thought his sister was just doing it on a whim. But every morning, she would wait in the living room early, waiting for Qin to come out of the shower shirtless so that she could take photos. Qin couldn't bear it and wondered, Qin Bao, what's wrong with you? Taking photos every day. Do you think you're a photographer or a model? Qin Bao's eyes drifted away. She looked around and said, the breakfast today was not bad. Qin interrupted, it's the same every day. I bought it from the same shop. Oh, don't be so stingy. Taking photos doesn't cost money. Qin Bao tried to pull her brother's short sleeve. You're still acting like a rogue. Fine. Qin Bao thought about it and her eyes lit up. Let's shoot a short video. What video? Qin was confused. His sister did not reply to him. She handed the phone to Wang Zijin and ran back to her room. After a while, she ran out with a quilt and gave Qin a bed sheet. Qin held the bed sheet with a confused expression. He didn't know what his sister was up to. I want to redo the song you wrote. Qin Bao handed the bed sheet to her brother and ran to the back of the room to find a broom. I'll wait for you for 1,000 years. I'll wait for you for 1,000 years was a song that Qin found for his sister from the song library. To be precise, it was a good song that he found in the song library some time ago. He felt that it was very charming, so he exchanged it to cope with Qin Bao's weekly task of composing a song. The response to the song was average at first. Qin Bao's popularity skyrocketed. As long as she didn't mess it up, it would be difficult for her to be eliminated. So Qin posted a long Weibo the next day, explaining that the inspiration for the song came from the folklore, the legend of the white snake. The story was in the afternoon of a rainstorm. Su Xian, who was crossing the lake by boat, happened to meet the sisters White Snake and Little Green. She lent her umbrella to White Snake and invited them to ride the boat together. Then the song became popular. It was funny. Since his piano solo video spread on the internet, the number of people who followed Qin increased day by day. Su Yunhan's new song and I'll Wait for You for 1,000 Years added points. Sometimes the comments on Weibo were more popular than Qin Bao's. His sister often scrolled through Weibo and complained a little. You want me to be Su Xian, and you to be White Snake. Qin Zhe understood. Who knew that his sister would shake her head? I'll be White Snake, and you'll be the boatman. Qin Zhe suddenly had a bad feeling. Qin Bao excitedly shared her ideas and creativity. After Wang Zijin heard it, her eyes suddenly lit up. Qin Zhe's face looked like he had eaten a dead mouse. He refused on the spot. Don't even think about it. Qin Bao wrapped herself in a long quilt and hugged her brother's arm, shaking her butt and acting coquettishly. Wang Zijin held back her laughter. That's fine. Qin Zhe reluctantly agreed to his sister's idea. If she wanted to make a fuss, he would accompany her. After all, they were playing in private and it wouldn't spread. Therefore, the two of them put on a bed sheet and a quilt and pretended to be on a boat. Qin Bao even covered her head with a white scarf. She pinched her thumb and middle finger and pretended to look into the distance. She sang, "Who said in my ear, love me will never change." She really did have a bit of White Snake's charm. If only her face was more dignified and her acting wasn't so exaggerated. Just for this sentence, aha, I have no complaints even if my intestines are broken. The rain's heart is broken, the wind's tears. The dream lingers, the love is distant. La, 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 la. According to his request, Qin Zhe used the broom as an oar and pretended to row the boat. Qin Zhe's face stiffened and he reluctantly sang. The water of the West Lake, my tears. I'd rather turn into a ball of fire with you. Ah, 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 how shameful. I'm such a fool. I actually accompanied this crazy woman. Qin Bao continued singing. I'll wait 1,000 years, I'll wait 1,000 years. I'll wait 1,000 years, I have no regrets. The rain's heart is broken, the wind's tears. The dream lingers, the love is distant. La, 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 la. Qin Zhe glanced at his sister next to him. She was really good at pinching her thumb and middle finger. Coupled with her body movements, it was like she was singing an opera. He rolled his eyes and continued singing. The water of the West Lake, my tears. I'd rather turn into a ball of fire with you. Ah, ah, ah. The sister's expression was rich, while the brother's bitterness was deep. The contrast was stark. Wang Zijin, who was holding the phone, had a hard time holding back her laughter. The camera kept shaking. About 5 minutes later, the video recording was completed. Wang Zijin threw the phone and leaned on the table. She laughed so hard that her shoulders trembled. Qin Bao ignored her. He picked up the phone and watched the video. In the end, he showed a satisfied smile. Qin Zhe put the broom back behind the door, turned back, and snatched the phone. Delete it. Unexpectedly, his sister was like a little hen protecting her chicks. She put the phone in her pocket, pressed it with one hand, and pushed Qin Zhe with the other. She muttered, "Keep it. Keep it as a souvenir." Souvenir. Qin Zhe was shocked and said angrily, "Souvenir? What's so good about this thing? Qin Bao, is there something wrong?" His sister panicked. She hid it well and said righteously, "Just keep it as a souvenir." No way. If you have the ability, come and snatch it. As she spoke, she pretended to stuff the phone into her cleavage. Qin Zhe saw this and was afraid that she would say, "If you dare to snatch it, I'll tell my father that you touched my breasts." She had a criminal record. His sister's trick. So he waved his hand. Whatever. Qin Bao happily returned to her room with the phone. Wang Zijin was on her period today. She was not feeling well, so she took a day off. This sister was also careless at work. She worked from 9 to 5. When the leader gave her too many tasks, she would go home and complain to her best friend and Qin. She wished she could stay at home and watch dramas every day. Qin Bao was the same. Birds of a feather flocked together. They were jackals of the same tribe. For a long time, Qin Bao's room was quiet. Qin guessed that she had gone back to sleep. He turned on his computer and studied the stock market. At this moment, his phone rang. Zhang Ye sent a message. The content of the message was, "Hey, your sister didn't send you nude photos today. Quick, send me a few. Otherwise, my breakfast will be tasteless." Qin looked at the message and his heart skipped a beat. Suppressing the ominous feeling, he texted back. "What do you mean?" Zhang Ye added a lecherous emoji. "Your nude photos," Bao posted them on Weibo. "Many girls are commenting on your photos and shouting excitedly that they want to have babies with you." Bao's Weibo is very popular now. The photos are so good. I didn't know you knew how to take photos. Qin did not reply for a long time. She sent another message. "Don't you know?" She added a monkey emoji. Chapter 108. My nude photos. Weibo. Popularity. Giving birth to monkeys, many sensitive words flashed through Qin's mind. No, I have to organize my thoughts. The next moment, he jumped up from the sofa. Qin roared, "Qin Bao, I'm going to destroy you." He strode to Qin Bao's room. At this time, his heart collapsed. Thinking of all the shameful poses in the past few days, he didn't want to live anymore. There was a burst of noise in the room. It seemed that someone had jumped out of bed and rushed to the door. Qin was the first to open the door. He bumped into his sister who was trying to lock the door. He reached out to grab her. His sister let out a strange cry. Like a frightened deer, she turned around and ran, hiding behind Wang Zijin. "What's wrong?" Wang Zijin played dumb. "Qin, don't make trouble. Go out first. I want to change my clothes." Qin sneered. "Lock the door again later." He didn't believe that Wang Zijin didn't know. With a face full of anger, he went to grab Qin Bao who was a coward. Wang Zijin opened her arms and pushed Qin hard, not letting him come closer. The scene was like an eagle catching a chicken. "Let's talk nicely. Let's talk nicely," Wang Zijin persuaded repeatedly. She couldn't stop Qin who was full of anger. "Talk nonsense. I'm going to hang her up and beat her to death today," Qin said angrily. Qin Bao poked her head out from behind her best friend and emboldened herself. "I'm your sister. You can't hit me," Qin said angrily. "How can you trick your brother like this? I was wondering why you kept taking photos. You actually posted them on the internet. Qin Bao, you've eaten a leopard's guts." He felt ashamed just thinking about those poses. She even posted them on the internet. Did he still want to be a human? Actually, there was nothing wrong with those photos. They were similar to celebrity photo albums, and they weren't R18. Qin was angry, mainly because he felt that he had been deceived. Then there was the lack of mental preparation. For example, when a person was alone, they would talk to themselves like a lunatic, or make funny faces in front of a mirror, only to realize that there was a surveillance camera above their head. What a troublemaker. Stingy brat, what's wrong with passing it on? You're a man. What's there to be shy about? Qin Bao was stubborn. I'm a man today. Just you wait, I'll beat you to death. Qin looked around and bent down to pick up his sister's pink slippers. Aw. Zijin, he wants to hit me, he wants to hit me. Qin Bao, who was most afraid of being beaten, screamed. She pushed Wang Zijin toward Qinzai, as if that would give her a scapegoat. Wang Zijin snatched the slippers and glared at Qinzai. Don't be rude. Then she turned her head and said angrily, I told you to ask for his opinion first, but you didn't listen. He definitely won't agree. Qin Bao Bao pouted. So you decided to post it on the internet. Qinzai was furious. It was all because he didn't have time to go on Weibo these days. His Weibo was quite popular, and there were comments every day. Some people at him, and Qinzai was annoyed, so he turned off the message notification function. If it wasn't for Zhang Ye's message today, he might still be in the dark. His sister said righteously, you said it yourself. I was just following your instructions. Qinzai was so angry that he laughed. Come, continue. Let's see what you can say today. That's the truth. Qin Bao Bao raised her fair face and said with conviction, you told me to freeload off your popularity and exposure. As a man, you can't go back on your words. But I can't take advantage of other celebrities, so I thought, aren't you quite popular? Netizens often say on my Weibo that you're handsome and want to see you. Qin Bao Bao's expression said, you can't blame me for this. I don't care. I'm going to beat you to death today. Qinzai said angrily. I have no F***king retort. Qin Bao Bao was shocked and said without thinking, if you dare to hit me, I'll tell everyone what happened that day. She regretted it as soon as she said it, and quickly covered her mouth. Qinzai's angry face froze. Wang Zijin looked at her best friend and then at Qinzai. What's the matter? Nothing. The siblings said in unison. Wang Zijin was suspicious. There must be something. Say it. Qin Bao Bao looked away and lowered her head slightly. Qinzai felt that it was not good to continue on this topic. He pointed at his sister angrily and said, I'll deal with you later. He turned around and wanted to leave. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. The video you recorded today, as soon as he finished speaking, baby Qin, who had been as quiet as a virgin, suddenly moved like a rabbit. She pounced over and bumped her brother head on, knocking him out of the door. With a paw sound, the door was closed. Then, with the crisp sound of the lock, the door was locked. This reaction, Qinzai knocked on the door angrily. Open the door, open the door. If you have the guts, post the video. If you have the guts, open the door, on the internet, on Weibo. Hey, why didn't Qin Bao Bao post a photo of her brother today? Hurry up and post it. I'll go to work after I see the photo. I want to see her brother's abs. Wow, they're so good. Yes, yes. He licks the screen every morning. His body is so good. He's so handsome and has such a good body. Wow, I'm so tempted. To be honest, if I have a boyfriend like him, I'll make him strip naked for me every day. Qin Bao Bao has such a good body too. I'm so envious of her family. No, I'm going to snatch her brother and improve our family's genes. A moment later, Qin Bao Bao posted a selfie video. Hey, why isn't there a photo today? Video. Is it related to Qinzai? No nude photos, no good reviews. Every morning, the netizens who were waiting for the video to be updated clicked on it curiously. When the video unfolded, they saw Qinzai and Qin Bao Bao standing side by side. Both of them were dressed weirdly with a bedsheet draped over their bodies. Qin Bao Bao even had a white scarf over her head. The netizens were confused, but they also felt that their outfits were very funny. Then, Qin Bao Bao sang, "Who's the one who said in my ear, love me will never change?" Just for this sentence, aha, I have no complaints even if my intestines are broken. The rain is heartbroken, the wind is crying. The dream is lingering, the love is distant. La, 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 la. Chinze continued singing, the water of Westlake, my tears. I'd rather turn into a ball of fire with you. Ah, ah, ah. In front of their computers and mobile phones, countless people watched the video in a daze. Then, one by one, they burst out laughing. In just half an hour, there were 50,000 to 60,000 comments on Weibo. And it kept increasing. Ha ha ha, I'm drinking soy milk and I spat it all over my phone. I can't. Let me laugh for 3 minutes. What a magical song. I'm in the office. Everyone in the office is looking at me, but I just can't stop. My goddess is a joker. My prince is also a joker. Hey, I can't stand this pair of siblings. Do they have to be so funny? This wave is 666. This outfit. Goddess, where did your image go? I'm crying. So you're like this, Qin Bao Bao. This is the 5th time. I can't stop. I can laugh for a year. Ha ha ha. Look at Chinze. Look at his expression. Ha ha ha. I like to see his face full of disdain and helplessness. I'm begging for my prince's psychological shadow. I'm turning a blind eye to what you're doing. Ha ha ha. Chinze, MDZZ. You're going crazy and you're dragging me into it. My prince is having a mental breakdown right now. I like this kind of brother so much. Even if he loses face, he will accompany his sister to the end. Oh, why don't I have a brother like this? I don't want a brother like this. I only want a husband like this. What kind of weird pair of siblings was this? They were too funny. Did they still want their image as idols? Damn, I'm laughing my pants off. There was a saying that went, people who make fun of themselves will never be embarrassed. People who make fun of themselves will always be the most popular. In this era, there were no celebrities who made fun of themselves. Whether it was the little fresh meat or the old cured meat, they all paid great attention to their on-screen image. But it couldn't be denied that this video went viral. Chinze's expression and Qin Bao Bao's exaggerated expression were all made into memes and animations. Trending search of that day, Qin Bao Bao's funny video. While the internet was in a frenzy, Qin Bao Bao was being judged by her brother at home. You think you'll be fine if you hide in your room? You don't come out of the living room to get water. You don't want to go to the toilet. In view of Chinze's determination to beat up his sister, Qin Bao Bao was terrified. She pushed Wang Zijin out to negotiate and expressed that she was willing to accept the punishment. After many negotiations, the court made a judgment on the case of Qin Bao Bao violating her brother Chinze's privacy and image rights. Qin Bao Bao was sentenced to 1 week of cleaning and 1 week of cooking. Chinze rejected the punishment of cooking and gave the reason to Chief Justice Wang Zijin, letting her cook is not to punish her, but to punish us. Wang Zijin thought it was reasonable and only sentenced her to 1 week of washing clothes. At this time, her sister was sweeping the floor in the living room. Wang Zijin went back to her room to watch a drama. Chinze smoked leisurely, studied the stock market, and talked to his sister. By the way, the program I Am a Singer is about to end. Qin Bao Bao was full of resentment. Don't talk to her brother, so she snorted. Snort your sister, I'm talking to you. Snort. Do you still want songs? Snort. Chinze rolled his eyes. Fortunately, he checked on the internet. I Am a Singer has indeed entered the end stage. At most, there will be 1 more episode, and it will be the championship. The contestants with the most cheers are Wang Yuding, Li Shuigong, Qin Bao Bao, and Wales. Wales has the momentum of a latecomer. His popularity in China can be said to be climbing a level day by day. He is a little fresh meat, and his singing is good. Fans and online media gave him the title, Treble King, Soul Singer. Qin Bao Bao wasn't as stunning as she used to be in the past few episodes. She won steadily and steadily. Now that her popularity wasn't what it used to be, even if she were to PK Huang Yuding, it wasn't like she had no chance of winning. Under Qin Zai's training, her sister's singing improved day by day. However, just a week before the championship began, Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zai, the siblings, ushered in a big crisis that they could not escape. Chapter 109. At 6:30 p.m., Grandpa Xing drove home and ended the day's classes. Although there was still a week before the end of the summer vacation, the graduate students had already started their classes. Grandpa Xing was a professor, so of course, he had graduate students under him. Grandpa Xing had always been a responsible person. In order to teach the students well, he created a group and then pulled all the graduate students under him into the group. Grandpa Xing usually didn't use chatting tools. It wasn't that he didn't know how, but that he wasn't used to it. People of his age had already set their habits. Even if he could use all kinds of chatting software, he didn't like to use WeChat or QQ like young people. When he got home, the worker who was fixing the broadband was at home. Qin Ma stood aside and watched. Grandpa Xing took off his shoes and poured himself a glass of water. He stood at the door of the study and said, "Master, the broadband in my house was fine, but it was inexplicably cut off. I don't know what happened." The worker raised the half-broken cable in his hand and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, there's no internet. The cable was cut off. Grandpa Sheng and Qin Ma looked at each other. Qin Ma said, "There's no child at home. That's strange. Why was it cut off? Was it bitten by a mouse?" Grandpa Xing rolled his eyes. "Have you ever seen a mouse bite like this?" The cable was cut in half, and the cut was smooth. The worker replaced the cable with a new one, dialed, and tried it. "You can go online now." Old Master Qin and Mrs. Qin thanked him and saw him out of the door. Qin Ma was still wondering about the cable being cut. Grandpa Xing was a busy man and didn't have the time to care about the details. He turned on the computer and looked at the stock market for a while to predict the direction of the stock market tomorrow. These days, he had been using his phone to look at the stock market. His eyes were tired. Half an hour later, he sent tomorrow's class to the chat group on his phone and asked the students to prepare by themselves. The students replied with a series of "okay" gestures and then chatted with each other. Grandpa Xing usually turned off the software at this time and didn't participate in the students' meaningless conversation. At this time, a girl in the group sent a video and laughed. "Hey, have you seen it? It's so funny. My stomach hurts from laughing." Someone immediately replied, "I saw it this morning. Soy milk was sprayed all over the floor. Although I've already seen it, I've watched it again. Each time I watch it, I laugh." The old man smiled. This girl had a lively personality. Her grades were average, and she especially liked to chase after celebrities. He wanted to tell her to study hard, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. This was not a school, and she would be annoying for no reason. "Qin Zai is my idol. I like him so much." Her words immediately attracted the approval of the other girls. "He's handsome and has a good figure. He can also write songs, play the piano, and play with his sister. Since he can be a domineering CEO, he can also be a funny husband. Qin Zai. It's the same name as my son." The old man didn't think too much about it. The moment he exited the chat software, he was surprised to see the last message. "Qin Bao Bao is too beautiful. Her figure is super good. I didn't expect her to be so good at playing. Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zai. This couldn't be a coincidence, right?" The old man was stunned for a few seconds. His fingers moved quickly, and he opened the chat software again. He clicked on the chat group and played the video. The video jumped and automatically showed a full screen. In the video, a young man and a young woman stood side by side. They were covered in a nondescript quilt. The beautiful woman even had a white silk scarf wrapped around her head. The young woman pinched her fingers together. Her expression was exaggerated, and her eyes were charming. She sang in a charming voice, who said in my ear, "Love me will never change." The young man's face stiffened. He reluctantly continued, "I'd rather turn into a flame with you." Ah. 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 In the video, one's actions were exaggerated, while the other's face was expressionless. It was a sharp contrast. Coupled with the charming voice, it made people want to laugh. However, the old man couldn't laugh at all because these two were from his family. After watching the video, the old man's mouth twitched. He said angrily, "Exaggerated, nonsense. Wait, why would the video of the siblings be here?" He closed the video. Ignoring his anger, he typed a message. "Where did you find the video?" Qin Bao Bao posted it on Weibo. Although it was strange that the tutor was interested, the students still told the truth. The old man's heart sank. He had an ominous feeling. "How did you know about Qin Bao Bao's Weibo? Do you know her? Did you follow Qin Bao Bao because you know that she's my daughter?" "But I didn't say that I have a daughter named Qin Bao Bao." There was silence in the group. How were they supposed to respond? "Miss Qin is so naughty. She's a superstar. Who doesn't know her? You're usually quite serious, and you like to joke." The girl who posted the video replied with a grimacing emoji. "Superstar, superstar. Maybe I was wrong. They're not my son and daughter. Well, that kid doesn't look like them. My son isn't that handsome. They don't look like my family's genes at all." The old man watched the video anxiously. "My son isn't that handsome, but my daughter is so beautiful. It can't be wrong. This pair of clowns is my family." The old man kept saying, "Calm down, calm down. Impulse is the devil. Qin Bao Bao. How is she a superstar?" When he sent this message, he heard the little soul in his body roaring. "Miss Qin, don't tease us. Miss Qin doesn't pay much attention to the entertainment industry, right? I understand." Qin Bao Bao became famous because she appeared on a variety show called I Am a Singer. The old man didn't talk nonsense. He exited the software, turned on the computer, and searched for I Am a Singer. This was the most devastated day for the old man. He warned her in every possible way, but in the end, his daughter still went to the entertainment industry and was doing well. The old man wasn't happy at all. He firmly believed that the entertainment industry was a big dye vat that would pollute his little fairy into an unwanted dog tail. At this time, I Am a Singer was playing on the screen. It happened to be the scene of Qin Bao Bao's first appearance. Because it was online, the bullet screen was full of comments. The comments that once drove Qin Bao Bao crazy appeared again. F***CK, I'll protect this girl. Civilized watching. 666, I can play with this leg for 10 years. The old man's mouth twitched and the veins on his forehead popped out. He wanted to smash the computer. I told you. The entertainment industry is the darkest and most chaotic. I can't let my daughter join the entertainment industry. The old man took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Qin Bao Bao. She must have a feud with her parents. Searched, there is no such newcomer. She got in through the back door. Identification complete. Another one who relied on connections. Needless to say, she must be the mistress of a TV station leader. The old man was shaking with anger. This time, it was the force of the flood. Also, what's wrong with the name? Bao Bao is so nice. What do you mean by feud with her parents? This group of children. He continued to watch patiently. After 3 episodes, he stopped. He was really afraid that he couldn't control his anger. Now he could conclude that it was not only his daughter who betrayed him, but also his son. The old man walked out of the study without saying a word and rummaged through the storage room. Perhaps it was because of the big commotion. Chin Ma, who was making dinner, came over and asked, "What are you doing?" The old man asked, "Where did I put my feather duster?" Feather duster. Chin Ma was stunned. "Why are you looking for that? You haven't touched it for many years. Maybe you threw it away." The old man gritted his teeth. "Then I'll buy another one." Chin Ma stared at him. "What's wrong with you? Is there a problem with the school? But why are you looking for a feather duster?" "Found it." The old man pulled out a dusty feather duster from the corner. It was a little old and the feathers were almost all falling off. It was a bare stick with a few clusters of dull feathers stuck on it. The old man said faintly, "I'll pretend that I never had this pair of children." Chapter 110. After dinner, Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe sat side by side on the sofa and watched a movie. The movie was about a loyal dog and its owner. The movie was full of tears and was very touching. After a long period of exploration, Qin Zhe found that Wang Zijin liked to watch movies with a literary theme. It could be a touching love story, a tragic society, or a boring movie that reflected philosophy and life. She liked to watch all of them. She also watched wuxia movies, but it depended on the theme. She did not like movies that were purely about swords and knives. She also did not like movies that were about science fiction. She did not like movies that were about blood and gore. She did not like movies that did not make sense. She would watch humorous movies occasionally. The movie that Qin Zhe chose was a touching story between a man and a dog. As expected, Wang Zijin was moved. She sat next to Qin Zhe obediently and watched the movie side by side. In the kitchen, his sister was washing the dishes silently. Other than cooking, she did all the housework. After a week, she was released from prison. Qin Zhe carried the kettle into the kitchen to get water. His sister immediately looked at him with stars in her eyes. She hid her weakness and coquettishness, trying to seduce her brother so that he could help her wash the dishes. "Oh, you are washing the dishes," Qin Zhe said tenderly. "Are you tired?" Qin Bao Bao nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. She then gave her brother a gentle look. "If you are tired, then wash faster. Won't it be over?" Qin Zhe laughed. "Qin Zhe, you are not cute at all." Qin Bao chased after Qin Zhe angrily. While they were arguing, Qin Bao Bao's phone rang. Qin Zhe looked at it and said, "It's Mom." Qin Bao Bao grabbed her brother's clothes and wiped her hands clean. She answered the phone and said, "Mom, what's the matter?" His mother's voice was stern and angry. "Come back for a while." Qin Bao Bao turned to look at her brother. "Now? What time is it? What's the matter? You don't know what you did." His mother said in an exasperated tone, "Bao Bao, you've turned a deaf ear to my advice." Qin Bao Bao was even more confused. "Mom, what's the matter?" Qin Ma said loudly, "Your father knows that you went to be a star. He wants you to come back now, right now." Qin Bao Bao felt as if a series of thunderbolts had been thrown at his head. He almost couldn't hold his phone properly. With a trembling voice, he said, "I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back. You're not coming back." On the other end of the phone, Grandpa Xing's voice was laced with anger. Then came Qin Ma's voice, "Hey, don't talk, let me. It's fine if you don't want to come back. I'll go over now." The old man gritted his teeth. This time, it was Qin Zhe's turn to be scared out of his wits. Don't, Dad. Sis will be back soon. Don't come over. His sister's pretty face changed drastically. She tried to snatch the phone away from him. Qin Zhe tried his best to protect it. Qin Zhe covered the phone. What are you doing? You can hide from the first day, but you can't hide from the fifth. His sister stomped her feet. Then I'm not going back either. Qin Zhe glared at her. You really want him to come over? Qin Bao Bao grabbed his brother's hand and said pitifully, What should I do? What should I do? Dad will kill me. Ace, you have to save my sister. Come back with me. I've treated you well. It wasn't that bad either. Qin Zhe said, I'm not going. You can go home and get beaten up. Why do you have to implicate me? It's better for one to die than both. His sister looked at him in disbelief as if she had been struck by lightning. Qin Zhe put on a flattering smile. Dad, wait for me. Sis is going out now. I'll send her to the car personally. Grandpa Xing snorted. You come back with her too. Qin Zhe felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Just as he was about to say something, Grandpa Xing hung up the phone. The ball is in the sack. Listen to me, Qin Zhe put down the phone and felt lost. He suddenly felt that there was nothing left to live for. His sister's beautiful face was no longer attractive. The brother and sister looked at each other in silence. They both felt that their lives were coming to an end and that there was not much time left. Wang Zijin saw that their expressions were strange. She stood up and asked blankly, What's wrong? Qin Bao Bao opened her mouth and frowned. Qin Zhe said dejectedly, My dad found out that Qin Bao Bao is a celebrity. That's quite good. Wang Zijin tilted her head. Isn't it worth celebrating that your daughter has become a big celebrity? My dad has always been against her becoming a celebrity. Qin Zhe said, My dad believes that filial sons and talents are born under the rod. Although this theory has half failed on me. Then communicate properly. Look at how scared you are. Qin Zhe said sadly, You haven't seen how Mom and Dad beat up Qin Bao Bao. So you have to go back too. When the time comes, you have to help Bao Bao. Qin Zhe was even sadder. You haven't seen how they hung me up and beat me back then. Who said that cultured people never used violence when teaching children? That was a big mistake. Reason. How could he understand a child's reasoning? Therefore, using the rod was always the most effective and direct way. Only when it hurt would it remember. Grandpa Sheng was an educator. He was different from those parents who only knew how to use violence. He knew how to combine strength and gentleness. Usually, after Qin Zhe was beaten up, he would be punished to stand in the study for an hour and listen to Grandpa Sheng's long speech. Wang Zijin hesitated. She didn't know if she was worried that Qin Zhe would be beaten or that her best friend would be beaten. Why don't I go with you? Qin Bao Bao's eyes lit up. Yes, yes, yes. Zijin will go with us. If there are outsiders, Dad won't beat me. His sister was really scared out of her wits. Her IQ had plummeted. Qin Zhe was speechless. When relatives and friends were at home, Grandpa Xing would beat them up without saying anything. Qin Zhe drove out of the neighborhood with his two sisters and headed home more than 10 kilometers away. His sister couldn't drive now. Looking at her uneasy appearance, she would definitely become a road killer if she insisted on driving. Wang Zijin didn't know the way. Also, she was during her period, so she was a little uncomfortable. It was rare for Qin Zhe to be a driver. He got his driver's license when he was in high school. His sister forced him to go to driving school with her. Although it wasn't to the extent of being locked in the drawer as a souvenir, the number of times he drove could be counted on one hand. The new driver trembled with fear and nervousness. Not only was his sister unable to help, but she was also dragging him down. She kept pulling Chin Zai's arm from the back seat. "Ace, what should I do? I don't know what to do. You are the only male in our house. You have to support me." Chin Zai's head almost flew off several times. His heart trembled with fear, and he couldn't bear it any longer. Chin Bao Bao, scram to the side. "If you annoy me again, we'll both die together." Chin Bao Bao pouted. 20 minutes later, the little red horse drove into the underground parking lot of a neighborhood. They took the elevator from the parking lot. The siblings stood in front of the door, feeling conflicted. In the end, Chin Zai took out the key to open the door. The hallway was connected to a long corridor that ran through the whole house. From the door, there was a living room, a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, 3 bedrooms, a study, and at the end was a cloakroom. The total area of this house was 170 square meters, which was almost twice the size of the house the siblings lived in now. This was normal. How could a dowry house be compared to a wedding house? This was left for their son. In the eyes of ordinary people, a house that was probably impossible to buy in a lifetime was worth tens of millions. This house was the culmination of the efforts of the old man and his father for half of their lives. Chin Zai's family was better off when he was young. His parents had 4 houses under their name. 2 of them were sold and exchanged for the current house. The siblings lived in another one, and the last one was sold during the economic crisis. The economic crisis was a taboo in this small family and they never mentioned it. In the living room, the crystal chandelier was shining brightly. The LCD TV was on and the program I Am a Singer was playing. Chin Bao Bao's tall and gorgeous figure appeared on the screen. Sure enough, he had a vicious heart. The old man was obviously doing it on purpose. Chin Bao Bao took her brother's hand and walked in with 3 steps. When she saw the old man sitting on the sofa, she first shushed him, then shushed him again when she saw the program on the internet TV. She stammered, "Dad," the old man slammed the coffee table. "Do you still think I'm your father?" The siblings were both afraid of the old man. When the old man yelled, she was half scared. Her face turned pale and she said with a sobbing voice, I, the old man sneered. "You've really grown up. Have you forgotten your surname?" Chin Bao Bao said, "My surname is Chin." "You still dare to talk back?" The old man slammed the coffee table again. Chin Bao Bao panicked. "I didn't," his sister was so useless. Chin Zai secretly broke out in cold sweat and pushed Wang Zijin forward. "Dad, Mom, this is sister's classmate." Wang Zijin understood Chin Zai's gaze and gave him a comforting, "Leave it to me, look." She smiled gently and said gracefully, "Uncle, Auntie, my name is Wang Zijin. I didn't even tell you that I was coming over." The old man squeezed out a smile. "Zijin, I've heard Bao Bao talk about you. Welcome, welcome." Cultured people were indeed prideful. Wang Zijin was confident. At this time, Chin Ma smiled and said, "Zijin, do you want some tea?" "No, no." Wang Zijin waved her hand. "Have a cup. There's nothing good to treat you at home." Chin Ma made her a cup of weak tea and said with a smile, "You're so good-looking. Bao Bao, if you're as obedient as you, we'll save you the trouble. Have a seat first. Her father and I have something to deal with." After that, she ignored Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin blinked and cast a look at Chin Zai. "This script is wrong." Chin Zai replied with a look. "Do you know what it means to be older? Treating guests and teaching children a lesson are not bad." Chin Bao Bao looked at them for help. Wang Zijin replied with a look. "What else can I say? I'm helpless too. She couldn't say, "Don't hit Qin Bao Bao." This wasn't something an outsider like her should say. She had no position and no right to annoy the two old men. She could only control them with the thought that it was inconvenient to hit the child with outsiders. However, cultured people were thick-skinned and turned a blind eye. Chapter 111. What did I tell you? Did you listen to me? How long has it been since you graduated and you dare to go against us? You resigned behind our backs. Don't you know how hard it is to find a good job? Your surname is Qin. I think your surname is Wang. The old man scolded. Qin Bao Bao lowered her head and did not dare to talk back. Wang Zijin was stunned and turned to look at Qin Zhe. As the saying goes, a son knows his father best. Qin Zhe immediately understood the old man's scolding tone. He quietly moved to her side and lowered his voice. Bastard's confinement period, played, finished. Wang Zijin's mouth twitched. She thought, if you want to scold your daughter, so be it. What did I do to provoke you? I was shot even when I was lying down. Don't look down on my dad just because he teaches science. His literary skills aren't the least bit ambiguous. He's also very good at scolding people. Qin Zhe said again, but when he saw Mother Qin's glance, he immediately shut up. Are you cut out for the entertainment industry? Is that a place where you can do well? The old man drank tea to moisten his throat and continued scolding. 2 months ago, you quietly resigned and quietly entered Star Art Entertainment. You really are my daughter. I really taught you how to make a name for yourself. Do you know what the internet is saying about you? The old man thought of the comments on the internet and his stomach was filled with anger. He wanted to beat his daughter to death. After scolding for a full 10 minutes, the old man was satisfied. Then, the old man took out a feather duster that was not much younger than Qin Zhe from behind the pillow. Qin Bao Bao's face turned pale and she was so scared that she took a few steps back. Qin Zhe's face also changed. This was the murder weapon that was specially prepared for him. The old man shouted, "Stand over here. Didn't I teach you to stand at attention when you're being beaten?" Qin Zhe, who was next to him, complained in his heart, "You taught me." Qin Bao Bao cast a pitiful look at Qin Ma. Qin Ma was like an old monk in meditation. Her eyes were focused on her nose and her nose was focused on her heart. "Give me your hand." The old man shouted again. With tears in her eyes, Qin Bao Bao reluctantly reached out her white and tender right hand. Qin Zhe looked at his father's expression and knew that he was really angry. It was just like when Qin Bao Bao signed a contract with a talent scout without authorization. Fortunately, it was only an entry form at that time and there was no legal effect. Even so, the old man still beat him with the feather duster, while Qin Ma held the rolling pin. This time, he was even more ruthless. He directly signed a contract and debuted on the show. "I told you to cut the internet cable." The old man waved the feather duster. It was obvious that his daughter was the one who cut the internet cable at home. "Paw!" The feather duster fiercely hit Qin Bao Bao's palm. The elder sister cried out in pain. Tears streamed down her face. She jumped back like a frightened deer. "Stand over here," the old man shouted. "Paw!" Another vicious slap. Qin Bao Bao was in so much pain that he broke out in cold sweat. He had not been beaten like this for many years. "Paw!" The feather duster hit Qin Zhe's hand. The old man looked at his crazy son in confusion. Wang Zijin and Qin Ma were also stunned. The elder sister looked at her younger brother with tears in her eyes. That look in her eyes was like looking at the man who supported her. Qin Zhe himself was also dumbfounded. What the F***ck, do I want to die? Am I looking for death?" Qin Zhe saw his elder sister being beaten and uncontrollably stopped him. It was almost instinctive and subconscious. It was strange. He watched his elder sister being beaten up happily. But now, he found that he could not bear to see his elder sister being beaten. You may not believe it, but my hand moved on its own. Can I withdraw? The old man stared at him. There seemed to be a storm gathering in his eyes. It was too late for regrets. So he straightened his neck and said, "Dad, don't hit her. I didn't supervise her well." The old man sneered. "Did you supervise her?" Qinze said guiltily, "I did, right?" The old man sneered again. "You are also my good son. Why didn't I realize that you were so talented? You wrote songs and played the piano. When I taught you, you were like a piece of rotten wood. One day, when you were free, you turned over a new leaf and became a great talent. As a father, I didn't have the ability to teach my son. I misled him. Is that what you mean? You are really my good son." Qinze said subconsciously, "Dad is right." The second half of the sentence, "I was wrong," was stuck in his throat. "Dad is right. I was wrong," was the official standard sentence for father and son. Every time the old man beat up Qinze, or when Qinze was about to be beaten, he would say this sentence. Qinze had become a conditioned reflex. But halfway through, he suddenly realized that the grammar was correct, but it was not used at the right time. The veins on the old man's forehead were jumping in anger. His thunderous anger was brewing, and it was expected that he would explode in a few seconds. At this time, he received a mission prompt from the system. Taking advantage of the gap between the old man's brewing power, Qinze opened the mission and looked at it. Help Qin Bao get through the difficulties. If you succeed, you will be rewarded 160 points. If you fail, you will be deducted the same amount of points. It meant that he had to take the blame for Qin Bao Bao and take the beating for her. I actually have such a perverted desire in my heart. Dad, in fact, I encouraged her to be a star. Qinze said loudly, "It's all my fault. If you want to beat me, just beat me." Qin Bao Bao was moved by her brother's bravery and took a step back happily. The old man pointed at Qinze with his finger and gritted his teeth. Qinze obediently stretched out his hand. The old man sneered twice. "Who said I want to beat your hand?" Qinze had a bad premonition in his heart. The old man's angry roar rang in his ears. "Kneel down." When he was a child, Qinze did something wrong. The old man pulled his son by the ear into the study and made Qinze kneel down. He waved the feather duster as if he was waving a bayonet at the Japanese. At this moment, Qinze finally recalled the fear of being dominated by the old man and the humiliation of being locked up in the study as a punishment. "Dad, I was wrong. What I said just now was false. You should continue to beat Qin Bao Bao," Qinze said loudly. His sister quickly retreated and hid far away, looking at him warily. The old man's way of educating his son was to not talk nonsense if he could do it. He went behind Qinze, raised the feather duster and hit it hard. There was a muffled sound, not as crisp as the slap just now. Qinze grimaced in pain. The old man was obviously holding back when he hit his sister. Qinze suddenly realized that he couldn't escape this beating. After the beating, his sister would beat him. Otherwise, why would they let him come back together? "I asked you to instigate her. I asked you to write songs for her. I asked you to hide it for her. You've got guts." While the old man was beating his son, he didn't forget to warn his daughter. Qin Bao Bao was timid. Every time her father's stick fell, she would tremble. It was as if the stick wasn't on Qinze's body, but on her. Wang Zijin saw that Qinze was being punished. She opened her mouth but couldn't think of a reasonable reason to stop it. Wasn't it natural for a father to beat his son? She was an outsider. How could she stop it? Her words had no weight at all. The old man was beating happily when suddenly, there was a crack. This old feather duster finally couldn't bear the burden and broke. Qin heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, perseverance was victory. Finally, this evil feather duster died. Qin Bao also heaved a sigh of relief. The feather duster was broken. After her father beat her brother to vent his anger, there would be nothing to beat her with. Wang Zijin also heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing Qin being beaten, she actually felt a trace of heartache. The old man sneered. I still have a belt. Qin Bao, Wang Zijin, all right, your anger should have subsided. Qin Ma stepped in at the right time to be the peacemaker. She was used to playing this role. The old man was the bad guy, and she was the good guy. After the old man gave the big stick, Qin Ma gave the sweet jujube. Hugging little Qin, she said, "Baby son, don't cry. Mommy will give you a kiss." Qin Bao's kiss reward was mostly passed down from her mother. Of course, there were also mixed doubles. For example, Qin Bao changed her name and signed a contract with a talent scout. Another example was Qin being instigated by his sister to steal the family's money to buy popsicles. It's already past 10. Rest first. We'll talk another day. Qin Ma's casual words had the siblings' faces changing. The old man threw the feather duster away and scolded, "I'll teach you a lesson tomorrow." He then turned around and walked to the master bedroom. When he passed by Qin Bao, he glared at her. "And you?" The old man slammed the door. Qin Ma stayed behind to clean things up. Looking at her son and daughter, she poked her daughter's forehead. "You're asking for trouble. You got your younger brother into trouble." Qin Bao pouted. She could not act coquettishly in front of her mother as usual. This was because her mother and father were on the same side. "It's so late. Sleep at home." Qin Bao said reluctantly, "Okay." She could not escape. "Zijin, sleep with Bao. Auntie will cook for you tomorrow." Qin Ma said pleasantly. "Okay. Thank you, Auntie." Wang Zijin was also a woman who knew how to act. Her smile was impeccable. "Mom, I have to go to work tomorrow. I'll leave after sleeping for a night." Qin Bao said immediately. "Leave?" Qin Ma laughed. "You can't leave until this matter is resolved." Qin room was next to his sister's. He held his waist and went back to his room. Qin Bao followed him. "Go back to your room. I don't want to see you." Qin scolded. "I told you that I would take the blame for you sooner or later." Qin Bao was like a little white rabbit in front of her father, but in front of her younger brother, she was like a big tiger baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. She said righteously, "You're the younger brother, so you have to take the blame for me." He could not be bothered to reason with women. Qin felt a burning pain on his back and took off his coat. Qin Bao blushed for the first time. She spat and scolded, "I know you have a good figure. You show off every day." "Humph, crazy." Qin rolled his eyes and turned around. "My back hurts. Help me take a look." Qin Bao was stunned. There were dozens of bruises on Qin back. The most serious one was purple. It was a ghastly sight. After a few seconds, his sister burst into tears. She wiped her tears and ran out of the room. Mom, Dad beat Ace up." Woo, Mrs. Qin was washing up in the bathroom when she heard the commotion. She was shocked and thought that something had happened to her son. She ran into the room with her daughter. Wang Zijin was next door. She heard the commotion and came over as well. "It's fine. It's just bruises. Qin Ma heaved a sigh of relief. When he was young, Qin Zhe was often beaten until his butt was bruised. But bruises on his butt were not scary. Who had not been beaten by their parents when they were young? The bruises on his back gave people the illusion of being abused. Don't just stand there. Buy a bottle of Yan Baiyao for your brother. Qin Ma ordered her daughter. Qin Bao Bao wiped her tears and went out. Chapter 112. Does it hurt? That bastard didn't hold back at all. Qin Ma felt sorry for her son. I didn't see you pleading for mercy just now. Qin Zhe lay on the bed, full of resentment. I'm not on your side this time. Aw, Zhe, it's not like you didn't know your father's bottom line. You just had to go and provoke him. Serves you right. Qin Zhe didn't say anything. Qin Ma complained a little more and left. Only Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe were left in the room. Wang Zijin had just changed into her pajamas. The style was still the same as the old teddy bear pajamas. Her beautiful long black hair, dignified and beautiful oval face, tender and pink skin, and the most outstanding thing was a pair of amorous peach blossom eyes and a well-proportioned and graceful figure. Sister Zijin is so beautiful. Qin Zhe flattered. Who's prettier, me or your sister? Wang Zijin blinked, a little mischievously. Was this a copy of, Who should I save first if my wife or my mother falls into the water? Qin Zhe was a veteran of the internet and had a lot of experience. He knew how to deal with such difficult questions. He said, of course Sister Zijin is prettier. Qin Bao Bao is a servant. If it was his sister who asked, the answer would be reversed. Wang Zijin laughed and said, Bao Bao, I'll tell her when she comes back. This life is full of tricks. It's either you trick me or I trick you. Qin Zhe could only laugh dryly. I've let you see a joke. It's so embarrassing. Qin Zhe said awkwardly. Wang Zijin walked closer and looked at the bruises on Qin Zhe's back. She felt an inexplicable heartache. She reached out to touch his bruises and pulled her hand back in midair. She said softly, it's really an eye-opener. Who would hit their son like this? There was a hint of indignation in his tone as he continued, I can see that you and Bao Bao respect Uncle Qin a lot. Otherwise, you're already an adult. If you really don't want to, why would you have to endure this beating? His sister had seen the world in the capital. She had come into contact with all kinds of people. In this world, there were many people who would not even recognize their biological parents once they became rich, let alone friends. But whether it's you or Bao Bao, you're happy to let Uncle Qin take care of you. If he wants you to hit me, I'll hit you. That's great. Qin Zhe sneered, I'm like that, but Qin Bao Bao doesn't have the guts. She's really scared. Don't think so badly of Bao Bao. She's just a little coy in front of you, but she's really fierce in school. Wang Zijin flicked her finger on his head and said softly, if you want to talk about dissatisfaction, there are some. Uncle Qin is too pedantic. Why bother? Isn't it good to be a superstar these days? The pay for a random movie was worth several years of hard work in the education industry. How many people hoped that their beautiful daughter would become a superstar these days? It meant that money would flow into their home like water. Although Qin Zhe was beaten up, he was very protective of his father. He retorted, my father is not pedantic. 2 months ago, he said to me, men become independent at 30. Why are you in a hurry to find a wife? When you're 30, find an 18-year-old. Look at how open-minded he is. It's just that the entertainment industry is too deep. There are all kinds of messy things happening. As for our family, we're just a little rich. We can't protect her. Qin Bao Bao has been beautiful since she was young. The fortune teller said, once she enters Shai Xing Lu, glory, splendor, and wealth will come rolling in. What does that mean? Wang Zijin didn't understand. Qin Zhe curled his lips. This poem describes a generation's demon concubine, Daji. It says that Qin Bao Bao has a face of disaster. It's really F*King accurate. At that time, she was only 10 years old. She was a living immortal. Once she enters the entertainment industry, she's a delicious cake that everyone wants to take a bite out of. Do you think my father can be at ease? What if one day, the newspapers expose that Qin Bao Bao and Qin Bao Bao went in and out of a hotel with Qin Bao Bao again the next day? How terrible. Wang Zijin comforted him. You have to believe in your sister. Bao Bao might emerge from the mud untainted. She said she'll hold her bottom line. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. She still thinks she's a little fairy. Wang Zijin hit him hard. Then why are you still supporting her? Qin Zhe was speechless. He pushed his sister into the entertainment industry partly because he had no choice but to complete the mission. The other reason was that he was soft-hearted and couldn't stand Qin Bao Bao's coquetry. Furthermore, he felt that with the system in his hands, he had the world. He was confident that he could protect his sister. He was indeed working hard towards his goal. Otherwise, why would he teach Li Donglai so wholeheartedly? Why would he still go when Li Donglai invited him to karaoke even though he didn't like it? He had to expand his network. How could he manage his network if he stayed at home all day to invest in stocks? The current Li Donglai was too immature. He only treated it as a long-term investment. The real short-term investment was still Nan Man Pei. He was a Guanyin Bodhisattva. The appearance of the system was equivalent to giving him a peerless divine weapon. On the path forward, he was still the one who had to cut through all the obstacles. Not long after, Qin Bao Bao came out with a bottle of Yan Baiyao spray. There was a 24-hour pharmacy in the neighborhood. Wang Zijin said, "I'm going to take a shower first." The siblings were left alone. Qin Bao Bao asked Qin Zhe to lie on the bed. She took off her slippers and straddled her brother's waist so that it was convenient for her to apply the medicine on him. Seeing the shocking scars on her brother's back, Qin Bao Bao's tears flowed down. She scolded, "Damn old man, you don't know how to control your strength. You're his only son. Let's see if he doesn't regret it when you get injured." His sister sprayed the medicine on his back. Qin Zhe only felt a cooling sensation, followed by a burning pain. Qin Bao Bao's fingertips were cold. She gently stroked her brother's strong back. She cried and cursed with deep resentment, "You're already so old, yet you're still so hot-tempered. Mom really doesn't know how to pick a man." Qin Zhe said helplessly, "You only know how to flaunt your sharp tongue after the incident. Who was the one who was scared silly just now?" Qin Bao Bao was unconvinced. "He can hit me if he wants to, but he can't hit A's." Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. "Who was the one who retreated just now?" Qin Bao Bao cried, "You're a man. If you don't protect your sister, who will? Sister can only rely on A's. After all, sister, I brought you up with a handful of shit and tears." Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. "It's good that you know." Qin Bao Bao said after the fact, "If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't want to make things difficult for you, I would have fought that damn old man to the death. For A's, I'm even willing to PK him in real life." Qin Zhe rolled his eyes again. He thought to himself, "You're almost becoming all-mouthy king." But seeing his sister crying so sadly, he didn't expose her. Qin Bao Bao rejoiced, "Fortunately, you're stubborn. Otherwise, I'd have to send you to Germany's orthopedics department." Germany's orthopedics department. Qin Zhe looked at his sister with a strange expression. He forgot to pursue the fact that she was stubborn. "What's wrong?" Qin Bao Bao was at a loss. Where did you learn that term?" A lot of people on Weibo said that without rhyme or reason, they used the words Germany's orthopedics department. Qin Bao Bao showed a smug expression and was very pleased with herself. I also know how to use internet memes. Qin Zhe asked, do you know the meaning of this term? His sister, who didn't watch anime or visit forums, tilted her head and said, I don't know. There's a bunch of memes on the internet, such as mantis eel, mantis shrimp, and all sorts of other things. Although I often see them, I just don't know what they mean. Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief and said seriously, promise me that you won't search for Germany's orthopedics department. Why? Because it's poisonous. At this moment, Qin Zhe felt something dripping from his back. What is it? Qin Bao Bao, did your snot fall on me? Qin Zhe's expression changed drastically. No, it's just tears, his sister quibbled and quickly grabbed Qin Zhe's short-sleeved shirt to wipe it away. She quickly destroyed the evidence. Do your tears come in lumps? Qin Zhe pushed his sister away and sat up in shock and anger. He looked as if he had eaten a dead mouse and said, oh my God, you even used my shirt to wipe your snot. How can you talk to your sister like that? Qin Bao Bao glared at him. Just say it's tears. My sister doesn't have snot. You're a little fairy, Qin Zhe sneered and threw the short-sleeved shirt at Qin Bao Bao's head. His sister's face turned pale and she quickly threw the short-sleeved shirt far away. She put on a posture of catching a tiger in the mountains and a turtle in the sea. Qin Zhe, you're asking for it. The siblings started a real-life PK on the bed. Qin Bao Bao couldn't resist more than 10 moves and was easily subdued. Her brother twisted her hands and pressed her into the messy bedding. Qin Bao Bao's face was flushed and her hair was messy. She glared at her brother angrily with tears in her eyes, but she didn't give in. It was rare for his sister to be so strong-willed. She didn't beg for mercy or act coquettishly. Perhaps she felt that she was losing her dignity in front of her brother these days, although she wasn't like that in the past. Qin Zhe considerately gave his sister a way out. Forget it, I won't argue with you. Then, the siblings buried the hatchet. Qin Bao Bao continued to spray medicine on her brother. Suddenly, she said faintly, my kiss can't even repay you. Qin Zhe didn't even think and blurted out, then I'll serve you in bed. Words that were said were like water that couldn't be taken back. This was awkward. Unexpectedly, Qin Bao Bao said softly, mm. Qin Zhe was shocked. I knew you wouldn't give up. Qin Bao Bao waved her hand and hit her brother's head 12 times in a row. She took the opportunity to take revenge. Shameless. The two of them fought until 11 o'clock. Qin Bao Bao went back to her room to sleep. Qin Zhe took a shower and went back to his room to lie down. When he gradually felt sleepy, he heard the door handle click. Then, Qin Bao Bao sneaked in sneakily. It seemed like she was doing some underground work. Why are you back? Qin Zhe was stunned. Qin Bao Bao shushed him. Mom and Dad are not asleep yet. They are whispering something in the room. Don't let them find out. His sister lifted the quilt and went in. Qin Zhe felt a warm and soft body close to him. A delicate fragrance entered his nose. I was just saying. You really came over. Qin Zhe was a little overwhelmed. What are you thinking? We haven't talked for a long time. I just want to have a long talk with you. A long talk. Qin Bao Bao hid her face in the quilt, not letting her brother see her blush. Qin Zhe was very pretentious. 7 years old and not together. How old are you? Qin Bao Bao was also very pretentious. It's all your fault for wanting to take advantage of me. I had no choice. His sister was a typical case of forgetting the pain after the scar healed. She automatically ignored the wet kiss incident a while ago. The cause was also that she kissed Qinze first. However, Qinze was very rational in the Sage period. At this time, it was usually Qin Bao Bao who was causing trouble. Once Qinze was in the zone, Qin Bao Bao could only cry for help. "How's the song I asked you to practice?" Qinze asked. "It's so difficult to sing. I can't sing it at all." Qin Bao Bao's expression was bitter. Qin Bao Bao's voice could handle most songs. High notes were not a problem for her. Except for songs like 500 Years from the Heavens, she had no problems. Qinze had asked her to practice the song. Qin Bao had a hard time. It was too difficult. She often sang halfway and her voice broke. "You've been practicing for half a month. You still can't sing." Qinze reached out to pinch her white and tender face. "That kind of note is too difficult to sing." Qin Bao Bao pinched his nose and said, "Change the song for me. Your voice can definitely sing. I think you're just lazy." Qinze was dissatisfied. I can't sing." Qin Bao Bao twisted her body in the quilt. "Don't twist." Qinze's expression changed. "What's wrong?" his sister asked. Qinze did not answer. He sucked in his stomach. Qin Bao Bao understood and said angrily, "You should let Dad beat you to death. You can't even sing a song well. What's the difference between you and a salted fish?" "Qin Bao Bao, you're a woman who's going to be a big star." Qinze changed the topic. His sister's voice was not crisp and ethereal. It was considered heavy and textured among women's voices. They chatted until midnight and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Qinze woke up at 7 o'clock. The sun shone through the gaps in the curtains. Dust floated in the light. Qin Bao Bao was sleeping beside him. A pair of slender legs were wrapped around his brother's waist. Her face was buried in Qinze's neck. A faint shampoo fragrance came from her hair. Under her pajamas, the outline of her 36D was so clear. Qinze's first reaction after waking up was to touch his penis to see if it was in high spirits. Fortunately, it wasn't. Otherwise, Qin Bao Bao might despise him again. This didn't seem to be something to be happy about. He hugged his sister's waist and prepared to sleep for a while. Just then, the door opened. Mom's voice came, I didn't see Bao Bao early in the morning. She's not in the room. Did she go to work? You should get up." Chapter 113. Qin Ma pushed the door open and entered. She was stunned by the scene in the room. Her son and daughter were lying on the bed, snuggling up to each other and sleeping soundly. Qin Ma was a gentle and kind woman, but her eyebrows still twitched fiercely. Qin Bao Bao was sleeping soundly. Qinze, who was awake, was so scared that his liver trembled. He felt inexplicably guilty. He deliberately pretended that he had just woken up. He sat up and said in a daze, "How would I know where Qin Bao Bao went? Oh, so she's here. Mom, Qin Bao Bao is so annoying. She refused to leave last night." The quick-witted Qinze pushed the blame to his sister. Qin Ma said in a low voice, "Bao Bao." Qin Ma saw that her daughter and son were fully dressed and was slightly relieved. Qin Bao Bao woke up after being pushed by her brother a few times. She squinted her eyes and sat up with a dazed look on her face. When she saw her mother standing by the bed, her body quivered and her sleepiness disappeared. She mumbled, "Oh, Mom, it's all Qinze's fault. He insisted on chatting with me last night." The quick-witted Qin Bao Bao pushed the blame to her brother. Qin Ma's mouth twitched. "You're really siblings. Can't you be more serious? How old are you? Why are you still sleeping together?" Nonsense. Get up and wash up. We're waiting for you two to have breakfast. Qin Ma reprimanded a few times and left with a frown. Qin Bao Bao reached out and pulled her brother's ear. She said angrily, "Why didn't you lock the door? Why didn't you lock the door?" Qin Zhe retorted, "You were the one who entered my room. Why didn't you remember to lock the door?" Qin Bao Bao said angrily, "Sister was sleeping with you. What's wrong with you locking the door?" Qin Zhe was so scared that he peed his pants. F***ck, keep your voice down. If Dad hears us, we'll be dead. Fortunately, it was his mother who pushed the door open. If it was his grandfather, he would have booked a German orthopedics bed. After washing up, the two of them went to the living room. Grandpa Xing was sitting in the main seat that symbolized the head of the family. On his left and right were Qin Ma and Wang Zijin. The old man glanced at his late children and frowned as he reprimanded them. "What time is it? You still need your mother to wake you up? Is this the attitude you should have at work?" He then pointed at Wang Zijin and said, "Zijin has already woken up. Bao Bao, why are you still not coming out?" Wang Zijin remained silent. His sister and Qin Zhe looked at each other, lowered their heads, and quickly sat down to eat the porridge. He looked like he had a guilty conscience. Qin Ma saw this and her face was full of worry. The son and daughter had been close since they were young, but they had grown up. Qin Zhe secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that his mother didn't say anything. He thanked his mother for not killing him. Grandpa Xing looked at his daughter and said, "Go back and quit your job. Find a better one." Qin Bao Bao turned to look at her brother. Seeing his indifferent attitude, she hated him in her heart. "Dad, the contract hasn't expired yet. If we break the contract, we will have to pay." "Fine." Grandpa Xing slammed the table. "Our family doesn't lack this money." Qin Bao Bao said weakly, "The penalty is 3 million. Grandpa Xing was a rare person who lacked ambition. Qin Zhe couldn't hold back and laughed. Grandpa Xing was angry. "What are you laughing at? Are you itching for a beating? Didn't you have enough last night?" Qin Zhe lowered his head and didn't say anything. He and his sister had discussed countermeasures last night. Making a scene in front of Grandpa Xing wouldn't work. When faced with a thorny problem, there were two ways to solve it: force yourself on him or make him cook the rice. Qin Bao Bao had already signed a contract with Star Art. With the contract, it was legally binding. No matter how unwilling the old man was, he had no choice but to accept it. Unless he could pay the penalty for breaching the contract or bear to see his daughter sued in court. Grandpa Xing was caught unprepared. The ancient people who created these two idioms were really smart. "What is this? What is this?" Grandpa Xing slammed the table angrily. Wang Zijin said softly, "Uncle, Bao Bao's conditions are very good. This path is very suitable. I know Uncle's concerns. My family has some connections with the Shanghai Radio and Television Bureau. I will give them a call later and let them know. Don't worry, Bao Bao won't be bullied." Grandpa Xing heard and quickly picked up a piece of pickled vegetable for Wang Zijin. Grandpa Xing was angry, but his children had grown up. He couldn't force his daughter to make decisions for her future like when they were still students. Although his children still respected him, there was nothing he could do if they disobeyed him. Qin Zhe knew that Wang Zijin was talking nonsense. She had already fallen out with her family. Her credit cards were frozen and her finances were blocked. She was just using the tiger's skin to pull the flag. Looking at her calm and confident face, she was able to fool the highly skilled old master. This elder sister was not a naive, sweet, and naive woman. After breakfast, Grandpa Xing took his briefcase and went to school. Qin Ma was a full-time housewife and didn't work. Qin Bao Bao went back to her room to practice her singing. Qin Zhe went back to his room to immerse himself in the stock market. In the living room, Wang Zijin and Qin Ma were chatting. Qin Zhe asked Wang Zijin why she didn't go to work. Wang Zijin said she was in a bad mood and took a day off. Okay, as long as you're happy. The TV was on and it was casually playing a period drama. These days, the quality of TV dramas was declining day by day. The special effects were mediocre and the plot was terrible. The selling points were all on the celebrities. However, they didn't have any acting skills and only relied on their faces. Zijin, I heard from Bao Bao that your family is in Beijing. Qin Ma peeled an apple and handed it to Wang Zijin. Thank you, Auntie. Wang Zijin took the apple and took a bite. Yes. What does your father do? Qin Ma asked again. Wang Zijin didn't leak anything. My father is a civil servant. 2 years ago, he was sent to Shanghai to work. I went to high school in Fudan University affiliated high school. Bao Bao and I were desk mates. Mrs. Qin finally understood. So he was the son of a government official. Since she was back in Beijing, it meant that she had been promoted. It seemed that this girl wasn't lying when she said that her family was related to the Shanghai Radio, Film and TV Bureau. Do you have a boyfriend? Qin Ma asked again. Wang Zijin was inexplicably embarrassed. These days, she had been listening to Qin Bao talking nonsense and trying to matchmake her and Qin Zhe. When she turned her head and heard Qin Ma's question, she was particularly sensitive. She thought to herself, are you going to ask me what do you think of our son? No. Wang Zijin smiled. Qin Ma sighed. In today's society, men are not in a hurry to get a wife. But women are different. While they are still young, they should find a good partner. When they become an old lady, no one will want them. No wonder her daughter was always unwilling to go on blind dates. It turned out that there was someone accompanying her. Birds of a feather flock together. Bao Bao is not reassuring. She is heartless and doesn't even care about marriage. As a mother, I am worried. Auntie, don't worry. I know a lot of handsome young men. I will introduce them to Bao Bao another day. Wang Zijin was very good at chatting. She could always follow Qin Ma's train of thought and make her happy. After chatting for less than half an hour, Qin Ma wanted to take her as her goddaughter. Qin Ma took Wang Zijin's hand and walked into the master bedroom. She opened the photo album of her daughter and son when they were young and showed it to her. In the morning sun, Wang Zijin put the photo album on her lap and looked down. The first page was of Qin Bao and Qin Zhe when they were babies. They were lying in the cradle with the same wrinkled little faces. Qin Zhe was sleeping quietly, while Qin Bao was crying loudly. The color of the two photos was different. They were not taken at the same time. Qin Bao Bao was 3 years older than Qin Zhe. On the second page, Qin Zhe was still a baby in the cradle. Beside the crib, Qin Bao Bao was wearing a white princess dress. She was 2 or 3 years old. She bent down and kissed her brother's forehead. On the third page, Qin Zhe, who had just been weaned, was sitting in the bathtub. Qin Bao Bao was squatting beside him. She reached out and pinched her brother's little brother. Qin Zhe was crying loudly. On the fourth page, Qin Zhe, who was in kindergarten, and Qin Bao Bao, who was in elementary school, were taking a photo side by side. They were both carrying small cloth bags. The elder sister hit her brother's head with a karate chop. When they were little, Qin Bao Bao had a big round face, while Qin Zhe was thin and small. On the fifth page, Qin Bao Bao was hugging Qin Zhe's shoulder. The heads of the siblings were leaning against each other. In the photo, Qin Bao Bao had grown into a tall little beauty. Her face was no longer round, and her face was thin. Her facial features were beautiful, and her eyes were bright. Qin Zhe still looked like a child. He was about 12 or 13 years old. He was shorter than Qin Bao Bao by a head. On the 6th page, the photo was probably taken at the same time as the previous one. The two of them had not changed much. Qin Bao Bao was wearing a ballet dress. She looked like a beautiful and noble little swan. She was accompanied by an ugly duckling. The girl was playfully pulling her brother's face. The younger brother looked at his elder sister with disdain. The picture was frozen. On the 6th page, the 7th page, the 8th page. Wang Zijin flipped through the photos quietly. It was as if she was looking at the childhood of Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe. They were always laughing and fighting. Most of the time, it was the elder sister bullying the younger brother. Of course, there were also pictures of the younger brother turning the tables. Until Qin Zhe entered high school, the two of them rarely took photos together alone. It was either a family photo or standing in a well-behaved manner. Time urged people to grow up, and at the same time, it created an invisible barrier. Every pair of siblings would grow apart as they grew up. They were no longer as close as they were when they were children. Wang Zijin looked at the photos and suddenly felt a sense of loss. She couldn't figure out the reason. It was probably because of the sensitivity and fragility of female hipsters. On second thought, she realized that it wasn't right. Normal siblings might be like this, but according to her feelings of being with them day and night, time didn't seem to have caused a gap between them. The distance in the photos was probably for their parents to see. At noon. After lunch, Qin Zhe suggested that they go watch a movie. Wang Zijin gladly agreed. "Miss, shall we ride a shared bike or take a taxi?" Qin Zhe asked. "Take a taxi. The weather is too hot. I don't want to ride a bike." Wang Zijin's expression was normal. She didn't react as exaggeratedly as Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe thought to himself, sure enough, this title is poisonous to my sister. He had lost more than 30,000 yuan in the stock market today. It was all in the short term. He needed to be comforted by Miss Wang. Unless he could predict the future, he would definitely lose some money. The system explained, the host's level is too low. Please work hard and help me level up. Qin Zhe asked, what level will I be at if I cultivate to the maximum level? Can I reach out and grab a bullet or kick a nuclear warhead? The system replied, please face reality. The purpose of your cultivation is to provide energy for the system. Don't think too much. It also explained the law of conservation of energy and biogenetics in detail. Qin Zhe could only give up on his dream of being a hero. Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin had just left the room when Qin Bao Bao, who had just finished communicating with her manager, walked out of the room. She looked around and asked, Mom, where are my brother and Zijin? They went out. I think they went to watch a movie. Qin Ma was mopping the floor when she remembered something. Bao Bao, I helped you look at a few guys. They're quite handsome. Qin Bao Bao's mood was inexplicably bad. She said impatiently, blind date, blind date. Can't you do something else besides blind dates? She turned around and went back to her room, slamming the door. Qin Ma was at a loss. This child. Qin Bao Bao's room was on the south side. From the window, she could see the gate of the neighborhood. She stood by the window and looked out. She just happened to see Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe walking side by side towards the gate of the neighborhood. The two of them seemed to be talking and laughing. Wang Zijin didn't stand on ceremony and threw her bag to Qin Zhe. Qin Bao Bao looked at this scene and was in a daze. She was a little regretful. She regretted matchmaking Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin. There was no reason. She just regretted it. At first, she thought that Wang Zijin definitely wouldn't like Qin Zhe, and Qin Zhe had repeatedly offended her, so she came up with the idea of making her brother happy. She wanted him to shift his attention away from her. But when she saw her brother and Wang Zijin getting closer and closer, she couldn't stand it. Qin Bao Bao attributed all this to forgetting his mother after marrying a wife. She was that mother. As for whether Qin Ma had any opinions, she didn't care. She looked at the two figures walking away and was in a daze. Chapter 114. That night, Grandpa Sheng was watching the financial news in the living room when Qin Ma came over with a plate of grapes. "Where are they?" Grandpa Sheng's eyes never left the TV. "They went back in the afternoon." Qin Ma picked a grape and handed it to him. Grandpa Sheng snorted. "Two ingrates. Don't they know how to stay at home for a few more days?" Qin Ma complained, "Come back to look at your face or come back to be beaten up by you. If you miss them, just say so. Don't be so pretentious. If it weren't for your bad temper, why would Ace and Bao Bao hide outside and not come home?" Grandpa Sheng snorted. "What does it have to do with me? You're the one who arranged the blind dates. That's why our daughter didn't come back." There was a saying that went, "If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked." Seeing the couple shift the blame to each other, it was obvious who Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao learned from. Speaking of the blind dates, Qin Ma pushed her husband and said with a frown, "Old Qin, let me tell you. Ace is also an intern now. Why don't you let him come back and live here?" Grandpa Sheng glanced at her and asked curiously, "Come back and live here?" "Bao Bao, I don't feel at ease if he lives alone." Qin Ma thought to herself, "I don't feel at ease if they live together." "Haven't you thought that it's inconvenient for them to live together?" Qin Ma said. "What do you mean?" Grandpa Sheng finally moved his eyes away from the TV. "If the siblings live together, it'll be difficult for them to find a boyfriend." Bao Bao. Qin Ma thought about it and decided not to tell her husband what she saw in the morning. She was afraid that he would take a broom and kill them. At this time, the financial news ended. Grandpa Sheng pressed the remote control to change the channel. Coincidentally, there was a new segment. We often say that the wedding night is one of the 4 joys of life. It should be happy and lively. However, something heart-wrenching and infuriating happened in XX City. There was a younger brother who had a conflict with his sister and brother-in-law on the wedding night and injured the newlyweds. The reason was, "I didn't find a girlfriend, and you can't get married." The old man frowned. "There are all kinds of people here." Qin Ma thought of something and said with a worried face, "I think we should hurry up and find a partner for Bao Bao. I think you're just too free. You have nothing to do at home." On Friday, Qin Zhe and his 2 sisters were sitting on the sofa watching TV. The program was "I Am a Singer." Now that his sisters had money, Qin Zhe's song copyright fees, repairing a TV was nothing. Even if he bought 10 TV sets, his sisters would not bat an eyelid. "Huang Yuting is a little weak." Qin Zhe commented that popular singer Huang Yuting's performance was average, but compared to Qin Bao Bao and Wales, 2 rising stars, he seemed powerless. Li Shuigong is the same. He only sings rock songs and occasionally changes to new songs, but he's not particularly good at it. Wang Zijin also commented. "That's right. Distance tests a horse's strength. I'm a fine steed." Qin Bao Bao said proudly. Qin Zhe turned his head. "Fine steed, let me ride." Qin Bao Bao slapped her brother's head and raised her eyebrows. "You actually want to ride me?" Qin Zhe was stunned. He was just casually ridiculing and definitely did not mean anything else. Qin Bao Bao was getting more and more dirty recently. "Who gave you the courage?" Qin Zhe clenched his fist and his bones cracked. "I'm wrong." Qin Bao Bao shrank behind her best friend and unfairly pushed Wang Zijin out to take the bullet. After the show ended, Yin Jiao looked at the camera and said loudly, "There's an Easter egg at the end." I Am a Singer had already entered the final stage. The Easter egg was an introduction to the finals, such as the competition system, national broadcast, celebrity guest singers. It threw out a few gimmicks to attract popularity. The scene flashed and Huang Yuding was sitting on a chair with the camera pointed at him. "This person is my best friend for many years and is also a big star in the music industry. His name is not unfamiliar to everyone, but I can't reveal it yet." Then it was Li Shuigang. "My guest singer was also a popular king in the music industry, but now he has been developing in the film industry. He didn't want to come at first because he was afraid that he would be a hindrance. I begged him for a long time before he agreed." The others were the same, full of gimmicks. "Who is your guest singer?" Qin Zhe expressed his curiosity. Wang Zijin also pricked up her ears. Her sister started to play around again. "Guess. Guess if I'll guess. Guess if I'll guess if you'll guess." Qin Zhe was so angry that he slapped her butt. Qin Baobao cried out in pain and covered her butt. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws, wanting to fight Qin Zhe to the death. Wang Zijin quickly hugged her waist. "Zijin, let go. I'm going to clean house today. This guy doesn't see me as his sister at all." Qin Baobao deliberately struggled fiercely. Wang Zijin said, Okay, don't lower yourself to his level." Qin Baobao glared. "No, I can't let him go like this. Let go, let go." Wang Zijin said helplessly, "Why? I can't bear to see you humiliate yourself." Qin Baobao said angrily, "Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I'm afraid of him?" Wang Zijin silently withdrew her hand. Qin Baobao changed the topic. "I'm just too lazy to argue with him." Qin Zhe silently watched his sister's one-man show. He browsed the forums and Tieba. He still didn't like to use Weibo. At this time, he saw a post. The TV series starring Zhang Jinyun and Chu Yuyu, the great general of Ming, will be released in early September. I've been waiting for half a year. I was looking forward to it, but when I saw the trailer, damn, what the hell is the opening song? The lyrics are not classical, and the singing is like a modern love song. It's at least a historical costume drama. There were 999 plus replies. The netizens all liked it. Just treat it as a MV. The trailer looks good, but the song is too bad. It doesn't fit the theme. My expectations for this drama dropped to 0. What a pity, my goddess Chu. It's better not to air the trailer. So bad. Not too good, at least it matches classical songs. I just finished scolding on Weibo. I'll continue scolding on Tieba. Qin Zhe was also paying attention to this drama. The actor, Zhang Jinyun, was handsome and good at acting. He was Qin Zhe's favorite actor. The actress, Chu Yuyu, was one of the most popular female artists. She had a beautiful and refined face. She specialized in costume dramas and was known as the goddess of costume dramas. Her acting was okay. Seeing the scolding online and the reaction was fierce, he was curious. He clicked on the MV uploaded by the original poster. It was indeed spicy. Not to mention whether it fit the theme of the drama, just listening to the song without watching the MV gave people the feeling that it was a family drama. They instantly felt out of character. The next day, Qin Baobao and Wang Zijin went out together, leaving Qin Zhe alone at home to watch the door. He suddenly realized that even though he had nothing to do at home, he was bored after staying for a long time. He felt like moldy tofu. It was fine if Qin Baobao accompanied him at home. He could bully her. But when Wang Zijin and his sister went out together, he was all alone. During this period, other than I Am a Singer, the drama Great Ming's Liang General was the hottest topic. But that theme song was too low class. The fans were scolding and blocking the official Weibo account every day. All kinds of jokes were endless. Can't they change the song? With such a big production team, they can't even find a composer. I don't have the energy to complain about this theme song. I feel like a song will ruin the drama. The production team did it on purpose, right? To make it more popular. I have to say, you succeeded. Well, I don't plan to watch this drama. The first theme song in history to go to the wrong set. If you can't find a composer, we'll recommend you. Don't ruin the drama because of a song. Qin Bao Bao. F*ck. How could I forget that there's still Qin Bao Bao's brother in the music industry? Find a song and ask him for one. Are you afraid that there won't be a good song? Yes, yes, yes. Su Yunhan's new album's title song was written by Qin Bao Bao. F*ck. How could I forget this god? Ask Qin Bao Bao for a song. If you don't know this, how can you survive in the entertainment industry? Great Ming's Liang General, Director, there are more and more people scolding us online. Director, it's about time. The hype is enough. If this continues, will it get out of control? It's already out of control. Many people are saying that they want to abandon the drama. Who would abandon the drama for a song? They're just shouting blindly. But if there are too many negative comments, it will affect the ratings. The director said, let the PR department release a statement immediately. If there are people scolding, it means that our hype is very successful. Quickly put the real theme song and make a new promotional video. Life was full of tricks. The crew were not fools. Couldn't they tell if the theme song was suitable or not? Everything was for the sake of self-deprecating, to attract attention. Once the hype was up and the goal of attracting attention was achieved, they would start to clean up the mess and put the real theme song on. It was the same as celebrity scandals. It was a hype trick. Soon, the crew's new promotional video was released. The theme song was surging and was suitable for the background of the drama. But, a new promotional video. The theme song is so-so. At most, it fits the theme. It's really not good. After waiting all day, you're just going to let me listen to this. MDZZ. The production is not attentive. A good song can complement the drama, but a bad song is likely to ruin a good drama. Do you have to go so far? This song is much better than the previous one. Are you watching the drama or listening to the song? That's right. The promotional video is still very good. I'm here for Zhang Jinyun. I'm used to scolding. I just want to complain. What did the crew say on Weibo just now? We'll definitely be satisfied. We'll definitely do our best to choose a good song. King believed them. This song is just a so-so. It's really not good. If they had released this song earlier, even if someone complained, it wouldn't have been so intense. It shows that the crew is not attentive. The drama is probably also shoddy. The most frightening thing was that someone would scold it first, regardless of whether it was good or bad. They would scold it first and talk later. It would lead countless netizens astray. Moreover, the theme song was indeed average and could not be said to be very good. At first, there were still people who defended the crew, but in the end, there was another wave of scolding. The crew of The Good General. Director, the investors called and asked us to solve the problem quickly. Director, I also received a call here. The investors said that we've hyped it up too much. We have to change the direction of public opinion. The director stomped his feet. The most hateful thing is the brainless scolding. The crew quickly launched a response strategy. By news to clear our names. Let Zhang Jinyun and Chu Yuyu say something on Weibo. Director, do you want to change the song? The director frowned and pondered for a moment. In the end, he nodded. Let's find a new song first. We won't change it if we can. The phenomenon of losing control of hype was not common in the entertainment industry, but it was not rare. Many stars and crew had experienced and learned their lesson. Although the public was easily influenced, they were not fools. They would believe whatever you said. On top of that, you have to take into consideration the interference of your competitors. The director suspected that some of the haters were hired by their competitors. Later, Zhang Jinyun and Chu Yuyu posted on Weibo to promote the new film and appeal to fans to support it. It was not easy to slightly change the public opinion, but who knew that not long after, what kind of lousy song is this? Listening to it once dirties my ears, listening to it twice will make me doubt my life. Compared to my brother's song, it's trash. A comment appeared on the crew's official Weibo. The person who posted the comment was Qin Bao Bao. Director, Qin Bao Bao is openly criticizing us on Weibo. The staff member in charge of Weibo shouted. Chapter 115. Qin Bao Bao's comment was posted half an hour ago and was pushed to the top of the list by netizens. The netizens replied one after another. Some agreed with it, while others scolded Qin Bao Bao. Big boobs, sit tight. I'll send you up. Great minds think alike. Big boobs, this isn't good. Do you want to fight? Zhang Jinyun and Chu Yuyu's fans started scolding. Get lost. So what if you can sing well? Did the crew offend you? Why is Qin Bao Bao joining in the fun? She's causing trouble. The director stomped his feet and scolded. She's trying to ride on the hype. The staff was also angry. She's a newcomer. She's too insensible. She's too full of herself. Director, should we fight back? The crew was already furious because the hype was out of control. Now, Qin Bao Bao had jumped out to fan the flames and hit them when they were down. Ah! The girl who saw Qin Bao Bao's comment earlier looked embarrassed. That. Director, this isn't Qin Bao's Weibo account. It's a high-quality imitation. The director leaned in front of the computer to take a look and almost vomited blood. What's wrong with you? You're so careless. The people who were scolding her were all silenced. There were too many high-quality imitations on Weibo. Which celebrity didn't have a few high-quality imitations? Other than not having their real names verified, the imitations were almost real. The netizens' nature was to scold someone without saying a word. Then, they quickly realized that this was a high-quality imitation and started another round of scolding. I hate these high-quality imitations the most. Idiots. My whole family will be cremated. Let's disperse. This is fake. A bunch of blind people. They can't even recognize a high-quality imitation. We Bao Bao won't take the blame. Qin Bao Bao's fans appeared. I'll help you summon Qin Bao. Don't thank me. If you want to sing a song, ask her. Qin Bao Bao. The director suddenly said, do you have Qin Bao Bao's manager's phone number? Let me check. Are you really going to ask Qin Bao Bao for a song? It's not just Qin Bao Bao. Contact the other composers as well. If there's anyone suitable, we can change the theme song. If not, there's no need to change it. Let the public relations team continue to pay attention to public opinion. The director was not willing to change the theme song from the bottom of his heart. Did he really have to change it just because the netizens said so? What if after the change, he still said that he was inferior? Moreover, this way, the outside world would think that the production team of Great Ming's Liang General had no stance and would be easily swayed. As a director, he would definitely be ridiculed and laughed at by people in the industry. As the director was thinking about this, the woman in charge of contacting the investors came in from outside and shouted, "Director, the investors want to change the theme song. They've already called me 3 times." The director said disdainfully, "You've never seen big waves before. Small investors just don't have the confidence. Once the people start talking bad, you'll immediately panic." That being said, he couldn't refuse the request of the sponsor. "Hurry up and contact them. Find a good song. If there's a suitable one, we'll change it." Xing-Yi Entertainment. In the office, Qin Bao Bao and her manager, Li Yanhong, were eating takeout. It was a restaurant that had a good reputation. Although Qin Bao Bao was a local, she didn't like beets. However, this restaurant's food was cheap. For 2 people, 5 dishes, only 400 yuan. After quickly spending the song's copyright fees, Qin Bao Bao fell into a financial crisis. The copyright fees from various channels, such as the KTV, were settled once a month. Qin Bao Bao's account originally had more than 300,000 yuan, but she couldn't keep the money. In Qin Zai's words, she was a prodigal woman. Qin Bao Bao used to know how to control herself. After all, she had to support her brother's living expenses. Ever since she found out that her brother was overflowing with talent and outstanding ability, she quickly fell and walked further and further down the path of decay. She said with conviction, "Sister raised you for so many years. You have to raise sister for a lifetime. When you have money, you have to buy. In addition to buying a set of office wear for her best friend, which was worth 20,000 yuan, she bought 2 sets of summer clothes and a pair of shoes for her brother, which was worth a total of 1,000 yuan. Her parents also had gifts. They gave Qin Ma a 50,000 yuan jade bracelet. Qin Ma couldn't stop smiling. She said that Bao Bao was promising and that her mother didn't give birth to her daughter in vain. Then, her sister bought a pair of leather shoes for her grandfather. Her grandfather also revealed a rare smile and said that his daughter was very sensible. As they spoke, the old couple glanced at their son who was already working but didn't say anything. Qin Zai pretended to look around at the scenery. After leaving home and getting into his sister's little red horse, Qin Zai fiercely poked his sister's waist and muttered, "You said you would help me with my wife's money." His sister was grabbed by the arm and couldn't escape. She cried and laughed as she struggled. In the end, she collapsed on the seat, babbling and half dead. "Your money is my money." His sister didn't give in. Qin Zai pointed his finger like a sword. She quickly changed her words, "I'll compensate you." "Compensate me with money or with my wife?" "I'll compensate you with my wife," his sister vowed. Qin Zai was overjoyed. "Are you going to help me chase Sister Ziwei?" That was a tough bone to chew. Qin Bao Bao said that she would help her brother chase her best friend, but it was really just words and no action. Qin Bao Bao's eyes were shining and her face was still red. She said shyly, "Hubby, get lost." Qin Zai was furious. He felt that he was tricked by his sister again. He poked her waist again. Since then, Qin Bao Bao didn't like to talk to Qin Zai. Qin Zai hinted several times that he wanted to take care of his wife's money, but she ignored him. He really didn't expect her to be such a sister. Qin Zai thought to himself. His brother's first round of wife's money was gone. Qin Bao Bao's current equipment, Patek Philippe rose gold ladies watch, LV bag, and Manolo Blahnik handmade high heels that Li Yanhong's relatives brought back from Italy. Halfway through the meal, Li Yanhong's cell phone rang. "Hello, who is this?" "Is this Li Yanhong, Sister Li?" "We are from the crew of Great Ming Liang General." Li Yanhong was stunned for a few seconds. She finally remembered what the Great Ming Liang General was and said, "What's the matter?" "Our crew wants to ask Miss Qin for a song." I think you know that the internet is not very satisfied with our theme song. Hey, it's just a theme song. It's not that serious. Our director also said so, but the sponsor is worried and asked us to change it. We want to eliminate all the negative impact before the TV series is released. They're quite cautious. Li Yanhong said, then why don't we meet somewhere to talk? The other party said, no, if you have a song, record a small sample first and send it over. After you confirm that you want it, we can talk about other things. Li Yanhong ended the call and said, the crew of Great Ming Liang General said that they want to ask you for a song. But they didn't say that we have to do it. They said that we should record a small sample and send it to them. Then ignore them. Qin Bao Bao buried her head in eating, her small mouth shiny. It was impossible for her to ask her brother for a song just because someone needed one. Qin Zhe was willing, but she wasn't. Last time, Su Yunhan's new Can't Stop Loving made her feel distressed and regretful for a while. But this topic is quite popular. It's also very good if you can ride on the popularity. Li Yanhong said, the popularity of stars, in addition to their works, is some entertainment gossip. So many stars will let their companies and studios buy news. For example, a certain unscrupulous browser, shocked all day long. Whoever wears this dress, men will be silent when they see it, women will be jealous when they see it. Another example is that the most beautiful person in the ancient costume is not her, but her. It's all flattery bought with money. Qin Bao Bao asked, Great Ming Liang General, what's it about? She was not interested in ancient military dramas and had not paid attention to it. Li Yanhong searched online. Late Ming Dynasty, Early Qing Dynasty, about a famous general who fought against the Qing Dynasty. Qin Bao Bao said, then I have one. Chapter 116. What songs do you have? Li Yanhong asked. She remembered that Qin Bao Bao's songs were all written by her brother, but she didn't tell him. Qin Bao Bao didn't answer. Instead, she scrolled through Weibo. Suddenly, she had an idea and posted, what do you think about the song request from the cast of Deming's Liang General? Looking at childhood from afar. She felt that she was now well versed in creating hype. At the same time, she finally understood why those celebrities liked to post on Weibo, even if it was just a selfie. However, Qin Zhe's Weibo was calm. He didn't respond to his sister's request at all. Immediately, Qin Bao Bao's fans replied, Deming's cast asked Qin Bao Bao for a song. Huh, they really did. Big-breasted girl, your brother is ignoring you. That's awkward. I'm afraid of the sudden silence. Brother, you hurt my heart. This is the most awkward Weibo I've ever seen. Everyone, watch your mouth. Don't post meaningless things. Just shout 666. My goddess is still so funny. I'm still reminiscing about that video. Qin Zhe was sleeping soundly at this time. The system extracted energy and instantly made him masturbate 7 times in one night. When he woke up, he immediately saw Qin Bao Bao's Weibo through his phone's notification. In order to prevent the photo album incident from happening again, he turned on the notification. Get lost. He replied on Weibo. Ask for a song. I feel that my body has been hollowed out. I don't have the time to play with you. He threw his phone aside and went back to sleep. In the office, Qin Bao Bao saw her brother's reply and was immediately pushed to the top by the netizens. Her fans made fun of her. She curled her lips. It didn't matter that Qin Zhe didn't interact with her. Anyway, the song was ready-made. She didn't want Qin Zhe to write another song. Qin Bao Bao took out a song sheet from the drawer of her desk. Qin Zhe wrote it for her a long time ago. She didn't need it and kept it. Sisterly, contact the recording artist. I'll record a demo. at the set of Deming's Liang General. In less than half a day, the film crew had already collected a few songs. There were many people in the entertainment industry who made a living in this industry, and there were also quite a few talented people. Every lyricist could compose all kinds of songs. It wasn't as if they had an order, but they did it when they had the inspiration. It was like a painter or writer. If someone wanted a song, they had a song have it, they could immediately sell it. The director instructed, if you don't have a small sample, go record a small sample. If you don't have a song, find someone to fill in the lyrics. Let's pick a good song. A good song have a song. The music director clicked his tongue and said, 2 of them are alright, but the rest are just a so-so. Some of them aren't even as good as the one we have. If your thinks a song have ats a have you. Su liangs, sa's 8, ats halves. S deminct, su liang test tss. My suggestion is to have a more impassioned song score and find a good lyricist to write the lyrics according to the theme of our TV series. The director looked very worried. Try to hurry it up. Half a month before the premiere. If it's too late, the public opinion will be set. It's useless. The song S, try your best. Let's settle on the song score first. This song sounds alright and can be considered the most outstanding. Was it sent over by Qin Bao Bao? No, it was written by Teacher Han last year. The song asked, which one is Qin Bao Bao's? That shouldn't be the case. Her brother is very popular. Even if it was rushed, the song he wrote shouldn't be too bad. The director shook his head. She didn't send over any songs. Look at Qin Bao Bao's Weibo. Her brother said, get lost, and that he's not happy to help us write a song. What a pity. The song sighed. The music director looked around and finally decided to use Teacher Han's song. Then, he prepared to find the lyrics. A female staff member came in with a middle-aged woman. She said, Director, Qin Bao Bao's manager is looking for you. The director was stunned and went up to greet her with the song. Li Yanhong took out her business card and handed it over. Director Zhu, I'm here to deliver the demo. Demo? The director was a little confused. Li Yanhong nodded. Qin Bao Bao's song. The song added. Li Yanhong nodded again. Didn't he say he didn't want to write it? The director was puzzled. Sigh, they're just playing around. Li Yanhong waved her hand. I've already delivered the demo. How can it be fake? The director said, then let's listen to the demo first. When Li Yanhong heard this, she took out her phone and opened a recording file. Qin Bao Bao's voice rang out from the loudspeaker. Along the gentle curves of the mountains and rivers. Central plains of love, northern and Jiangnan of love. After just 2 lines, the song lit up. Good song. The momentum was strong, and the melody was passionate. If it was sung by a strong male voice, the effect would be even better. Facing the ice blades, snow swords, wind and rain, affectionate companionship. Cherish the golden years that God has given me. A man is brave. Why should a man be afraid of danger? My heroic spirit will not change, year after year. The studio that was originally a little chaotic quieted down. Everyone gathered around and listened attentively. The music director had already given it 10 points. In his eyes, this song was impeccable. It was a rare good song. The director was hesitant. He was a little tempted, but he still held a wait-and-see attitude. Watch the iron hooves trample over the mountains and rivers. I stand at the heart of the storm, holding the sun and moon as they spin. Blood drowns the world in peace and happiness. I really want to live for another 500 years. When she sang this line, the director's expression changed. He kept repeating it. I stand at the heart of the storm, holding the sun and moon as they spin. The music ended. The director slammed the table and shouted excitedly, "Good song, good song." The music director beside him was shocked and speechless. He didn't understand why he was so excited. As a professional, he didn't say anything. The director saw the people around him looking and said excitedly, "This song is tailor-made for our TV series." "Good, this is great. Listen to the lyrics." He played the recording again. "Watch the iron hooves trample over the mountains and rivers. Blood drowns the world. Rest in peace in old age." Especially this line, "I stand on the cusp of the wind and waves, holding the sun and the moon spinning." Everyone didn't understand. The director said loudly, "The sun and moon are bright." The protagonist is a famous general who fought against the Qing dynasty. Isn't he standing at the heart of the storm, holding the sun and moon in his hands? It's so appropriate. Everyone else understood. Li Yanhong said at the right time, "Not only are the lyrics and music ready, I also brought the accompanying music score." That's great. The music director was happy. He could save a lot of time. The director smiled and said to Li Yanhong, "We'll buy this song." Li Yanhong immediately said, "Bao Bao has a request. The copyright of this song is not for sale. It is only limited to the use of the TV series. Other than that, the crew can't use this song for profit in any way." The director thought for a moment. "No problem. We don't need other copyrights. Then let's talk about the price." Li Yanhong smiled. The next day, the crew of Great Ming's Liang General released a new promotional video on their official Weibo. On Weibo, netizens were discussing. A new promotional video. Did they change the song? Changed again. Is there something wrong with the crew? Is it Qin Zai's song? It shouldn't be. Didn't you see Qin Bao's Weibo yesterday? Her brother told her to get lost. Get lost? Ha ha ha. The netizens chattered for a while and clicked to watch. The heavy and passionate music exploded in the ears of countless netizens. Along the gentle curve of the mountains and rivers. The central plains of love, the northern kingdoms and Jiangnan. Facing the ice blades, snow swords, wind and rain, affectionate companionship. Cherish the golden years that the heavens have given me. Not long after, the comments exploded. Damn, this song is amazing. Do I really want to live for another 500 years? Damn, it makes my blood boil, but at the same time, I feel helpless and sad. Borrowing another 500 years from the heavens is probably the most longing wish of the TV series protagonist. Driving out the Qing dynasty and returning the Great Ming dynasty. Unfortunately, the mountains and rivers are broken, and the people's backs are broken. What kind of helplessness is this? Sometimes, humans are poor, so they want to borrow another 500 years from the heavens. This song really took my breath away. Qin Zai is amazing. This song is written for Great Ming's Liang General, right? Look at the lyrics. I stand in the wind and waves, holding the sun and moon to rotate. At first listen, it feels very imposing and domineering. But here, it's not just highlighting domineering. The sun and moon are bright. There's a deeper meaning. Damn it, Qin Bao hasn't posted nude photos of her brother recently. It's infuriating. We must firmly resist this kind of behavior. Everyone, go to her Weibo to protest. Let's go, let's go. We want to see our husband's nude photos. Chapter 117. Borrow 500 years from the heavens was on the rise. Deming Liangzhang's new promotional video was well received. It could be said that it saved the falling reputation. No, it was more than that. Because of the popularity of the song, the attention of the new drama also went up a level. The promotional video began to spread on the internet. It was completely viewed as a MV. The charm of a MV was that it could perfectly set off the emotions of a song. Many songs sounded ordinary, but once paired with a MV that fit the theme of the song, be it a poignant love story or a touching family relationship, the effect would be completely different. The promotional image of the cavalry and thousands of soldiers facing each other, paired with the passionate and heroic song, "Borrow 500 Years from the Heavens," the two complemented each other and the quality increased. A few days ago, everyone was complaining, but now they were full of praise. Chin Zay's reputation as a music genius rose again. The netizens teased, "I admire Chin Zay when it comes to songwriting, the fastest gunman in history," etc. The industry was full of praise. At a certain record company. Have you seen Deming Liangjiang's MV? What MV? That's a promotional video. Anyway, I'll listen to it as a MV. It's so good, it makes my blood boil. This Chin Zay is too amazing. Who writes songs like him? How can other musicians live? Excellent songs, he writes just like that. Doesn't he need time to settle down? Leader, have we not thought of recruiting Chin Zay into the company? How could we not? We were rejected. Chin Bao Bao is from Star Art, but Star Art didn't recruit him. Star Art Entertainment. A few small leaders were having a meal outside. Have you heard "Borrow 500 Years from the Heavens"? This song is not bad. It feels different when paired with the promotional video. I heard that the HR department called Chin Zay several times, but they were all rejected. He doesn't seem to be interested in joining the entertainment industry. Say, this Chin Bao Bao has a good song, but he didn't let the company operate it and made a private single without permission. You can't say that. Didn't the copyright of her songs all go to the company? Most of it is the online copyright. They didn't give it to her. This matter was indeed not handled beautifully. The higher-ups are very dissatisfied. President Kong wants to ban her, but President Huang is suppressing her. Why do you think President Huang likes Chin Bao Bao and protects her so much? Isn't it just a small matter? I've taken a liking to her. That lady is really beautiful. Her legs can crush someone to death. There was a burst of laughter. In the evening, the big star Chu Yuyu, who had tens of millions of followers on Weibo, posted on Weibo, "Have you seen the new promotional video? The theme song is great and very exciting. I hope everyone will pay more attention to it. Please support Great Ming's Liang General. My younger brother is awesome. Even though I don't know how to sing, I can't help but want to ask you for a song." A date. Looking at childhood from afar, the other lead actor, Zhang Jinyun, gave a thumbs up. Fans supported their idols below and enthusiastically commented. Occasionally, they teased Chin Zay, "Is little brother an official title?" Then they continued to talk about other topics, such as Chu Yuyu was so beautiful in ancient dramas. She was so dazzling that no one could compare to her. Who knew that Chin Zay, who rarely appeared on Weibo, actually left a message on Weibo? He said, "No." Recently, Chin Bao Bao's brother complex has become more and more serious. She is trembling with fear. He was trying to forcefully create topics for Chin Bao Bao and gain popularity. This was lively. It was even more exciting than a certain diva scandal. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Chin Zay's reply was instantly pushed to the top. The netizens were delighted and teased. "Little brother, steady. Sit tight. I'll send you up. You don't even lean against the wall when you pee. King admire you." What did I see? There's so much information. No, my goddess has a brother complex. Ha ha ha, German orthopedics. German orthopedics. You guys are too dirty. I just want to say 666. 666, quick, quick, quick. Go and Qin Bao Bao. Find out the extent of her psychological trauma. If the brother is finished, the sister will go home and serve him with a stick. Qin Zhe passed away at... how old was he again? This was not the end. Chu Yuyu silently liked it. Zhang Jinyun silently liked it. Su Yunhan silently liked it. Huang Yuding silently liked it. Chen Xiaotong also silently liked it. Hong Jingyao also silently liked it. The crew of Deming's Liang General liked it. The program team of I Am a Singer also gave it a big like. Tuesday. The finals of I Am a Singer were about to begin. The entire internet was paying attention. Large and small media outlets were scrambling to report on it and increase its popularity. At the same time, the singers were scrambling to buy news and increase their exposure. On the TV station's official website, there was a voting campaign. The netizens could vote for their favorite singer. Each ID was limited to one vote. There were changes in the rankings. There was no such thing as a singer taking the lead. It could be seen that the competition for the finals was fierce. The day before yesterday, Qin Bao Bao used the popularity of Deming's Liang General to rush to the top of the rankings. She was quickly overtaken. Currently, the first place was the mixed-blood handsome man, Wales, a soul singer from the United Kingdom. He joined the program midway and successfully made a comeback. He became one of the most popular singers. Star Art Entertainment. Qin Bao Bao wore a fresh cotton linen dress with a denim jacket. It added a bit of an artistic young woman's temperament to her gorgeous and enchanting beauty. It seemed that she was a lot more virtuous. Qin Bao Bao was bored as she stirred the self-made coffee in her cup. She was waiting for her guest partner. It was a popular little fresh meat. A few years ago, he took part in a music variety show and became popular. He gained a lot of fangirls and became a B-list celebrity. It was a bit late to meet her now, but it was not her fault. It was Su Lu's fault. Originally, her guest partner was an A-list singer from Star Art. Su Lu was also an A-list celebrity. It had to be said that Star Art really valued Qin Bao Bao. They even pulled out all their cards. But there was a saying that plans could not keep up with changes. Su Lu's guest partner had a last-minute job. He was going to film a movie as the second male lead. In order to make a profit, he could not participate in the program. So Qin Bao Bao's guest partner naturally became Su Lu's. But Star Art was also kind and helped her find a popular little fresh meat. When Qin Zhe slandered his sister for having a brother complex, Qin Bao Bao was in the office fuming. She did not have time to settle the score with her brother. Fortunately, Qin Bao Bao's mentality had improved a lot recently. If she changed back to her glass heart, she would have to call her brother again. Her manager, Li Yanhong, pushed open the door and came in with two people. One was a woman in her early 30s and the other was around 25. He was about the same age as Qin Bao Bao. He was a handsome young man. He was the popular little fresh meat. Qin Bao Bao immediately stood up. She put on a smile and said, "Hello." The little fresh meat said, "Hello." His eyes fell on Qin Bao Bao's face. He couldn't look away. After a long time, he finally looked away. Instead, he looked at Qin Bao Bao's slender waist, perky butt, and long legs. Perhaps it was because of his confidence that he had always been successful, but his gaze was very invasive. Qin Bao Bao's expression did not change. She was used to people peeking at her every day. She couldn't not go out. Li Yanhong was full of smiles. She complimented, "Thank you very much for your help." I don't trust anyone else, but with you as my guest partner, there will definitely be no problem. The little fresh meat smiled politely. His manager said, "It just so happened that my schedule was arranged, so I came. To be honest, we actually took a risk. With our popularity, we can choose not to be your guest partner. If we lose, we will lose fans." Qin Bao Bao's smile faded. She didn't like what she had said. Li Yanhong was a wily old fox. Her smile did not change. She kept saying that she was in trouble. The female manager and the little fresh meat looked at each other. She took out a contract from her bag. "Before the rehearsal, there are a few requirements. First, we hope that you can sing our young Master Yang's song during the male and female duet segment. Second, no matter what the outcome is, I hope that you can book a song for us." As she spoke, the little fresh meat and the female manager looked at Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao's smile had long disappeared. Her expression was indifferent. She did not speak. She was afraid that the air would suddenly become quiet. This was when Li Yanhong showed her usefulness. She laughed dryly. "This doesn't seem to be part of the agreement." Chapter 118. "It's just a verbal agreement, we haven't signed a formal contract yet," the manager said. "Besides, we've mentioned this before and your company told us to discuss it with you in private." "But the song has already been decided," Li Yanhong said. "The rehearsal hasn't even started, how can it be decided?" "If it's decided in private, it can be changed," the manager said. Although she was angry at them for raising the price, Qin Bao Bao held it in. She frowned and said, "You want to promote the new song?" "No way. That's against the rules." Li Yanhong interrupted, "And the song request, is it part of the agreement or private?" The manager rolled her eyes. "Of course it's part of the agreement." Fine, it meant that they were giving a song for free. Li Yanhong was also unhappy. "You're raising the price." "We didn't sign a contract, how is that raising the price?" "Young Master Yang is taking a risk by being a guest singer. You have to know that the opponents are all big names in the music industry, how confident are you in winning? It's hard to even get a good ranking. If the ranking is too bad, young Master Yang is in danger of losing fans. Just for appearance fees. Even a commercial costs more than that." Li Yanhong said, "No, you have two conditions, at most you can agree to one." "No, not one less." The two sides were in a stalemate. Young Master Yang was calm and looked at Qin Bao Bao playfully. This woman was really beautiful, her body was too hot. The best of the best. Qin Bao Bao sipped her coffee and said coldly, "Sisterly, see them out." Li Yanhong was stunned. Young Master Yang's smile froze. The manager raised her eyebrows. "What do you mean?" "I mean it literally." Qin Bao Bao looked straight at her. "Thank you for taking the time to come, but I don't think I need your help anymore. Since it's a verbal agreement, you don't have to pay a penalty for breaking the contract. Think carefully, the finals will start in a few days. It takes time to arrange a guest singer, discuss it, and rehearse it. Don't be impulsive. Star Art has artists who are more famous than young Master Yang, but if they were all available, they wouldn't be looking for us." The female manager said. She had done a detailed investigation and knew that Qin Bao was short on time. Moreover, Qin Bao was a semi-newcomer with a weak foundation and weak connections. It was impossible to find someone in a short period of time. Only then did he have the confidence to ask for a sky-high price. "I don't need you to worry about me." Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. "See the guest out. Then there's nothing to talk about." The female manager grabbed the contract and left with the young hunk. After the two left. "What kind of person is he?" Li Yanhong spat. Qin Bao Bao was expressionless. Sister Sue, do you have time? She went up north to hold a concert. Are there really no artists in the company who are available? First and B-list celebrities have very tight schedules. It's definitely not possible to insert one at the last minute. Those who don't have tight schedules might not even be as famous as young Master Yang. After all, he was a popular young hunk. Qin Bao Bao frowned. Li Yanhong paced back and forth in the office, regretting. I should have agreed with them just now. The company has already arranged a guest for us. It's not right for the company to blow it up like that. Agree. If you take a step back, he'll take 10 steps forward. Believe it or not, he'll create more trouble for us before the competition. Qin Bao Bao sneered. Then what should we do? Li Yanhong sighed. Although Sister Li hasn't made it big, she's been in the manager circle for more than 10 years. I'll find someone to help. Brother Yang, are you free tonight? Let's go out for dinner. Hey, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask if our teacher Shang has time for the live broadcast of Pop Star on Friday. You don't have time. All right then, let's meet up some other day. Hey, Dong, does your artist have time on Friday? If you don't have time, then I'll ask you to do me a favor. How would you know if you haven't tried? Let me tell you, Qin Bao Bao's songs are absolutely exquisite. It's not certain who will win. Why are you scared? Hello. Liu, you still owe me a favor a few years ago. I'll be frank with you. Qin Bao Bao needs a guest partner. Your teacher show's manager. Are you afraid of losing? Don't talk nonsense. Do you agree or not? Don't talk to me about this. If you don't agree, just say it. After making 4 or 5 phone calls, Li Yanhong returned empty-handed. A group of bad friends, Li Yanhong muttered. It's not that they don't have time, but they're afraid of losing popularity. It's not worth it. They only have their own interests in their eyes. They don't even know how to help their friends. Qin Bao Bao said in her heart, a group of bad friends is a good word. They're not reliable at all. Sisterly, it's fine if you can't find one. Qin Bao Bao was very calm. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, which made her 36D look even more spectacular. I'm going to ask my brother for help. Him. Li Yanhong was both amused and angry. She said, Bao Bao, you're too inexperienced. I know your brother is very popular. Even my niece is very obsessed with him. She's shouting that she wants to give birth to a monkey for him, although she's only in junior high school. But you have to understand that internet celebrities and celebrities are two different concepts. Internet celebrities and internet celebrities are limited to the internet. They can't be popular in real life. You've never heard of hiring an internet celebrity for a TV series, right? Hiring an internet celebrity for an advertisement? Sister Li is telling you, it's better to hire a third-tier celebrity than your brother as a guest partner. Give birth to a monkey. Qin Bao Bao was shocked. That's not the point, Li Yanhong said loudly. Don't think that your brother can play the piano, write songs, and release photo albums. He's really unreliable when he appears on TV. Silly girl, don't let your imagination run wild. Li Yanhong's words made sense. Qin Bao Bao naturally understood. Qin Zhe was famous, but it was not enough to compete on the same stage as a celebrity. However, Qin Bao Bao had her own thoughts and plans. Qin Bao Bao was unmoved. I have to discuss this with my brother first. Li Yanhong said, it depends on whether he's willing to come. You said that your brother doesn't like attention. Qin Bao Bao chuckled and was full of confidence. Don't worry about that. If I ask him to come, he won't dare to not come. How about this, let him give it a try. Whether I use him or not depends on his performance. Okay, you can go out for a while. Qin Bao Bao often bragged about how dignified she was at home as a big sister and how obedient her brother was. The less dignified she was at home, the more she bragged outside. It was probably a way to find a psychological balance. Li Yanhong walked out of the office in confusion. After the door closed, Qin Bao Bao grabbed her phone and dialed her brother's number. After a few seconds, her expression changed quickly. "Ace, I'm being bullied again," sob sob sob. It was time to show her real acting skills. This was a little tricky, so she had to trick her brother first. On the 9th floor of Star Art, in the yoga room, Su Lu and her manager were sitting cross-legged on yoga mats. Her hands were twisted from her neck to her back and one foot was pressed against her lower back, showing off her voluptuous and exquisite figure and her supple curves. Su Lu was 30 this year. This was the age when women were at their most charming and attractive. She was the target of praise from experienced men. However, for women, after 30, their appearance and skin would go downhill. No matter how well they took care of themselves, could they be as tender and firm as a woman in her 20s? Yoga was the best choice for shaping and fitness. She did 2 hours of yoga every day without fail. Her manager laughed. "I heard that Qin Bao Bao chased away the guest singer." Su Lu nodded. Newcomers with results are all arrogant. They don't know how to compromise or give in. Her manager said indifferently, their request was too much. "If it were me, I wouldn't agree either." Su Lu smiled lightly. Without the guest singer, Qin Bao Bao was equivalent to cutting off her own path of survival. She couldn't be happier. The workplace was like a battlefield. As one of the female artists in Star Art, she wanted to protect her position. In recent years, her acting career had reached a bottleneck. It was the time when she felt the greatest sense of crisis. Coincidentally, Qin Bao Bao appeared out of nowhere and made her smell the danger. Su Yunhan wasn't enough to shake her position. A second-tier singer who could only sing had obvious limitations in terms of appearance and talent. However, Qin Bao Bao was different. This girl was born with great qualifications. She had a great voice and a brother who was known as a musical genius. She was simply favored by the heavens. It was foreseeable that she would become famous in the music industry in the future. On top of that, Qin Bao Bao was too beautiful and had a great figure. If a woman like her entered the film industry, she would be able to train for a few years. What kind of scene would that be? She couldn't keep her position as Star Art's #1 artist. Over the years, Su Lu had squeezed out a few high-quality shares. She had used both underhanded and overt schemes. Relying on Kang Xian's support, she had won every battle. When it came to Qin Bao Bao, she finally hit a wall. She was a tough bone to chew. Star Art CEO Huang Yizong's appreciation of Qin Bao Bao made Su Lu jealous and confused. However, she also had Kang Xian behind her. Moreover, Kang Xian's relationship with her was definitely not something that Huang Yizong and Qin Bao Bao could compare to. So far, it seemed that Huang Yizong's appreciation was just that. He didn't have any intention of being Qin Bao Bao's father. He could help with small matters, but he didn't always pay attention to Qin Bao Bao. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to steal resources from Qin Bao Bao. Chapter 119. By the time Qin Zhe was summoned to Star Art by his sister, it was already 2 in the afternoon. This time, the receptionist didn't need to call Qin Bao as she recognized Qin Zhe immediately. The receptionist threw flirtatious glances at Qin Zhe. The female staff passing by also commented on Qin Zhe, "Look, it's Qin Bao's little brother. So handsome, he's even more handsome in person than in the video. Shallow, look at his body, that's the best. Yes, yes, my desktop is his nude photo. It's super manly." Qin Zhe braced himself and walked over. He found his sister's office with ease and pushed the door open without knocking. Qin Bao was munching on snacks at the moment. When she saw her brother come in, she hurriedly hid the snacks in the drawer and pretended to wipe her tears, crying, "Ace, I feel wronged, I want kisses, hugs, I want to be raised high, wipe your mouth clean before you continue, otherwise it'll be too dramatic." Qin Zhe reached out to help his sister wipe off the snack fragments at the corner of her mouth. He pinched her smooth face and pulled hard. His sister's face was deformed in his hands as she cried, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." After punishing his sister, Qin Zhe went straight to the point. "What are you up to now?" He knew that his sister must have something to discuss with him. Qin Bao then briefly recounted what had happened. After that, she looked at Qin Zhe eagerly. Qin Zhe wanted to give his sister an expression that said, "Excuse me. So why did you call me?" Qin Zhe hugged his sister's head and pressed it against his chest. "Cry if you want, I'll lend you my firm chest." Qin Bao used a lot of strength to push him away and almost suffocated to death. She panted and said, "Who wants your breasts? Aren't you here to complain to me?" Qin Zhe was stunned. "Although I've known that my younger brother is a good-for-nothing since I was very young, you should think more highly of yourself. Even good-for-nothings can be used." Qin Bao snorted. "Hey, you've got guts. I haven't heard you complain about me in a long time." Qin Zhe pinched his sister's face again. But she dodged. Qin Bao hugged her brother's arm and said coquettishly, "Brother, please help me." Qin Zhe was confused. "How can I help? I've already written the song. I'll be in charge of writing and you'll be in charge of singing. I've already completed my task. All I need to do is shout 666 a few times during the competition. What else do you want from me?" Qin Bao said, "Are you just a salted fish who only knows how to shout 666? I don't want you to do anything. I just want you to be my guest singer." Qin Zhe looked at her strangely. After a long while, he muttered, "My sister isn't a joker." He touched Qin Bao's forehead and was even more puzzled. "You don't have a fever. You're the joker. Your whole family is jokers." "Baw, baw, baw." Qin Bao spat at him and pinched her brother's waist. "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and say yes. If you say yes, you'll be rewarded." Qin Bao pressed her finger on her red lips and winked at him. His sister always used such tricks. She also instilled in him thoughts like, "I'm no longer an ordinary person, I'm an internet celebrity with countless fangirls, many girls are crying and begging to have children with me. Can you stop tricking me? Can you be less scheming and more sincere?" Qin Zhe resisted his sister's temptation. "Besides, even if I have a bit of popularity, it can't be higher than a celebrity." Qin Zhe was very rational. He suspected that his sister's IQ had regressed. When it came to business, his sister didn't play tricks. She said seriously, "The company previously arranged an A-list celebrity for me, but it fell through. Although the company treated me well, I can't compete with Su Lu. The other B-list celebrities can't get a slot, so they have to make do with a C-list celebrity. I don't have any hope in the finals." Qin Bao had potential, but she was a newcomer. Su Lu was an A-list celebrity. The difference between the two was huge. And their contributions to the company couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. Star art didn't belong to the Qin family. Why would they think of Qin Bao all the time? Was that possible? She was able to appear on the stage of I Am a Singer as a newcomer and was even paired with an A-list celebrity as a guest singer. Star art already thought highly of her. Which newcomer in the company would receive such treatment? Qin Zhe nodded. It seemed that his sister's IQ was online. "The song you asked me to practice, I really can't sing it. But I think it's my biggest chip in the finals." "So?" Qin Zhe looked at her. The elder sister rubbed her younger brother's head and said gently, "But you're good. Didn't you sing it before? Don't talk about the fact that you're a little famous now. Even if you weren't famous, I'm very confident that I'd be able to compete with those singers for the championship with the amazing song you sang." Li Yanhong said that you can't compare to a C-list celebrity. That's true, but a C-list celebrity can't sing that song. She had a lot of confidence in Qin Zhe's song. Qin Zhe said suspiciously, "So you're not afraid at all? You wanted to drag me down with you a long time ago." Rejecting the guest singer was just a matter of pushing the boat along with the current. He didn't believe that his sister was a fool. His sister was one of the singers with the highest chance of winning the championship. After his sister realized that she couldn't sing that song, she felt that the championship wasn't in the bag. She had the idea of dragging him down with her. Coincidentally, the guest singer had fallen through, so she took the opportunity to reject the guest singer. Bullied again, I need my brother to make a decision. They were all just acting pitiful in front of him. Everything was going according to her train of thought. Qin Zhe realized that there was a reason why he was bullied by his sister since he was young. Qin Bao Bao had always liked to act like a weak girl in front of her brother. Seeing that he was coming to his senses, she quickly acted coquettishly and said, help your sister." He frowned and felt a headache coming on. He was so annoyed. Qin Zhe had been a good child since he was young. He only received a little red flower in kindergarten, the kind that the whole class received. He also received a good child award in the first grade, which was still the standard for the whole class. After that, he basically had no fate with awards. Such a mediocre child, his legs were weak and his tongue was tied when he went on stage to speak. Suddenly, he was pushed onto the stage and stood under the bright lights, facing hundreds of live audience members and countless viewers from all over the country who were watching the live broadcast. He was really scared. Qin Bao Bao saw that he was silent for a long time. How could she not know her brother's character? She knew that something was wrong and begged, "You're the only child in our family. You're the only man that your sister can rely on. After all, your sister raised you up with a lot of shit and urine. It's been hard on you. You can't be so heartless." Qin Zhe thought to himself, "Bullsh*t, you're the one who raised me up with a lot of shit and urine. You even stole my milk powder when you were 3 and my lollipops when you were 5. I remember it all in my little notebook." Qin Bao Bao saw that acting coquettishly was useless, so she changed her strategy. If the soft approach didn't work, she used the hard approach. She snorted and said, "I don't know who slandered me on Weibo 2 days ago." Qin Zhe immediately said, "Wasn't I just trying to make myself popular? Who was it for?" Qin Bao Bao said faintly, "If I tell my father, will you die a horrible death?" Qin Zhe's scalp went numb. "You've grown up, Qin Bao Bao. You're even willing to do something like sacrificing yourself to kill 1,000 enemies." Qin Bao Bao raised her face. "Come on, let's hurt each other." Qin Zhe thought for a few minutes. During this time, Qin Bao Bao leaned her head on his shoulder and absent-mindedly played with her phone. "Let's give it a try." Qin Zhe sighed. His mission was to help Qin Bao Bao win the championship. Qin Bao Bao could shirk her responsibility, but he couldn't. He had to bite the bullet and do it. Qin Zhe communicated with the system yesterday and asked if he would become a vegetable if his points were reset to 0. To his surprise, the system said no. The reason was that when the system first took over him, his physical condition wasn't enough to pay for the system's departure. But now, he couldn't be compared to before. In other words, he had enough energy to pay for the system's departure. But was Qin Zhe really willing to give up on the system? Qin Bao Bao's face bloomed with a bright smile. Her eyes sparkled. "Good brother, big sister's kiss reward." After saying that, her small mouth moved over and gave Qin Zhe a few kisses. Qin said, "You kiss me every time. It's not fair. I want to kiss you back." Big sister kisses you because she cares. Your big sister is a pervert. It was no wonder that Qin Bao understood it this way. She inherited the kiss reward routine from Qin Ma. Every time Qin was beaten, Qin Ma would hug little Qin and comfort him by giving him kisses as a reward. Qin felt that although his father was hateful, he still had his mother who loved him at home. His wounded heart was comforted. Qin Bao watched from the side and understood Qin Ma's routine. Qin suddenly understood. When Big Sister was young, she was very sharp-tongued and clever. She bullied him like a little queen. Now that she had grown up, she was even more childish. She liked to act spoiled and cute in front of her younger brother. Was it because in terms of fighting strength, she had no hope of making a comeback, so she changed her routine and retreated in order to advance? She made full use of her identity as a weak woman and changed her routine to control her younger brother. Damn, my sister is a scheming woman. Thinking about how he was being forced to do something beyond his ability, Qin was unhappy. He said in a depressed tone, "This road is not easy to walk. You're under someone else's roof, and you're being controlled everywhere. In the future, I'll open my own entertainment company to support you." Qin Bao was not angry anymore. She was overjoyed. She leaned on the desk and laughed. Her shoulders trembled. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard." Qin was angry. He could not stand his sister's contempt. He raised his hand and slapped her butt. He said angrily, "Laugh again." I won't laugh, ha ha ha." "Ouch, don't hit my butt." Qin Bao covered her butt with one hand and her stomach with the other. Was it so easy to open an entertainment company? First of all, one had to have money and connections. Otherwise, the business would not be good. Her younger brother rarely boasted in front of her. She felt funny when she heard it. It took Big Sister a long time to hold back her laughter. She picked up the cup and drank tea to hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. She asked, "Do you have any plans?" Qin said seriously, "Let's set a small goal first. Make 100 million. Pfft. A mouthful of tea was sprayed on Qin's face. Big Sister threw the cup away and laughed like crazy. Qin Bao. The veins on Qin's forehead bulged. "Ouch, don't hit me. I'm not laughing at you. Don't be angry. Let Big Sister kiss you, ha 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 ha." Chapter 120. Friday, 4 p.m. Shanghai TV station. I Am a Singer's production team was in full swing. They were moving props, checking the lighting, setting up the set, checking the script. Everyone was rushing to and fro as they worked. The director commanded his minions, just like an emperor commanding his army. The assistant director ran over and said, "Director Peng, the singers are here. Do you want to meet them and talk to them?" The director nodded. "Stay here and check the equipment and lighting. Don't make any mistakes. It's a live broadcast today. The whole country is watching." The director walked out of the set and went to the lounge. Huang Yuting and a middle-aged man were already waiting on the sofa. The two of them stood up. "Director Peng." "Teacher Huang, Teacher Zhao, you're early." Director Peng smiled and shook their hands. "I haven't sung in a long time. Let's rehearse later. Is that okay?" Teacher Zhao smiled. Huang Yuting's guest partner was Zhao Nan, an A-list celebrity. He had been in the music industry in the early stages of his debut. He was the type who could act and sing, but definitely could not compare to professional singers. In recent years, the road to becoming a singer was not easy. He had gradually shifted his focus to the film industry and had not sung for many years. However, since he was a guest partner, his singing skills were secondary. It was enough that he was popular. If they really invited a heavenly king, they would steal all the limelight. Moreover, heavenly kings would not come to such a variety show because it was meaningless. Huang Yuting and Zhao Nan rehearsed a few times and were very satisfied. Director Peng led them to the lounge. Teacher Zhao's singing skills have not deteriorated. Zhao Nan waved his hand. I'm not as energetic as before. I used to sing for half a day without panting. Huang Yuting joked, if you continue to develop in the music industry, you might surpass me. Go, go, go. As the three of them chatted, the other singers arrived one after another. Su Lu and her celebrity guest partner had arrived. Teacher Su, Io, Old Chi, long time no see. Director Peng. Director Peng. Li Shuigang and his guest partner followed closely behind. Teacher Li, you're finally here. Teacher Chu, I've heard a lot about you. I haven't had the chance to work with you. Hello, Director Peng. Then it was Li Rongxing and Wales. Each singer's guest partner was a well-known figure in the entertainment industry. They were either A-list movie stars or B-list stars, but they had a great reputation in the music industry. The number of fans behind him could be said to be massive, and the lineup was powerful. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, Director Peng looked left and right. Qin Bao Bao isn't here yet. He looked at Su Lu. Su Lu put on a fake smile. Who knows? Director Peng was puzzled. She came to rehearse the day before yesterday and she was also alone. I asked her where her guest singer was. She didn't say anything. So mysterious. When the crowd heard this, they immediately became alert. Trying to be mysterious. Could it be that Qin Bao Bao's guest partner was someone special? Su Lu chuckled. Her. The company arranged for her to have a male idol as her partner, but for some reason, they had a falling out and she didn't have a partner. Everyone was relieved when they heard that. Things were different now. Qin Bao Bao was already very popular. She was already a B-list celebrity. Her figure and face were all bonus points. There were too many fans who liked her, and too many people were obsessed with her. It was just like how girls liked handsome young men. The internet said that Qin Bao Bao was the goddess of otakus. Although the goddess of otakus was not worth much, nowadays, even a slightly prettier third or fourth-rate female artist dared to call herself the goddess of otakus. None of the singers present dared to pat their chests and say that they could beat Qin Bao Bao. It was good news that she didn't have a guest partner. After waiting for a long time, Qin Bao Bao finally arrived. Behind her was a handsome young man. This young man was not unfamiliar. At least, the program crew and a few contestants recognized him. The guest partner, however, did not recognize him. Miss Qin, you're finally here. Director Peng greeted her warmly but only nodded at Qin Bao Bao. He grabbed Qin Zai's hand and smiled. Teacher. Qin. This form of address was also awkward. The siblings were in the same boat. Qin Zai nodded. He thought to himself, who are you? Do I know you? He felt that the middle-aged man in front of him looked familiar. His sister's words reminded him. Qin Bao Bao smiled and said, This is Director Peng, the executive director and planner of the program. Qin Zai then remembered that he had met this director once before. There was a reason why Director Peng was so enthusiastic about Qin Zai. Qin Zai was famous in the music industry. He was a musical genius and a godly composer. He had a bright halo above his head. Most importantly, he was currently a solo artist. Director Peng had always wanted to recruit him into the TV station. He could write songs to make Qin Bao Bao famous, but he could also make others famous. Although Qin Bao Bao was popular, she was still someone else's child. It was enough to be polite and not too enthusiastic. Director Peng pulled Qin Zhe aside and chatted for a while. After that, he looked around. "Miss Qin, where's your guest partner?" Qin Bao Bao pointed at her brother. "It's him. There shouldn't be a problem, right?" Director Peng was stunned. In the spacious lounge, more than 10 celebrities looked at Qin Zhe in unison. "Guest partner? Him." Zhao Nan whispered to Huang Yuting beside her, "Who is he?" "A new idol in the entertainment industry." Qin Zhe was not a celebrity after all. It was not to the extent that Zhao Nan did not know him. "He's Qin Bao Bao's brother. He's good at writing songs. Do you remember him?" Huang Yuting explained softly. Oh, so it's him. I've heard of him, but this is the first time I've seen him. He's so young." Zhao Nan smiled. "But can he sing well?" Although the guest partner doesn't have to be a professional singer, his standards should be guaranteed. What Zhao Nan meant was that being good at writing songs did not mean that he was good at singing. Who knows? I've never heard him sing before. Whether he sings well or not has nothing to do with us. But if we make friends with him, it'll be easier to ask him for songs in the future. Huang Yuting said, "We can't be like Su Lu and attract hatred." Su Lu and Qin Bao Bao have a grudge. Zhao Nan's eyes lit up. Celebrities love to gossip too. Qin Bao Bao's position was originally Su Lu's. Anyway, they're in the same company. It's just a matter of fighting for resources and status. "You're familiar with this," Huang Yuting said. In their careers, they had all played the role of Qin Bao Bao or Su Lu. Zhao Nan's doubts were shared by everyone else. Everyone knew how good Qin Zhe was at writing songs. Looking at the most popular songs on the internet, 5 out of 10 songs were written by him. Qin Bao Bao was a newcomer. In just 2 months, she climbed to the bottom of the B-list. She could not rely on her beauty alone. Most of it was due to Qin Zhe's efforts. But how did he become a guest singer? He was not a professional singer at all. Also, could he hold the stage? Did an ordinary person have the mental fortitude to perform in such a big event? Did he have the foundation of popularity? In everyone's heart, internet celebrities and celebrities were different. Celebrities were the glorious path, while internet celebrities were the unorthodox path. They were not presentable. Although live streaming platforms were very popular, there were still good and bad people. Besides, they were limited to a small area. Once they left the live streaming platform, they were nothing. They had never heard of internet celebrities acting in movies or doing commercials. Qin Zhe was not a live streamer, but he was indeed an internet celebrity. The so-called rehearsal was actually just going through the motions. After going on stage, they knew where to stand, where to stand, where to stand, where to stand, where to stand. The singer had to be careful not to look at the camera. As for the song they were going to sing, they had already rehearsed a few days ago. The sky was getting dark, and the time for the finals was getting closer. Outside the venue, Pei Ziki and a few friends were waiting at the entrance. The ticketing and security checks had already begun. Why isn't Li Donglai here yet? Pei Ziki was getting impatient from waiting. There were 2 men and 3 women beside her. If Qin Zhe were here, he would definitely recognize them. They were the children of the rich and powerful officials that he had met at the KTV that day. Li Zongwei, who liked Pei Ziki, and Zhang Wangyun, whose mother was a big entrepreneur in Shanghai. The 3 women were Yi Rou, Gu Qing, and Chen Yuan, who was not enchanting and did not wear smoky makeup. Yi Rou said, "Let's wait a little longer. Maybe there's a traffic jam on the way." She was dressed like a pretty girl from a humble family. She was exquisite and beautiful. Pei Ziki glanced at her from the corner of her eyes and pursed her lips. Her best friend had a good impression of Li Donglai. Li Donglai was not handsome, but he was loyal and lively. He was also the roguish and sunny type. Yi Ro had a soft personality, so the two of them complemented each other. It was just that Li Donglai was not enlightened. He was just a piece of rotten wood. If he turned a blind eye to the little beauty's good impression of him, he would be single for the rest of his life. Pei Ziki thought so and then glanced at Qin Qingyuan. Among her best friends, only Qin Qingyuan's figure and appearance could be compared to hers. This girl had been ill recently. Yes, lovesickness. Ever since the KTV incident, she had fallen hopelessly in love with Qin Zhe. Because of one sentence from him, she no longer wore seductive and smoky makeup. She stayed at home obediently and behaved like a good girl. Her parents were so scared that they thought their daughter had some mental illness. They even called her. When they found out that their daughter had someone she liked, the old couple was quite pleased. They did not oppose or support this matter and just looked on coldly. If that boy could turn their daughter back on the right path, they would be happy to see it happen. However, Qin Qingyuan complained to Pei Ziki several times. Why is Qin Gu ignoring me? He doesn't even reply to my messages. Has Qin Zhe come to your house recently? Ziki, can I go to your house as a guest? Ziki, can you ask Qin Gu out to play? She was another unrequited resentful girl. Pei Ziqi really wanted to tell this silly girl that she should stop thinking about him. He wouldn't be interested in her at all. He had a big sister who was a calamity. Who knows, he might even drool at the sight of her sister every day. How would he be interested in a little girl like her? A cool breeze blew, and it started to rain heavily. Pitter-patter, the rain curtain was endless. Li Donglai got out of the car. He shrank his head, bent down, and ran in the rain like a defeated dog. Damn, it's raining just like that. Li Donglai patted the raindrops on his body. I didn't bring an umbrella. Thank you. He took a pack of tissues from Yi Ro. Qin Qingyuan looked into the rain and said disappointedly, Li Donglai, where's your teacher? How would I know? I've already started school. He can't teach me for long. It'll be over in September. I haven't seen him for a few days. Li Donglai said. Qin Qingyuan looked at Pei Ziki unhappily. She said that Qin Gu would come, so I came to watch the show. Otherwise, I wouldn't be bothered to watch any show. Pei Ziki rolled her eyes. Don't worry, he'll definitely come. Maybe he's already in the venue. His sister was Qin Bao. How could he not come on such an important day? When Qin Qingyuan heard this, she immediately said, the ticket inspection is starting. Let's go in. Love Struck. Chapter 121. At the venue. 3, 2, 1, the director announced the time in person. With a loud bang, all the cameras were in place and the live broadcast signal was connected. The live broadcast of I Am a Singer officially began. The host, Yin Jia, appeared in a splendid outfit. Smoke puffed out from both sides of the aisle from time to time. Welcome to I Am a Singer, sponsored by Liangji Cosmetics. I am your host, Yin Jia. Hello to the audience at the scene, and hello to the audience in front of the TV. This is the live broadcast of the finals of Singer. Tonight, we will decide the champion among all the singers. Applause and cheers. The audience was enthusiastic. The audience held LED boards in their hands. On them were Huang Yuding, Wales, Su Lu, Qin Bao Bao, Li Shuigong, Li Rongxing. Each singer had their own fan club. Then Yin Jia left the stage and the screen switched to the backstage. In the singers' lounge, the singers were chatting and talking. At this time, someone pushed the door open and came in. The singers looked over and then exclaimed. "Oh, it's you." Li Rongxing was stunned. "Why is it you?" "Oh my god." Li Shuigang was stunned. So were the other singers. Their acting skills were superb. "Long time no see, long time no see." Huang Yuting stood up with a smile. "This is my guest partner." The more surprised they were, the more curious the audience was. But they couldn't see who it was because the man's face was pixelated. "Who is it?" "Damn, do you have to keep us in suspense?" "Judging from his clothes, it's a man." The singers are all surprised. "Who is it?" "Damn, I'm so curious. I really want to rush backstage to see which big shot is coming." Huang Yuting's guest partner is definitely not an ordinary person. Is it from the music industry or the film industry? The audience felt as if there was a cat scratching their hearts. Then Li Shuigang, Su Lu, Li Rongxing, and the guest partners appeared one after another. The singers showed off their skills, but the audience couldn't see the guests' faces. Their curiosity was about to explode. Especially when the guest partners of Wales and Qin Bao Bao appeared. The former was shocked and had a huge reaction. The latter was dumbstruck and speechless. It formed a strong contrast. On the internet, the analysts could no longer sit still. Wales's guest singers seemed to be very influential. Looking at the expressions of these singers, it's obvious that they're different from the others. I dare say that she is a big shot, at least an A-lister, or even a heavenly king or heavenly queen of the music industry. Meanwhile, Qin Bao Bao's celebrity guest partner paid attention to the expressions of the singers. They all looked very shocked and confused. The contrast was too obvious. If they were also heavenly kings and queens, or big shots of the same weight class, they would probably have the same reaction, shock. But that wasn't the case. I felt that the singers were a little confused, so I judged that Qin Bao Bao's guest partner's identity might be out of everyone's expectations. At present, we only know that it's a man, and he's quite tall. Are you for real? You sound so logical. It's impossible for a heavenly king or heavenly queen, right? Would someone of that level really come? There aren't any heavenly kings and queens these days. Even if there are, it's just a result of flattery. There are hundreds of flowers blooming in the entertainment industry. What's impossible? In the current entertainment industry, there was a new generation every 3 years. Even the heavenly kings and queens did not mean that they could look down on everyone. Don't deify them. That's right. A heavenly king or heavenly queen has an advantage, but it doesn't mean that they will definitely win. That's why they are unwilling to participate in this kind of variety show. If they win, they should, but if they lose, they will lose face. Let's see the results. The program team is really smart. They are so curious about the celebrity guest partner. The audience was shouting excitedly. They were looking forward to seeing the celebrity guest partner's face, especially the celebrity guest partner of Wales and Qin Bao Bao. The effect that the program team wanted was still achieved. They successfully aroused the audience's curiosity. Next was the drawing of lots. The first round of voting was given to the 500 audience members present, but it was no longer a one-on-one competition. The order of the singers was decided by the drawing of lots: Li Shuigang, Li Rongxing, Huang Yuting, Qin Bao Bao, Su Lu, Wales. Yin Jia announced loudly, "Let's welcome our first singer, Li Shuigang." Li Shuigang was not singing the rock song that made him famous. Instead, he was singing a slow song about fatherly love. Coupled with his deep and hoarse voice, it was very emotional. The audience was not stingy with their applause and cheers. His fans were even more excited. Nice. Professionals are really different. Hurry up and vote for him. Under the auspices of Yin Jia, the voting results were announced: 459 votes. Applause for our teacher Li Shuigang. The fans screamed. Li Shuigang was temporarily in first place. The remaining singers took turns to appear. Huang Yuding was temporarily in first place. This ranking changed after Qin Bao Bao appeared. In a place far away from the city. In my fertile and smoky hometown. There's a place called the Beacon Tower. I used to be with a girl named Chu. Leaning on each other to watch the moon. Smelling the faint fragrance of osmanthus flowers, Qin Bao Bao's song was, of course, an original. Qin Zai's song must be the best. This was the consensus of most of the audience, unless they did not know who Qin Zai was, such as the absent-minded Chen Qingyuan. She did not pay much attention to the entertainment industry and only occasionally looked at the little fresh meat. She did not pay attention to Qin Bao Bao at all, so she had no way of knowing the relationship between Qin Zai and Qin Bao Bao. Pei Ziki did not say anything because she felt that this girl had no chance. Why bother? Li Donglai could not tell that Chen Qingyuan was drooling over his master. Why would she say something for no reason? Huang Yuding nodded. This song is very flavorful. There's a sense of vicissitudes in it. The rhythm is very comfortable. Li Rongxing echoed, Qin Bao Bao's breath is long and a little low. She mastered this song very well. It doesn't sound out of place. Li Shuigang nodded slightly. Su Lu simply remained silent. Wales mumbled something. There was no need for his assistant to translate. Everyone could understand English. Wales said, this song is not as good as the previous ones. Why didn't she choose a good song for the finals? It seems like everyone chooses not to sing their best song. Li Rongxing secretly rolled his eyes. This foreign boy was really a straightforward boy. It was not easy to explain. After all, the national conditions were different. Chinese people like to put good things as the finale. Moreover, the first performance was just a warm-up. The real battle was yet to come. The voting channel had not been opened yet. All the audience watching the live broadcast could cast their votes. If they showed their trump card early, would they still be able to play later? The other singers smiled and did not explain. Miss Chu was a very flavorful song. It was very chewy. It was not amazing at first, but the more one listened to it, the better it sounded. Of course, there was a gap between it and the exaggerated and melodious blue and white porcelain that tore people's hearts apart. Now we will announce the results of the live voting, 470 votes. On the screen, Yin Jia announced the votes for Qin Bao Bao. The whole venue cheered. Miss Chu is so beautiful. It is full of vicissitudes and has a unique charm. There is an indescribable flavor. Qin Bao Bao's singing has improved. Her voice does not even tremble. Sister is so amazing. Pfft. Sister. Her younger brother is my husband. Is there a problem? Ha ha ha. The next contestant was Su Lu. Su Lu's votes were not as good as Qin Bao Bao's. Her votes were even lower than Huang Yuding's and Li Shuigang's. She only had a dozen votes more than Li Rongxing. On the stage of singers, her popularity was not as good. Quick, vote for Su Lu. Do you guys have good taste? An A-lister only has so many votes. Damn, her singing is much better than Qin Bao Bao's. How come there are so few votes? The last singer, Wales, appeared on the stage. The audience suddenly burst into cheers. Especially the female fans, who screamed non-stop. Wales's looks were undeniable. His facial features were well defined. Because he was of mixed blood, he had the gentleness of an Asian. He was not as rough as a Westerner. Speaking of which, he was similar to Qin Bao Bao. They relied on their good looks to become popular quickly. They both started from scratch. Wales, hubby, Damn, I really have to hand it to you women. You call everyone hubby. Yeah, yeah. Didn't you say that Qin Bao Bao's younger brother is your hubby? Humph, it's none of your business. He's handsome and righteous. That's right. Anyway, Qin Zhe is not on this stage. There's no conflict. I'm here today because of Wales. He's so handsome. Mixed blood is so handsome. He's so handsome, so handsome. It was an interesting phenomenon. Qin Zhe's fangirls and Wales's fangirls did not conflict. This was because women were fickle. They called both Wales and Qin Zhe hubby. There were many hubby online. They were as worthless as the otaku goddess. Female fans always liked to call the little fresh meats hubby. It was a term they used voluntarily. She was known as the goddess of otakus, and it seemed that she never asked for the opinions of the otakus. Wales went on stage wearing a British-style coat. He was 1.8 meters tall, and if described in Korean dramas, he would be a proper long-legged oppa. As soon as the mixed blood went on stage, he threw flirtatious glances at the audience. His gaze attracted countless girls. This guy was singing in Russian. It was indeed a good song, and his singing skills were also very good. He followed the high-pitched style of his soul singer, loud and penetrating. It was very unique. The audience could not understand, but it did not stop them from being intoxicated. The song itself was not bad, and it was sung by Wales. When an idol sang, even if he sang like a piece of sh*t, the fans would still be full of praise. The audience was still okay. At least there was a translation on the big screen. The singers in the waiting room were confused. They could not see the translated subtitles on the screen. What was he singing? It sounded so high class. They could not understand a single word. If it was English, it was still okay. Everyone knew it. But Russian was at a loss. Li Rongxing saw Qin Bao Bao clapping to the beat and mumbling. It seemed like she was singing along. Li Rongxing was confused. Bao Bao, you know this too. Chapter 122. The other singers all looked over. Qin Bao Bao smiled and said, of course. When translated into Chinese, this song is called The Girl Who Broke My Heart. It's a Russian rock song that's been around for more than a decade. She frowned. Wales's pronunciation is not accurate. He didn't sing a lot of the lines. How am I supposed to respond to that? Li Rongxing smiled bitterly in his heart. Bao Bao is a foreign language major. Qin Bao Bao shook her head. No. If it's not a foreign language, how can you say that his Russian is not accurate? Ha, this young lady sure knows how to brag. Everyone was speechless. Su Lu curled her lips in disdain, but she did not question or mock Qin Bao Bao. It was not that she did not want to, but the venue was not suitable. There were cameras here. Speaking of Russian, Qin Bao Bao could be considered half an expert. At least, it was not worse than English. Her grandfather was proficient in Russian. When he was young, he felt that his son's aptitude was lacking and that there was no one to carry on what he had learned. Thus, he set his sights on his daughter. Qin Bao Bao had it tough when she was in elementary school. In addition to going to school, she had to take ballet, violin, and drawing classes. When she returned home, she had to be caught by her father to learn Russian. The older sister with her hair in pigtails would often crawl into her younger brother's bed in the middle of the night. Without saying a word, she would cry and encourage her younger brother. Ace, elope with me. I've had enough of crazy women and crazy old men. I'll marry you in the future to repay you. At that time, Qin Zhe was at most a kindergarten teacher. He wanted to do it, but he did not have the ability. He was also very unromantic. He would complain, Mama, Qin Bao Bao wiped her snot on my new clothes. Fortunately, he was unromantic at that time. Otherwise, he would have been sent to the orthopedics department in Germany at such a young age. On the other side, Wales finished his performance and entered the voting segment. The voting results will now be announced. Yin Jia said loudly. 468 votes. Applause sounded. The singers applauded. Li Rongxing said, "Not bad, not bad. He's in third place." Su Lu also smiled and said, "Behind Brother Huang." Wales performed quite well. His singing skills were online. According to the voting on the program's official Weibo account before the finals, Wales, Wang Yuting, and Qin Bao Bao were the three favorites to win the championship. The top three positions were always alternating between them. Li Shuigong's status in the music industry was similar to that of Wang Yuting, but his style was very limited. The fans who liked him were very fanatical, and the ones who didn't like him wouldn't even listen to him. Not everyone likes rock and roll. In terms of audience, he was not as good as Wang Yuting and Qin Bao Bao. Although Qin Bao Bao ranked first, everyone was still quite relaxed. First of all, the difference in the number of votes was not that big. The difference in the number of votes was only a few dozen, and the difference in the number of votes was only about 10. Moreover, the voting channel had not been opened yet, and there were only 500 people in the audience. The real majority were the users who were watching the live broadcast. They were about to enter the group singing segment, and the highlight was about to begin. Whether it was the live audience or the audience in front of the TV, everyone was in high spirits. Somewhere in the front row of the audience, Chen Qingyuan looked left and right. What she saw was a black mass of heads, and the neon lights were dazzling. She nudged Pei Ziki beside her. "Ziki, where do you think Qin Gu will be?" "How would I know?" "Then why did you say that he will be there?" Chen Qingyuan was angry. She felt that she had been fooled. "Anyway, he will be there. Why don't you call him after the show ends and ask him yourself?" Chen Qingyuan heard that and felt that it made sense. "We can also ask him out for barbecue." After a pause, she said with a bitter face, "I don't dare to call him." "Ziki, ask him out. We'll talk about it after the show ends." Pei Ziki thought to herself, "This girl is really hopeless." Chen Qingyuan pinched her arm and angrily took out her phone. She typed a text message, read it carefully several times, and hit send. This was a live broadcast, and the TV station did not set up a signal jammer. There was no need. Qin Zhe was in a lounge backstage at this time, watching the live competition through the screen in the room. His phone rang. It was an unknown number. "Qin Gu, I'm at the live broadcast of Singer." Ziki said, "You're there too." It was a short line, and the girl deleted and changed it for 5 minutes. Qin Zhe's expression was strange. He knew who the owner of this number was. She was called something like Chin Chin, something. After that day at the KTV, this girl often sent him harassing messages, such as, "It's going to rain today. Remember to bring an umbrella when you go out, Qin Gu. Qin Gu, thank you for helping me that day. My parents said that they want to thank you properly." She probably wanted to treat him to a meal, but did not dare to say it. Then there were the complaints of some little girls. "My mom always tries to reason with me, but she can't do it herself. My dad didn't come home today. My mom is furious. It's terrible at home. It's not warm at all." Naturally, she did not get any response. But she was never tired of it. She could even play single player so happily. Although Qin Zhe was not a veteran in the field of love, he was not slow. He figured out that this girl was interested in him. Girls' feelings were always poetic. Unfortunately, Qin Zhe did not like things like campus love at his age. He had stepped into society and was an adult. High school JK did not suit his taste. Girls with big breasts, big buttocks, and long legs were the most sexy. How can you win people's hearts if you don't have big breasts? What about flat-chested girls? He had that. He put the phone back in his pocket and, as usual, dealt with it coldly. On the stage, Yin Jia said, "Now we'll enter the next part of the competition. First, we'll announce the results of the draw. Please look at the big screen." The results of the draw were as follows: Li Rongxing, Su Lu, Wales, Li Shuigong, Wang Yuding, Qin Bao Bao. Friends in front of the TV, the voting channel has been opened. The singers' numbers and voting methods will appear at the bottom of the screen. Cast your vote and choose the champion in your heart. Yin Jia said, "Next, let's invite Li Rongxing and his guest partner to come on stage." The audience craned their necks to look at the stage and guessed the guest partner. Who did Li Rongxing invite? Who knows? Let's see. In the Easter egg of the last episode, it was said that it was a strong singer. I don't know who it is. Come out quickly. Behind the stage, fireworks exploded and smoke spewed out. Li Rongxing and a young man walked side by side. Their footsteps were neither fast nor slow. The lights did not shine on them immediately. The audience could only see the two of them. Who was it? The accompaniment sounded. Li Rongxing stepped into the circle of light and sang, "The sky will still be bright, the wind will still rise, will you still come back? My friend." The man walked out of the shadow and sang, "The clouds will disperse, the rain will stop, I still remember you. My friend." Screams and shouts could be heard from the audience. It's Fong Qingmin. He actually came. Fong Qingmin. I didn't expect it to be him. So it's him. I knew it was him. I knew it was him. I also guessed it was him. But didn't the news say that they had a falling out last year? You even believe entertainment news. Fong Qingmin and Li Rongxing were a duo when they first debuted. They were very popular. Later on, they went their separate ways. The two of them were well known in the entertainment industry as close buddies. After the song was finished, Li Rongxing said, "I would like to thank my best friend of many years. Thank you for coming to this stage and lending me a helping hand." Fong Qingmin said, "Before I came, my manager told me that this stage was too strong and that all of the opponents were weaklings. He told me to think twice before I acted. Even so, I still came. With so many years of friendship, I wouldn't hesitate to go through fire and water for you. I hope that everyone can support us." The two handsome men hugged. The audience was chattering. "Hurry up and vote for them. My best friend for life. That's enough. I'll just vote. Call my family and get them to vote together." Not long after, the results were announced on the big screen. 1,380,000 votes. Li Rongxing was the first. As for the number of votes, he was temporarily in first place. The second singer quickly went on stage. It was Su Lu. She was wearing a big red pomegranate dress. Her entire person was luxurious and bright. On the night of the 7th of July, you came knocking on my door with roses. Soon, the guest partner also went on stage. It was a man in a suit. Lu Weiqiang, an A-list celebrity. He was also a half-song and half-shadow celebrity. Like Su Lu, he was an artist under Star Art Entertainment. There was no suspense. Many netizens had already guessed it. It's really him. There are only a few A-list artists in Star Art. The only ones who can sing well are Lu Weiqiang and Su Lu. Su Yunhan is also not bad, but she's a B-list celebrity. Is Qin Bao Bao's guest partner Su Yunhan? I don't think so. Su Yunhan is holding a concert in Beijing. The timing doesn't match. Who is Qin Bao Bao's guest partner? Can anyone guess? I'm more curious about Wales's guest partner. Is the online rumor true? I'm not sure. Let's continue watching. Su Lu's votes were out. More than 2 million votes. Chapter 123. It was Wales's turn to go on stage. He shook hands with all the singers and walked out of the lounge. Li Rongxing's smile was a little lonely. He had no chance of winning the championship. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared. Just look at the popularity of these few episodes. There was a burst of screams on the screen. Wales went on stage. The first line he sang surprised the audience. He sang a Chinese song. Wales had appeared on so many shows, but this was his first time singing a Chinese song. A foreign singer singing a Chinese song in the finals was undoubtedly a hit for the Chinese people. It was a popular song. After this Valentine's Day, I don't feel any better. A loud and pleasant female voice was heard. The guest singer walked out from the shadows. It was a tall woman with a round face. She was still attractive and had a beauty mole at the corner of her mouth. When she appeared, the audience's eyes widened and their jaws almost dropped. Everyone was too familiar with this person. Young Lena. The top singer in the music industry. In the music industry, young Lena was one of the top singers. She had been singing for more than 10 years. Many of the audience were her fans. Her status was similar to that of a diva. The title of Heavenly King and Queen was very popular in the early years. If you sang well and the media hyped it up, you might get the title of Heavenly King. That was the name of the entertainment industry in the early years. Nowadays, stars were everywhere. A new generation replaced the old. Heavenly King and Queen were described as a certain level, not just a few people. Young Lena's status in the music industry was higher than that of Huang Yuding and Li Shuigang. It's really her. Damn, the internet said that Wales signed with Young Lena's studio. Is it true? Sister Yang is here to support her artist. I liked listening to her songs when I was in school. Although I like Qin Bao Bao more now. It's full of memories. I don't like Wales, but Sister Yang is his guest singer. I've decided to vote for him. Is young Lena planning to support Wales? That's too impulsive. Isn't she afraid of capsizing? Capsizing? How's that possible? Why not? Huang Yuding's popularity is not for show. Li Shuigang also has a lot of loyal fans. Qin Bao Bao too. Anyway, I want to support Sister Yang. On the stage, Wales and young Lena were singing passionately. Wales, when did this heart get tired? Young Lena, this love will be hard to forget forever. Wales, looking back on the past many years later. Young Lena, is it dull or sad? A man and a woman sang together, their high voices rising. When love is a thing of the past. Just like the full moon hiding Shui Dong Lu. A tenor and a soprano. They complemented each other and shocked the audience. This male and female duet was one of young Lena's masterpieces. It was extremely popular back then and was a must-have in karaoke. Whether or not one could sing the song flawlessly became the benchmark for one's singing skills. Wales's Chinese was very poor. His pronunciation was not accurate, but he sang in tune. In the end, the two of them were still exchanging high notes. Their breaths were long, and their lung capacities were heaven-defying. The long notes lasted for a full half a minute. Live stream bullet screen, 666, Wales is already a sonar cannon, and now there's another one. It's a perfect combination. That's amazing. They're not even human. How did they get up there? I was out of breath halfway through at most. This is professional. It doesn't lose out to a recording studio at all. It's a technical job. Let's vote. Quick, let's vote. Although I'm not a fan of Wales, I'm a true fan of Young Lena. Damn it, my boyfriend said that he's saving his vote for Chin Bao Bao. I'm so angry. A boyfriend like that, I'll definitely pledge my allegiance to him. Then here's the problem. My girlfriend is desperately voting for Wales. What should I do? Pledge your allegiance to him. It's best if they both pledge their allegiance to him. That way, the single dogs will be happy. The big screen showed the final voting result, 3.02 million votes. The audience was in an uproar. The votes were too high. Sulu only had about 2 million votes, which was a third of the total. As for Li Rongxing, he was completely crushed. Wales and Yang Lena hugged and thanked the audience before leaving the stage. In the waiting room, several singers applauded and congratulated them. Li Shuigang whispered, "Old Huang, this is going to be a little difficult." Huang Yuding nodded. The votes are a little scary. They had expected the results, but they did not expect the votes to be so high. Li Shuigang said, "I'll go up first." Good luck. On the stage, Yin Jia said, "The votes are amazing. So far, 3 singers have finished their performances. Can the next singer recreate the peak? Let's welcome Li Shuigang." Li Shuigang went on stage. He had prepared a rock song for himself on the stage of the grand finals. It was the song that would make him famous. His guest partner came on stage. Old Joe. It's him. He's also a strong rock singer. Old Joe can do it. He started out as a folk singer. His rock status is only a little lower than Li Shuigang's. Quick, let's vote. Let's vote. This rock performance is really exciting. I don't like rock. It's not as amazing as Yang Lena. There's a huge difference between their statuses. It's none of my business. I've already voted. I'm saving my vote for Huang Yuding. I'm not voting. Li Shuigang's votes were 2.38 million, placing him in second place. At the same time, it meant that he had no chance of winning the grand finals. After leaving the stage, he went to the waiting room with his guest partner and shook hands with the singers. Then he patted Huang Yuding on the shoulder. "Old Huang, we're counting on you. No matter what, we can't let an outsider take the grand finals. Otherwise, wouldn't there be no one in the domestic music industry?" "What you're saying?" Huang Yuding shook his head and laughed. On the other side, Young Lena was chatting with Wales in English. "He's your biggest rival. Whether you can win the grand finals or not will depend on his votes." Wales nodded and watched as Huang Yuding left. After that, Huang Yuding and his guest partner, Xiao Nan, went on stage. "Ah, it's Xiao Nan. A big shot." Huang Yuding invited him. "He's my idol. I like him so much. Another A-lister. This lineup is too luxurious. This grand finals will be interesting." The grand finals should be between Huang Yuding and Wales. Yeah, the other singers are out. Chin Bao Bao still has hope. Let's see what song she can come up with. Well, I'm also looking forward to her guest partner. If it's someone at Yang Lena's level, it's hard to say who will win. Chin Bao Bao, Huang Yuding, and Wales. The 3 of them are the favorites to win the grand finals. It's time for Huang Yuding to go on stage. Soon, the 3 will become 2. Chin Bao Bao's popularity is weak. It depends on her guest partner. But I think the grand finals should be either Wales or Huang Yuding. Don't joke around. It's impossible to have a second guest partner like Yang Lena. I support Huang Yuding. Hurry up and vote. I want to leave my vote to the big boobs. The song Huang Yuting sang was a folk song. After the song was adapted, it was mixed with pop music elements. Just like his usual style, this singer liked to sing songs with feelings. Zhao Nan was very popular, but she hadn't sung on stage for many years. She seemed a little nervous, or her singing skills had deteriorated. She didn't handle a few details well and there were flaws. On the big screen, the votes kept changing. 500,000, 1 million, 1,500,000, 2,500,000. Under everyone's gaze, the votes slowly stopped. Over 2,900,000. The audience was in an uproar. Some were excited, some were pounding their chests, some were sad and disappointed. The votes were almost certain that Huang Yuting wouldn't win the grand finals. Although the voting channel was not closed and there would be more votes, it was only a small number. The voting was at its peak when the singers were singing. On the way to the waiting room, Zhao Nan sighed. Sorry, I made a mistake just now. Huang Yuting was more carefree. The other party is too strong. Sister Yang is too popular. It's not a sure win. The two stopped at the door of the waiting room. Huang Yuting took a deep breath and rubbed his face. Zhao Nan looked at his good friend's actions and felt a little melancholy. He said that he was carefree, but how could he not care? In the show's singer, Huang Yuting's popularity and singing skills were top-notch. He was the most likely to win the grand finals. Who would have thought that a dark horse would appear out of nowhere? Wales's singing skills were excellent, and he was signed by Yang Lina. In order to make an artist of the studio popular, the #1 singer in the music industry personally sang for him. After adjusting his facial expression, Huang Yuting pushed the door open and entered with a smile. Several singers stood up and shook hands and hugged Huang Yuting. You sang very well. It's so good. This song will definitely be a hit. Thank you, thank you. Huang Yuting said with a smile. Li Shuigang sighed, looking disappointed. Huang Yuting patted him on the shoulder. The next one is Qin Bao Bao. He was implying something. Li Shuigang looked at him angrily. So what if it was Qin Bao Bao? Could she do anything? Her popularity was slightly lower than his, and the guest singer she invited was not even a celebrity. She was an internet celebrity who could not even be considered an artist. Young Lena smiled. Wales was also full of smiles, feeling that victory was in his hands. They whispered in English, your championship is in the bag. Wales nodded. Qin's songs are very good. It seems that a lot of people like her songs. It's very good, but it's not enough to just rely on the songs. This is the grand finals, and there are guest singers. At this time, popularity is more important than good songs. Yes, her brother is not a singer. He's not even an artist. They whispered and were not afraid of being heard by others. Moreover, it was a live broadcast. Qin Bao Bao was going on stage. At this time, the camera would definitely follow the singer and not them. In the waiting room, several singers were talking about Qin Bao Bao's songs. Yang Lena smiled and said, during the rehearsal, what song did Qin Bao Bao sing? Li Rongxing said, she prepared 3 songs. One was a duet, one was Miss Chu, and one was a foreign song. I don't think she'll be singing that foreign song. Wales said in English, that duet was very nice. Several singers smiled. It was nice, but a good song was not enough to push Qin Bao Bao to the championship. How should they put it? It was not amazing enough. It was not shocking enough. On the screen, Yin Jia's voice sounded, next, let's welcome the last singer, Qin Bao Bao. Chapter 124. There was thunderous applause and cheers. Many of the audience were waiting for this group. They wanted to see who Qin Bao Bao's guest partner was and what kind of song she would come up with. It had long become a habit for the audience to look forward to Qin Bao Bao's new song. And what kind of song would she come up with in the finals? Although Miss Chu's sounded good, it was still inferior to Pompous, Blue and White Porcelain, and Li Guo. Among the three favorites to win the championship, Wales beat Huang Yuding. He was obviously the most likely to win the championship. Qin Bao Bao's last chance. What kind of song would she come up with? The audience was full of anticipation. Qin Bao Bao's tall and proud figure shuttled through the colorful lights and slowly walked to the stage. Clouds of smoke puffed out from both sides of the aisle. The moment she stepped into the center of the light beam, the accompaniment music started. In the front row of the audience, Li Donglai was very excited. She's here, she's here. Do you still have your tickets? Quickly vote for her. Zhang Wangyun chuckled and said, I know. I'll also leave my ticket for her. Li Weizong also wanted to vote for Qin Bao Bao. He glanced at Pei Ziki and said, I'll vote for whoever Ziki votes for. Li Donglai said, then it's Qin Bao Bao. Ziki hasn't said anything yet. She'll vote for Qin Bao Bao. How do you know? Li Donglai thought, nonsense. That's Qin Ji's sister. Li Weizong cast a questioning look at Pei Ziki. Pei Ziki said impatiently, why are you looking at me? Vote for whoever you want. Li Weizong was shocked. You're really voting for Qin Bao Bao? Don't you hate her? Why do you care? You speak too much nonsense. Pei Ziqi's temper was extremely bad. It was true that she didn't like Qin Bao Bao, but she was Qin Zhe's sister. Although Pei Ziki ignored Qin Zhe and even spoke ill of him, she didn't actually hate him. Yi Rou said, I gave my ticket to Huang Yuding. Gu Qing said, I gave my ticket to Wales. Chen Qingyuan said, I don't pay much attention to Qin Bao Bao, but I still have my ticket. I don't want to vote for her. She had tirelessly sent Qin Zhe harassing messages and had forgotten to vote. This girl was absent-minded throughout the entire program. Pei Ziki reminded him, don't regret it. Chen Qingyuan was stunned. When she was about to ask why, Qin Bao Bao's voice was still heard. She looked at the stage in shock. Pei Ziki also turned to look at the stage. What song is this? At the same time, the title and lyrics of the song appeared on the big screen. In the waiting room, Li Rongxing was confused. Which foreign song is she going to sing? What are the guest singers going to sing? It wasn't a chorus. Li Shuigong's face darkened. Su Lu rejoiced in his misfortune. What language is this? It doesn't sound like English. Wales said in English, it's Russian. She can sing a Russian song. He was a little surprised. He had sung a Russian song just now, but the audience didn't buy it. Why did Qin Bao Bao choose to sing a Russian song? Huang Yuding frowned. This song isn't a chorus, right? Two people sharing a song. Although it was possible, it still didn't feel right. It wasn't perfect. The guest singers were also discussing and laughing. The rhythm is quite bright. It sounds good. It's okay. I'm not familiar with opera, so my appreciation is limited. Wales can sing a Russian song. Ask him what he thinks. The singers looked at Wales, and Yang Lena translated for him with a smile. Wales thought for a moment. It's not bad. His Russian was half-baked, and his standard was not as good as Qin Bao Bao's. His appreciation was better than the other singers, but it was limited. So he gave a pertinent evaluation. Everyone immediately knew what to expect. Qin Bao Bao's voice was clear and melodious. The house is completed. Fill my loneliness. The door slammed shut behind me. The autumn wind is blowing against the windows. The live audience was shocked. They didn't expect Qin Bao Bao to sing a Russian song. They couldn't understand it at all. They only thought that it was a good song, but it didn't seem good enough to be used in the championship. On a certain live streaming website, the bullet screen was full of all kinds of comments. Amazing! Qin Bao Bao can sing a Russian song. Was it really written by her brother? Russian? Does he have to be so talented? His technical skills are indeed a little amazing. But this song sounds good, but it can't beat Wales at all. Even Huang Yuting's songs are better than this. Both siblings are amazing. I'm a Russian student, and I can confidently say that Qin Bao Bao's Russian is very good. It's even better than Wales's. Wales's Russian is at most at the level of an ordinary college student like us. She's not singing a Chinese song for the championship. What does that mean? Even Wales sings in Chinese. I want to say that this song doesn't sound like a duet, right? Where's Qin Bao Bao's guest partner? Qin Bao Bao's guest partner hasn't appeared yet. Don't tell me she doesn't have a guest partner. Qin Bao Bao continued singing. Sobbing softly above my head. It's raining heavily at night, and foggy in the morning. The sun has completely cooled down. The pain of a long time ago comes one after another. At this moment, a loud, clear, and pure voice rang out. It was like a sharp sword piercing through the audience. It was transmitted through the sound amplification equipment and filled the entire venue. This voice. The audience looked over in shock. A young man with an upright posture walked out from the shadows. He was wearing a black suit and shiny leather shoes. He held a microphone and his voice burst out from his throat. Just this one voice caused goosebumps to rise on the skin of the more than 500 people present. Their expressions froze as they stared at the stage. On a certain live streaming platform, the bullet screen suddenly disappeared, and the screen was terrifyingly clean. In the waiting room, the singer watched the scene through the screen. The room was silent, and the atmosphere was frozen. Even the professional singers were dumbfounded. Qin Bao Bao turned around and held the young man's hand. They stood on the stage hand in hand and she sang, "Let's meet here tonight. The house has been completed. It's filled with my loneliness." Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The door slammed shut behind him. The scrolling credits on the screen came to an end. Everyone thought that the song was over, but the accompaniment was still there. Qin Zhe held the microphone, and his soul-piercing voice sounded again. Ah! 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 Pei Ziki slowly shivered. Unknowingly, her back was covered with goosebumps. Chen Qingyuan stood up and stared at the young man on the stage, unable to move her eyes away. The huge venue was completely silent. There was no sound of discussion, no noise, only the accompaniment continued to play. What was that sound? You can sing like this. How could she sing so high? In the lounge, Li Rongxing swallowed. I'll go, I'll go, I'll go, Wang Yuting murmured, oh my god. Li Shuigang's heart was in a mess. He didn't know whether to be happy or angry. Wales opened his mouth and only managed to squeeze out 3 words after a long time. Oh my god. Several guest singers, A-list celebrities, and B-list singers all stared at the screen. All the online video platforms that were connected to the live broadcast signal were flooded with comments. All kinds of comments flooded the screen. Oh my god. Is there something wrong with my ears? 666666666. How did he sing? What kind of voice is this? It's not an ordinary tenor voice. It's so scary. How can there be such a voice? I'm covered in goosebumps. I'm so scared that I dropped my dried fish. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Important words must be repeated 3 times. This must be fake. I don't believe it. This voice is not scientific. It's obviously electronically synthesized. Is there such a strange person in the world? What a pure voice. It hits the soul directly. Shocking, too shocking. Mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the show, and then she knelt with me. Oh my God. Look who he is. Who? Oh my God. Chinze. This is Chinze. Am I seeing things? Yes, he's my idol. I'll recognize him even if he turns into ashes. Ah, honey, I love you. I love you. My husband is here. My husband is here. So handsome, so handsome. This old lady's maiden heart has melted. How can there be such a man? No, no, I won't marry anyone else but him. Chinze took a deep breath and put the microphone close to his mouth. Again. This thought came to everyone's mind at the same time. The next moment, awe. 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 It was not an ordinary tenor voice. A tenor could never sing with such a pure and sharp voice. Chinze did not have any lyrics from the beginning to the end, but his voice was already the most dazzling presence on the scene. This was the duet between Chinze and Qin Bao Bao. Chinze had originally prepared a duet between a man and a woman. It was up to Miss Chu whether she could use it or not, but this opera had to be sung. But her sister's throat could not handle it. She had practiced for more than half a month, but she really could not sing the high parts. Even if she forced herself to sing, it would not sound pure enough, and it would be mixed with a trace of cracking. That would ruin the song. This was a perfect performance. As Chinze's voice fell, the sound lingered, and the accompaniment quickly lowered and disappeared. The song ended. Qin Bao Bao did something unexpected. She turned around, tiptoed, and kissed her brother's lower lip. The scene froze, like a princess kissing a prince in a fairy tale. The audience did not feel that it was out of place. Instead, they felt that it was perfect. A perfect ending and a perfect performance. It was full of artistic colors. Just like the ending of a fairy tale. Many years later, there were still people who remembered this scene. Chapter 125. There was a moment of silence, as if the audience was still immersed in the music, but also as if they couldn't bear to interrupt this heartwarming scene. Until Chinze and Qin Bao Bao bowed hand in hand and exited the stage. The entire live broadcast site was filled with cheers, shouts, screams, and waving hands. Countless people stood up and shouted with all their might. Some people shouted for Qin Bao Bao, while others shouted for Chinze. From the west to the east of the huge venue, waves of cheers rose and fell. It didn't seem like a live broadcast, but more like a grand concert. The scene was almost out of control. Director Pang's expression changed. He was both happy and worried. This was a live broadcast, and it was the most prone to accidents. He had to find a way to calm the audience's emotions. Fortunately, Qin Bao Bao and Chinze had already exited the stage. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee that there wouldn't be overly excited audience members rushing out to ask for autographs, or female audience members shouting, "I want to give birth to your babies," or something like that. The staff made gestures in places that the camera couldn't see, but the audience simply ignored them. The enthusiastic atmosphere lasted for a few minutes before it finally subsided. Yin Jia took the opportunity to go on stage. This was a shocking performance. It left a lasting aftertaste and made people's hearts ripple. Thank you to the singer Qin Bao Bao for bringing us opera too. Friends in front of the TV, please pick up your phones and vote for the singers. The voting channel will close in 10 minutes. Quick, vote for Qin Bao Bao. Of course, I'll vote for her. The opera was too amazing, too amazing. Oh, I just voted for Wales. I'll call my family to vote. This is too shocking. Compared to Qinze, Wales is too weak. This younger brother is going to defy the heavens. He's overflowing with talent. The sibling pair kissing is so loving. Can you let go of your sister and come to me? No, let go of my goddess and let me do it. I feel that Qin Bao Bao might not be as popular as her younger brother, ha ha ha. Nonsense. Qin Bao Bao is about to become a B-lister. After today, she will be a genuine B-lister. Who knows, she might even be able to move up the ranks. Sob sob, I voted for Wales. Can I take back my vote? I want to vote for my husband. Isn't your husband Wales? Nonsense, Qinze is the one. Cut the crap, hurry up and vote. Those with votes cast their votes, while those without votes contacted their friends and family to vote. The scene was extremely lively. In the outside world, those who were watching the show on their computers or televisions were all shocked by the song. They couldn't understand how there could be such a sound. What kind of structure was his throat? He was simply inhuman. At home, Qin Ma and the old man were sitting in the living room watching a show. The old couple stared at the pair of children on the screen with their mouths agape. Were these really their children? Did we give birth to a pair of fake children? Grandpa Shen slapped his thigh angrily. It's one thing for sister to join the entertainment industry, but why is brother joining in as well? See if I don't beat them up later. Qin Ma's focus was clearly different. She frowned and said, why did they kiss? What is this? You have to beat them up. Bao Bao too. Her voice sounded like she was gnashing her teeth. Grandpa Shen waved his hand and said, maybe it's the effect of the show. Didn't there used to be a celebrity who kissed his mother on the show? Kissing on the show seemed more open and above board. If they kissed in private, Grandpa Shen would definitely explode. That was why sister never kissed at home as a reward. Qin Ma said angrily, that's different. How can sister and brother kiss? You have to chide them. They've never been proper since they were young. Sister doesn't act like an elder sister, and brother doesn't act like a younger brother either. Grandpa Shen said, look at how old-fashioned they are. Don't foreigners often kiss each other? It's very normal. Qin Ma wanted to say something but hesitated. She just felt that the siblings were old and had to be careful. Being too close wasn't necessarily a good thing. Grandpa Shen didn't think there was anything wrong with it because he didn't see the scene of the children sleeping together that day. Grandpa Shen suddenly said, that phone of yours, vote for them too. Qin Ma was stunned. You still support them? Didn't you object to Bao Bao being an artist? Grandpa Shen defended himself. What's the use of me objecting? Didn't she still go? Since she's participating in the show, why not take the championship if she can? Grandpa Shen muttered, ask Ace to come back tomorrow. I heard that he sold the copyright of his song for a lot of money. Qin Ma rolled her eyes. You're even thinking about our son's money. I'll save that money for our son to use when he marries a wife in the future. Bao Bao, don't spend all your brother's money for a wife. Grandpa Shen criticized, they say that a loving mother will spoil her son. You've spoiled him too much. I don't spoil Ace too much. I don't see him spoiling him too much. That's because I taught him well. Why didn't you educate your daughter? Hey, don't argue. The old couple also knew that although their sister was smart and promising, she also had a lot of bad habits. She was arrogant, lazy, and didn't know how to do housework. Qin Ma said, ask them to come back this weekend. Yanzi introduced me to a good young man. I think he's quite good. Let Bao Bao meet him. Grandpa Shen pondered and said, Bao Bao's career has just started. It's not good. Damn old man, you're a university professor. Do you have a brain? If you like him, hurry up and get married. Bao Bao can settle down and stop being an artist. Qin Ma sneered. That's a good idea. Grandpa Shen nodded. Qin Ma couldn't wait to take out her phone. I'll contact Yanzi now. Yanzi was Grandpa Shen's sister and Qin Zhe and his brother's aunt. Later, we're still watching the show, Grandpa Shen said. On TV, the show had already entered the voting segment. On the big screen, Qin Bao Bao's votes rose sharply. 500,000, 1 million. 2 million. At this time, Qin Bao Bao's votes were ranked third. The first two were Huang Yuting and Wales. The voting channel was not closed. Their votes had been rising, but it was rising very slowly. Especially after Qin Bao Bao finished singing, their votes almost stopped. They were 3. 2 million and 3. 5 million respectively. However, Qin Bao Bao's votes were still rising crazily. 2, 6 million. 2, 8 million. 3, 1 million. 3, 2 million. At this time, the voting channel was about to close. 10. 9. 8. 7. Votes, 3, 3 million. 3, 4 million. 3, 45 million. 3. 2. 1. The voting channel closed. The big screen showed the final votes of all the singers. Qin Bao Bao, 3, 7 million. Wales, 3, 5 million. Huang Yuting, 3, 2 million. Yin Jia went on stage and announced loudly, the champion of the second season of I Am a Singer, Qin Bao Bao. At this moment, the whole venue was filled with cheers that almost overturned the dome. It was too wonderful. The finals were too shocking. Every singer was very strong, but Qin Bao Bao, who emerged from many competitors, was even stronger. It was the first time they heard such a voice that seemed to penetrate the soul. This kind of surprise and shock had surpassed the song itself. Opera, too, was enough to cause a sensation in the domestic music industry. The program team was overjoyed. This season's reputation was even better than the previous season. It could be foreseen that the topic of I Am a Singer would be on the headlines of major entertainment news. The ratings were even more anticipated. They wondered if they could break the record of variety shows. Backstage, Qin Zhe heard a ding in his mind. The system sent a notification, successfully helped Qin Bao Bao become the champion of I Am a Singer. Mission accomplished. Reward, 500 points. The second season of I Am a Singer came to a perfect end. The audience left one after another. In a small private room, Qin Bao Bao sat in front of the dressing table, carefully applying makeup remover. Her sister was humming a little tune happily. Qin Zhe sat beside her, playing with his phone out of boredom. Qin Bao Bao suddenly said, do you think Mom and Dad will watch the show? Do you still need to ask? Their daughter participated in the finals. Although they said no, their bodies were honest. Qin Zhe curled his lips. Qin Bao Bao said worriedly, will they see sisters kiss as a reward? Qin Zhe shrugged. It's okay. Didn't you see Zhou Moji kissing his 17 or 18-year-old daughter on the internet recently? This is called a kiss of affection. Qin Bao Bao snorted. Damn it. Kiss of affection. At this moment, a text message came in. Qin Gu, are you still at the TV station? I'll come to you. This girl was really annoying. Qin Zhe typed in the text message. I'm not at the TV station. Before he could send it, there was a knock on the door. His sister kicked him with her foot. Open the door. Maybe it was someone from the TV station. Qin Zhe thought. The door opened and a staff member led a group of young boys and girls in. Miss Qin, they're looking for you. The staff member said and left immediately. Qin Bao was stunned. Looking for me? Master, you're amazing. Li Donglai was full of admiration and couldn't wait to give Qin Zhe a bear hug. Qin Zhe slapped him on the sofa. They all laughed and greeted, Qin Gu. Qin Zhe nodded at them. He wasn't curious how these guys got in. They were a bunch of rich and powerful second-generation officials. Qin Bao blinked and didn't understand the situation. Chen Qingyuan walked to Qin Zhe, raised her little face, and called out softly, Qin Gu. Her voice was soft and her face was slightly red. The girl's bright eyes were shining with admiration, shyness, nervousness, and joy. It vividly showed a girl yearning for love. The young boys and girls had playful looks in their eyes. Chen Qingyuan liked Qin Zhe. It wasn't a secret in their circle. This girl didn't intend to hide her feelings at all. She would look for Pei Ziki or Li Donglai to ask about Qin Zhe. Li Donglai, who was slow to react, was stunned. He looked at Chen Qingyuan and then at Qin Zhe. He finally understood. Damn, so Chen Qingyuan likes Qin Gu. I found out. Hee. Suddenly, he found Yi Ro looking at him with hidden bitterness. Li Donglai was confused. Qin Bao narrowed his eyes and said in his heart, it's over. This girl is obviously coveting my brother. Her face was rippling with amorous feelings. The only thing missing was the words, I like you, written on it. Qin Zhe nodded and smiled at her, which could be considered as a greeting. He asked Li Donglai, didn't you start school? You're in the 3rd year of high school. Don't fool around. I only came because I knew you would come. Li Donglai hurriedly expressed his loyalty. Chen Qingyuan immediately took over the topic. Qin Gu, Ziki said you would come. I didn't believe it. You're really here. I didn't come in vain today. Qin Zhe couldn't stand this girl's valiant style of speech. He looked at Pei Ziki, did you find your piano teacher? Pei Ziki glanced at him angrily, I've been learning for half a month. Qin Bao looked at Pei Ziki again and was slightly shocked. Damn, another fresh cabbage. Suddenly, he felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. Qin Gu, let's go eat barbecue. I know a good barbecue restaurant. Chen Qingyuan suggested. Not going. Qin Gu refused. You're a rich second generation. You don't want to eat seafood and abalone. You want to treat me to barbecue. Let's go. Treat it as a celebration for you winning the championship. Li Donglai said. Qin Zhe looked at Chen Qingyuan. The latter had a look of anticipation. Qin Zhe turned his head to look at his sister. She was today's main character. His sister had just won the championship. He couldn't leave her behind. Qin Bao thought in her heart, is it finally my turn to go on stage? I've had enough of this cold seat. Not going. Qin Bao said, I still have something to do at the TV station. Chen Qingyuan said, then we'll go after we're done. I won't go even after I'm done. I'm tired today. Qin Bao crossed her legs. She looked like a goddess. Chen Qingyuan said angrily, Qin Gu, who is she to you? You're even singing for her. Qin Zhe looked at his sister. Qin Bao also looked at her brother. Their eyes met and both of them trembled. The quick-witted brother saw his sister's expression and immediately guessed what she was planning. Without a trace of hesitation, he lunged towards his sister. The equally quick-witted sister also instantly understood her brother's thoughts. Her heart sank. Not good, I have to be quick. In the end, the agile brother was one step faster. Qin Zai's big hand covered his sister's face and pushed her onto the sofa. She's my sister, Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zai rushed to answer. Chapter 126. The older sister sat on the sofa with a bitter face, watching her younger brother chatting with a few kids. After a long while, Qin Zai finally coaxed the group of high school students away. Chen Qingyuan looked disappointed. She walked to the door, turned around and said, Qin Gu, you look so handsome in a suit. Qin Zai laughed. Yeah, I think so too. Chen Qingyuan's heart was instantly filled with sweetness as he left. She turned around and closed the door. At this time, she heard the coquettish woman's voice from inside. A suit doesn't suit you. Don't wear a suit in the future. Then Qin Zai's voice came. Really? I think so too. Chen Qingyuan was expressionless. She reached out and wiped Li Donglai's back. Li Donglai's face changed. What? What did you wipe on me? Chen Qingyuan said, it's the trust between people. As soon as the crowd left, the elder sister aggressively rushed over. She rolled up her sleeves and pretended to hit someone. She tenderly reprimanded, day and night, I still let you go outside to attract bees and butterflies. Qin Zai, how many girls did you flirt with outside? What girls? I didn't even flirt with you. Qin Zai argued. Qin Bao Bao's face flushed instantly. She said anxiously, You. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Zai was shocked. Oh my God, you're talking about Sister Ziwei. Don't think too much. Bah, who's thinking too much? Qin Bao Bao stared at her younger brother for a few seconds and sighed. My son has grown up and can't be stopped from looking for a wife. Bah, whose mother are you? Where do you put our mother? I'm like a mother. I raised you up with all my might. I'm half a mother. Go away, I'm the one who raised you up. Bullshit. It stinks. The elder sister's verbal skills were not as good as her younger brother's. She was so angry that she used her face-scratching technique. Qin Zai pressed his hand on her forehead and tilted his head back. He could not let her scratch his face. I haven't settled the score with you just now. Idiot, even if you want to be a demon, you have to look at the occasion. Some of them know about our relationship. What's the point of you calling me husband? His expression just now was exactly the same as before. Fortunately, Qin Zai reacted quickly. At that time, that little cabbage didn't know about their relationship. Qin Bao Bao could make a fuss, but Li Donglai and Pei Ziki knew about their relationship. Qin Bao Bao called out sweetly, Hubby, is this the coquettish bitch you've been messing around with outside? Do you want my image or not? I don't care about my reputation. There's always a blind cabbage thinking about my pig. Qin Bao Bao said disdainfully. Seeing that there was no one in the room, Qin Zai took out a cigarette and lit it. Just as he took a puff, Qin Bao Bao took it away and threw it into a mineral water bottle. With a puff, it went out. Smoke less, okay. You can smoke a pack every 3 days and slowly quit. Qin Bao Bao lectured her younger brother. You never care about me. Qin Zai said gloomily, can't we play properly? Isn't it natural for an elder sister to take care of her younger brother? Qin Bao Bao put her hands on her hips and tried to show the majesty of an elder sister. Zijin said that she was often bullied by him because she did not have the image of an elder sister. Humph, it was all his fault for not being obedient. Do you want to be beaten again? Qin Zai squinted. Qin Zai, can't you give me some face? Qin Bao Bao stomped her feet angrily. After dealing with the follow-up matters, it was already 10:00 in the evening. Qin Bao Bao drove, and Qin Zhe, as usual, held his sister's 8,000 yuan high heels. Qin Bao Bao went on stage in 10 centimeters high heels. It was impossible to drive in such shoes, and she could not even step on the brakes properly. The next day, the major news networks kept pushing the news of "I Am a Singer." "I Am a Singer" perfect ending. Opera 2 sensational audience. Godlike voice. The talented little heavenly king of the 90s. You see, shocking, she's the winner in the end. This time, baby Qin was famous. She was really famous. Although it was easy for celebrities to create hype nowadays, and it was easy to make a celebrity famous, it would also cause a phenomenon in the entertainment industry. Many years ago, when a group of big names dominated the entertainment industry, the era had long passed. Now, celebrities were like leeks. Before the old leeks were yellow, new leeks had already appeared. However, it was easy for celebrities to create hype, but difficult to maintain popularity. After being popular for a while, it would fade away. It was hard to say whether Qin Bao Bao would be a flash in the pan, but she was definitely the fastest rising celebrity. In just 2 short months, Qin Bao Bao had become one of the most popular female artists on the variety show. The most talked about new female celebrity in the entertainment circle. It was Saturday. Qin Bao Bao sat on the sofa like a duck, making a phone call. She was dealing with her agent, Li Yanhong, who was unable to contain her excitement. Qin Zhe was also making a phone call. It was a call from the top music charts. Wang Zijin sat quietly on the sofa watching TV series. This sister seemed to have this hobby. She usually wrote manuscripts, flipped through books, and watched TV series. Qin Bao Bao put down the phone and rolled around on the spacious sofa excitedly. Feeling that it was not enough, she kicked her brother a few times with her long legs to vent her excitement. Qin Zhe's phone fell to the ground and he looked at her angrily. Qin Bao Bao was so scared that she shrank back and leaned towards Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe picked up the phone and hurriedly ended the call. You didn't sell the copyright of the opera? Wang Zijin took the opportunity to ask during the commercial break. Yes, but it's a share of the profits. It's only limited to the online copyright. Qin Zhe answered. Then he pounced on his sister and grabbed the sole of her foot. Qin Bao Bao screamed and begged for mercy. At 10:30, Qin Bao Bao suggested that they go on a trip. Speaking of which, Wang Zijin had been in Shanghai for 2 months, but the three of them had not gone on a trip together. Qin Zhe was a little tempted. He said in a low voice, "Won't you be recognized?" His sister could not be mentioned in the same breath. If she were to walk on the street, 5 out of 10 people would recognize her. Qin Bao Bao ran into the room barefooted and came out wearing a pair of sunglasses and a large brimmed hat. I have a magical weapon. I guarantee that even my own mother won't recognize me. Qin Zhe looked at her. The sunglasses and the large brimmed hat covered her beautiful hair and enchanting face, only revealing her white chin and rosy lips. His mother really did not have the ability to recognize her daughter by her chin. He was relieved. Wang Zijin was not very willing to go. She still had a few episodes before the finale. She could not resist her best friend's insistence. She asked her to download it first. The siblings ignored her and started to discuss where they were going to play in a low voice. Qin Bao Bao said that they should go to Disneyland. They had not been there since it was built last year. Qin Zhe rejected her. One of the reasons why Disneyland was controversial, there were too many people. This would increase the chances of Qin Bao Bao being recognized. He did not want to be stuck in Disneyland. Besides, he hated too many people. Waiting in line was endless. Qin Bao Bao said that they should go to the zoo. Qin Zhe rejected her again. Qin Bao Bao said that they should go to Hangzhou West Lake. Qin Zhe rejected her again. After a few times, his sister began to make trouble. She said that they should go to the Great Wall of Beijing and tour Xiangshan. Then she said that they should go to Mount Putuo to pray that her only son could marry a wife soon and have children for the Qin family. As soon as she finished, she said coquettishly, "Ace, why don't we go on a road trip to Tibet? My biggest wish is to travel all over the country with you." Qin Zhe could not stand her. He slapped his sister's bouncy butt and said angrily, "Go away, go away." Qin Bao Bao covered her butt and pulled her best friend to her side. "Zijin, he hit my butt again. Help me scold him." Qin Zhe opened the map and searched. Considering that they did not have much time on the weekend, it would be best to go somewhere closer by car. He proposed to go to an ancient town in the suburbs. There's an ancient town there, and there are drifting and fish ponds. We can fish there. Wang Zijin's eyes lit up. "Let's go fishing." Qin Bao Bao objected. "I've been there when I was a child. It's boring. I don't want to go." Qin Zhe said, "Then let's vote." In the end, his sister was alone and passed with 2 votes. The ancient town was 60 kilometers away from Qin Zhe's house. Today was the weekend and the road was congested. It took them an hour to drive to the highway toll gate. Qin Bao Bao parked the car in the parking lot and asked her brother to drive. Qin Zhe said, "Damn, you want to die with me, right?" He had enough driving experience, but he did not dare to drive on the highway because of his lack of practical experience. Wang Zijin said, "Let me do it, let me do it." Qin Zhe ran to sit in the front passenger seat. Qin Bao Bao grabbed him and pushed him back to the back seat. She said angrily, "Look at you. You're becoming a lapdog." She glared at Qin Zhe with jealousy. Then she closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. On the highway, the car was fast and stable. Qin Bao Bao felt sleepy and fell asleep leaning on her brother. Qin Zhe hugged his sister's waist and sniffed her fragrant perfume. From this angle, his sister's face was simply beautiful. She had a fair and tender face, thick and dense eyelashes, a round nose, and a thin chin. He looked at her like this. He had looked at this face for more than 20 years and had never gotten tired of it. How many more years could he look at her like this? Chapter 127. At 11:00 in the afternoon, Wang Zijin followed the GPS, turned into the turnstile, and drove off the highway. After driving around for half an hour, they finally arrived at the ancient town. Qin Zhe shook his sister awake. Qin Bao looked around in a daze. Qin Zhe gently wiped away the suspicious tears at the corner of her mouth. Perhaps this action was not something he should do as a younger brother, so Qin Bao was a little shy. The ancient town was located in the center of Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai. It was near the international airport to the east and connected to Pingwang to the west. The golden waterway Chao-Qing River flowed through the town. The houses with white walls and black tiles were built near the river. It was a real family that slept in the water. Qin Zhe knew that Wang Zijin had never been here before. Half of it was based on his memory, and the other half was based on the information he found online. Although it can't be compared to Wuzhen, this is the first ancient town in Shanghai. It has the characteristics of a Jiangnan water town. There are bridges and bluestone paths. I heard that it's going to rain today. I don't know if I'll be able to enjoy the beauty walking through the long alley with an oil paper umbrella. Wang Zijin smiled. Qin Bao waved her snow-white wrist and said, I'll do it, I'll do it. Ace has such a perverted idea. I can only reluctantly agree to it. Go away. Qin Zhe scolded. When I was in primary school, my parents brought us here a few times. It has changed a lot. At that time, the water was clearer, the houses were older, and the arches on the river were mottled with time. They walked on the ancient town's flat street. I remember that there were many cobblestone roads here. Now, they're all replaced with stone slabs and cement. It's a pity. In the past, baby Chin had even fallen on the cobblestones and hurt her knees. She had cried her eyes out. I was beaten up by the old man. Wang Zijin burst out laughing. Why did he beat you? Qin Bao said unhappily, he chased me, that's why I fell. Qin Zhe recalled. I remember that you stole my snacks and ran away. In the end, you fell flat on your face. Qin Bao Bao was very naughty when she was young. She always bullied me. Wang Zijin sighed, so it's all retribution. Qin Bao Bao glared at her best friend. Whose side are you on? Coincidentally, as they turned the corner, there was a stone bridge in front of them. The river was tranquil, and restaurants were built along the river. They were all in a retro style, with white walls and black tiles. Diners could enjoy the river scenery. Qin Bao Bao said excitedly, quick, take a picture. She stood on the bridge with one hand on her waist and the other making a peace sign. The background was the quiet flowing Chongqing River and ancient buildings in the style of Jiangnan water towns. Qin Zhe said, you don't even show your face, so there's no need to take photos. Come, Zijin, let's take a picture together. Qin Bao Bao immediately took off his hat and sunglasses. Hey! The two of them called out to her. In the end, the three of them stood side by side. Qin Zhe's hands were long, so he was responsible for holding the phone and adjusting the angle. With a click, the picture froze. Qin Zhe stood in the middle. On his left was his sister Wang Zijin, and on his right was his sister Qin Bao Bao. When Qin Zhe pressed the shutter, the mischievous sister chopped his head with a karate chop. Wang Zijin noticed her best friend's action and looked over with a half-smile. She looked very much like the funny brother in online emoticons. Only Qin Zhe's expression was normal. After that, Wang Zijin chased Qin Zhe and asked him to delete the photo. Qin Bao Bao snatched the phone and ran away. She said that she wanted to send it to the high school group. At noon, they had lunch at a restaurant near the river. Qin Bao Bao generously asked for a small private room. As soon as her sister entered the private room, she took off her sunglasses and big brimmed hat. Her face was flushed and she was dripping with sweat. It's so hot. I can't wait to dive into the Chongqing River. The waitress following behind suddenly called out. Qin Bao Bao was shocked. She thought to herself, oh no, I've been recognized. The waitress excitedly pointed at Qin Zhe. I recognize you. You're Qin Zhe. You're so handsome. You're even more handsome than in the video. Can you give me an autograph? Qin Zhe said, no problem. Don't tell anyone. Then he signed. During the process of ordering, the waitress's eyes never left Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe wanted to order pork trotters. The taste of this dish is average. I suggest you eat river fish. It's freshly caught in the river. It's very fresh. The waitress suggested. Qin Zhe felt that stir-fried wild vegetables were not bad. The waitress immediately said, actually, it's not wild vegetables. These days, wild vegetables are more delicate than domesticated ones. Everyone eats wild vegetables. They've long been sold out. Stir-fried preserved meat with garlic moss is not bad. It's cured meat made by the farmers in town. It tastes good. The waitress strongly recommended. Qin Zhe ordered 4 meat dishes, 2 vegetarian dishes, and 1 soup. The waitress reluctantly left the private room. Throughout the process of ordering, she did not notice Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao touched her face and then her head. What are you doing? Wang Zijin asked. Qin Bao Bao said dejectedly, I'm seeing if I can get another hat and a pair of glasses. I'm a fake star. There's a terrible unspoken rule in Shanghai's restaurants, there are only a few dishes. All businessmen are unscrupulous. The taste was not bad, but in the eyes of Qin Zai's two sisters, it was simply too low class. You can't expect a restaurant in a scenic area to be delicious. After the meal, Qin Zai and the sisters strolled around the ancient town. Qin Bao Bao passed by an art shop and personally picked a pair of sunglasses for her brother. It was the kind of sunglasses used by military advisors during the Republic of China era. As a result, the number of people turning their heads was even better. Every time Qin Zai walked past, there would be people looking at him curiously. Wang Zijin joked, "Yo, two big stars. I'm just a passerby." At 2:00 in the afternoon, Qin Bao Bao said that she was tired. She hid in a Western restaurant to enjoy the air conditioning and ordered 3 desserts on her own initiative. This Western restaurant was elegantly decorated. The waitresses were all dressed in European and American style. The price was twice the price outside. Many tourists were sitting in the hall for afternoon tea. On a hot day, they came in to drink desserts and drinks when they were tired. There was also a piano in the middle of the hall. A waiter was playing it. If the tourists were interested, they could also play a song, but they had to pay a small fee. Qin Bao Bao bit the straw and took a big gulp. She stuck out her tongue and licked the sweet cream. She narrowed her eyes happily, it's so comfortable. I finally feel alive. She turned her head to look at the blazing sun outside the floor-to-ceiling window. The bright sunlight reflected in her dark pupils. I just want to hide under the air conditioning and be a salted fish. I don't want to go out and bask in the sun. Qin Zai sneered, salted fish sister. Go away. Qin Bao Bao wanted to hit him, but Qin Zai and Wang Zijin were sitting opposite her. She couldn't hit them. Bao Bao, how's work recently? I heard from A's that there's a girl named Su Lu who often makes trouble for you. Wang Zijin said meaningfully. Not often, but I can't compete with her for resources. Qin Bao Bao said, I'm a kitten now. My claws and teeth are not sharp. When I become a big tiger in the future, I won't be afraid of her. Qin Zai complained as usual, a tigress. She couldn't hit him, so she ignored him and dug a spoon of dessert. This is called enduring hardships. Qin Zai's eyes wandered around, and he saw a young couple sitting diagonally across from them. They should be tourists from Shanghai like them. The young man and the girl whispered for a moment. The girl's eyes lit up and she nodded happily. Then the young man stood up and walked to the central piano. He whispered a few words to the piano waiter and handed a 100 yuan note to the waiter. The waiter stood up and gave his seat to the young man. Some of the tourists around looked over, while others chatted among themselves. The young couple looked at each other and smiled. The young man straightened his back and opened his shoulders. It was obvious from his standard posture that he had practiced. Qin Zai was a little surprised. In this day and age, if you asked a child if they knew how to play the piano, the probability of them nodding was quite high. But if you asked an adult if they knew how to play the piano, 9 out of 10 people would shake their heads. Children nowadays were miserable. They had endless homework to do and endless interest classes to attend. Driven by parents' desire for their children to succeed, piano classes. Go. Painting classes. Go. Dance classes. Go. Swimming classes. Go. Go, go, go. They didn't care about the children's feelings at all. In the eyes of most parents, their children were like Long Out Yin. They were talented in everything and had to learn everything. It was also because the economic conditions were better now. Like Qin Zai when he was young, he was abandoned by his parents because of his poor aptitude. Even so, he only learned for a year and a half. Because of economic reasons, he stopped. The light and melodious sound of the piano floated in the hall. It was like flowing water, like silver bells. The melody was excellent. Tichin bao bao. A tourist said. This song is very nice. I've heard it many times. Tichin bao bao. A white-haired uncle was puzzled. It was composed by a female celebrity's younger brother. It was very famous a while ago. The daughter who accompanied her father explained. It's quite nice, but it's a little soft. The uncle said. It's about love. The daughter laughed. The uncle was stunned. Love? Composed for his sister? This young man's thinking is very dangerous. After the song was played, there was sparse applause. If you casually played the piano and the whole hall cheered, then that would be strange. But the goal of attracting attention was achieved. All the guests in the hall were paying attention to the couple. This is A's song. Wang Zijin said. Yes, yes. Qin Bao Bao nodded like a chick pecking at rice. She emphasized, it was composed for me. Wang Zijin automatically ignored the second half of the sentence and suggested, A's also play a song. She had never seen Qin Zhe play the piano, except in videos. Qin Zhe asked, what do you want to play? Wang Zijin said, anything. He looked at his sister again. His sister also said, anything. Qin Zhe thought for a moment. Then let's play that song. Don't. Isn't that a slap to his face? Qin Bao Bao said. That's cool. Urban novels all like this kind of routine. Qin Zhe said. Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips, cool your sister. When did he offend you? You want to slap his face. This is called forcing a routine. Qin Zhe said, but if it's not a routine, it'll feel too plain and boring. If the routine is too intense, the readers will feel like their intelligence is being insulted. Qin Bao Bao sighed, that's why I say that acting cool is a skill. Qin Zhe looked at her, you don't have to act cool. You were born with this skill. You're asking for a beating. Qin Bao Bao pounced on her brother and twisted his ear. Qin Zhe quickly dodged. Qin Zhe said, then how about a fairy tale? No. Wang Zijin said, Bao Bao often sings fairy tales in the middle of the night. My ears are getting calluses. Why are you singing a fairy tale? Qin Zhe looked at his sister. Qin Bao Bao said anxiously, it's none of your business. It's exaggerated, right? Qin Zhe said again. No, the two sisters said in unison. Qin Zhe looked at them, didn't you say anything? Fine, this is very feminine. He stood up and suddenly thought of something, I'll be recognized if I go up like this. This was the suburbs of Shanghai, not another province. Someone might recognize him and implicate his sister, and the trip would become a fan meeting. Qin Bao Bao thought for a moment, put on the sunglasses I bought for you. She felt that it was not safe, so she put her woman's top hat on her brother's head and giggled, this way, even my own mother won't recognize you. Qin Zhe went over, can I use this piano? The waiter looked up and stared at the strangely dressed customer, yes, 100 yuan per song. It was not common to see restaurants with built-in pianos. Some restaurants allowed diners to play the piano, while others did not. After all, if you played randomly, the customers would be annoyed and leave. But Qin Zhe had never seen a restaurant that charged a fee. Considering that this was a scenic spot, it was understandable that all kinds of weird charges were charged. It was a grand piano. It was black and shiny, and it was quite new. Grand pianos were suitable for large-scale performances or professionals. Most people used upright pianos at home. Qin Zhe had never played an upright piano before. Among the people he knew, only Pei Ziki had a piano, and it was a flashy grand piano. Qin Zhe sat upright in front of the piano. His back was straight, and he was as strong as bamboo. Qin Bao pointed at him and said, "My brother is handsome, right?" Wang Zijin, "Yes, yes, yes." The most handsome thing was not his face, but his spirit. Although the system had helped him make some minor adjustments to his face, his foundation was still there. It would be a lie to say that he was handsome enough to shock people. He had upgraded from a good-looking little guy to a handsome guy in the traditional sense. Wang Zijin's family was not ordinary, and the number of handsome guys she had seen could not be counted with her hands and feet. Qin Zhe was actually above average among them. Qin Bao wrinkled her nose, "Not for you." Wang Zijin was stunned and rolled her eyes. While they were talking, the sound of the piano floated. The melody was beautiful, soft and firm. Invisible Wings. Qin Bao immediately recognized her debut work. She curled her lips and said, "It's all right." Wang Zijin, "Yes, the melody is relatively simple." At this time, in the middle part of the rhythm, there was a glissando, and the bright melody suddenly became melodious and ethereal. Ha! Qin Bao was stunned. Chapter 128. Did it go wrong? Qin Bao wondered. Ethereal with a hint of sadness, melodious with a touch of sadness. It was the song she had sung before, Legend. She thought her brother might have made a mistake and mixed up the two songs. Is that so? Wang Zijin had never heard of Legend. How embarrassing. Luckily, I wore sunglasses. Qin Bao covered her face. Did he play it wrong? It was Invisible Wings, right? The melody is very familiar. I remember that song's name. It was Invisible Wings just now. This is also Qin Bao's song called Legend. He must have played it wrong. Forget it, let's just listen. He's not a professional anyway. Many tourists in the hall could tell. Qin Bao's songs were popular all over the country. Qin Zhe played Invisible Wings. They thought it was quite nice and thought that this young man had some skills. There were many people who sang Invisible Wings, but not many who played the piano. Qin Zhe had no other thoughts. He lowered his head and focused on playing the piano. His hands danced on the black and white keys, hitting the keys steadily and forcefully. Everyone had already accepted that Invisible Wings had become legend. But as they listened, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. Was Legend so elegant? This melody, damn. Blue and white porcelain. When did it become blue and white porcelain? Why didn't they recognize it? Why is he playing blue and white porcelain again? I just realized. Did he play it wrong again? How is this playing wrong? This is a skewer. It's so seamless. It doesn't feel abrupt at all. It's very smooth. Yeah, if I hadn't heard these songs, I would have thought it was the same song. This young man is quite good. The tourists whispered to each other. At first, Invisible Wings didn't catch their attention. They were just chatting. When they realized that the young man had played it wrong, they laughed and talked about it. But now, they realized that it wasn't a mistake. It was a skewer. Wang Zijin sighed. He played it so well. Qin Bao hid her surprise and snorted. He only knows how to be in the limelight. It was easy to flirt with girls if he was too eye-catching. The melody of the blue and white porcelain entered its final stage. It slipped away in melancholy and gradually fell into a slump. Everyone thought that this was the end of the piano series. Qin Zhe's 10 fingers paused for a moment. Suddenly, he stepped on the pedal and his 10 fingers danced on the keys. In the next moment, the impassioned sound of the zither exploded without any warning. From the bass to the treble, from the ending to the climax. For 3 consecutive songs, Chin-zae stepped on the soft pedal. The songs were either beautiful, ethereal, or classical. He played them with a relatively soft voice. It was obviously very abrupt, and the connection was not smooth at all, but it gave people a kind of pleasure and resonance from being suppressed to being raised. Music and speeches were powerful tools to evoke resonance. Exaggerated. A middle-aged man blurted out. This was one of Qin Bao Bao's most famous works, but it was different from the highly praised, blue and white porcelain. Although Exaggerated was very popular, it was not suitable for Qin Bao Bao to sing. It was criticized by some fans, who felt that Qin Bao Bao was still a little lacking. Most of the fans who liked this song had some social experience. Adolescent children and rich second generations who did not eat the food of mortals probably did not have a sense of immersion. How could they understand that kind of unwillingness without the experience of being in the dust? How could they have the ambition to, like a sudden high song, without being a passerby for more than 10 years? There were very few people who had the protagonist template, just like the lyrics of the lyrics. In the world, there are too many ordinary and ordinary roads. Which house do you live in? Resonance. Exaggerated was the song with the best resonance effect that Qin Bao Bao had ever sung. Many tourists hummed along with the melody. Chin-zae gradually immersed himself. His movements of hitting the keys became bigger and bigger. His body leaned left and right with the melody, like a crazy performer. The notes climbed steadily, layer by layer. It ended at the craziest and most resounding part, just like the song ended with a roar. The song was finished. Chin-zae let out a long breath. Clap, clap, clap. There was a burst of applause, and the tourists cheered. Wonderful. Too wonderful. Few people could connect several songs so perfectly without any sense of disharmony. The tourists just felt that the level was good and deserved applause. But if there were music professionals present, they would probably be stunned. This required good talent and understanding and proficiency of these songs. At 2:00 in the afternoon, the sky quickly became cloudy. The weather forecast said that there would be a rainstorm today. The summer rain clouds were thick and clear at a glance. It was rainy in winter, and the sky was light gray. Chin-zae saw that the dark clouds in the sky were faint and would not come down for a while, so he said that the weather was good and they should go fishing. The 3 of them left the restaurant. When they went out, Qin Bao Bao pointed at Chin-zae's arm and turned to ask Wang Zijin, "Do you want to hug him?" Wang Zijin did not react and said subconsciously, "I don't want to hug him." Qin Bao Bao was immediately relieved and said happily, "That's good." She hugged Chin-zae's arm and jumped up and down. 2 kilometers away from the ancient town, there was a big fish pond for tourists to fish. The fee was based on a daily basis, 300 yuan per person per day. The fee was simply a scam. There were many people fishing. Fortunately, the fish pond was big enough for them to gather together. Chin-zae, Wang Zijin, and Qin Bao Bao chose a place where there was no one, put on the bait, and cast the hook. They sat on the stool provided by the fish pond owner and began to fish. Some people liked fishing very much. Even if they could not catch anything, they could sit for a whole day. Some people hated fishing the most. They did not have the patience to wait for the fish to take the bait. They felt like idiots sitting there with nothing to catch. Wang Zijin was the former, and Qin Bao Bao was the latter. Chin-zae was in between the two. After the sister threw the hook into the water, she did not care anymore. She sat on the stool, played with her phone, browsed Weibo, and read novels. When she was bored, she would use her foot to tease her brother. She would rub against his thigh. Qin Bao Bao came out in low-heeled sandals. Her toes were painted with dark red nail polish. The soles of her feet were white and tender, and her toes were round. It was a great benefit for a foot fetishist. Qinze was not a foot fetishist, but he liked to see young ladies in short skirts. His sister happened to be wearing a pleated short skirt today. He was aroused by his sister and said angrily, "Can you behave? You're exposed." Qin Bao Bao hurriedly retracted her long legs and pressed down the hem of her short skirt. She said angrily, "How dare you look at my naked body, pervert?" Wang Zijin looked at Qinze in shock. I. Damn. Qinze glared at his sister and communicated with his eyes. "You did it on purpose, didn't you? You're ruining my image in front of Wang Zijin." Qin Bao Bao raised her sharp chin and gave him a "come and hit me" look. Wang Zijin's buoy suddenly sank, and the water rippled. A fish was hooked. The fish was not small, and the fishing rod bent in a sharp arc. Qin Bao Bao excitedly rushed over. "Let me do it." Qinze grabbed her. "I'll pull you into the water later." He was afraid that his sister would not control her strength and pull off the hook. Wang Zijin was a fishing master, and she knew the secret of entanglement. She entangled with the fish in the water neither too fast nor too slow. "You can struggle as you like. When you're tired, I'll drag you." Until the fish was exhausted and was dragged to the shore. Qinze picked up the net and caught the big fish, which was half the length of his arm. However, it was a very common grass carp. The meat was hard and tasted bad. Qin Bao Bao excitedly squatted by the bucket and looked at the fish. Qinze smiled and said, "Sister Ziwei, let's have a competition. Let's see who catches more fish." Wang Zijin was excited. "Okay." Qin Bao Bao immediately said, "I'll join, too." Qinze said, "Whoever loses will sweep the floor and wash the dishes for a week." The fish pond was very large and could be regarded as a small reservoir. The water was drawn from the Chowqing River, so there must be a lot of fish. However, all businessmen were evil. The fish pond owner fed the fish until they were full, so it was not so easy to hook them. Moreover, there should be no precious fish in the pond, so no matter how many fish were caught, they would not feel distressed. After an hour, Wang Zijin caught 4 fish, Qinze caught 3, and Qin Bao Bao did not catch a single fish. It was not that no fish took the bait, but the key was that she did not know how to fish. She lifted the rod as soon as the buoy sank, and sometimes the fish just tested the bait under the water. Another reason was that she pulled too hard and forced the hook to be unhooked. Qin Bao Bao unhooked another fish. She angrily threw the fishing rod away, stamped her feet, and cried, "Qinze, the fish here are as annoying as you." Qinze disdainfully said, "What does it have to do with me? Don't answer her. Once you answer, she will pester you and use all kinds of skillful techniques to push the blame to you. Finally, she will throw the punishment of cleaning to you. The longest road I've ever walked in my life is my sister's trick." Qin Bao Bao saw that her brother did not take the bait, so she pouted and sat on the small bench, facing him sideways, sulking alone. Qinze and Wang Zijin chased each other. Although the fish they caught were all cheap, they came here to fish for fun. It did not matter what kind of fish they caught. The game was in a stalemate. Suddenly, with a splash, a stone fell into the water, scaring away the fish that Qinze had just caught. The mischievous sister patted the mud on her hands, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Seeing that her brother was angry, she hurriedly shouted, "There's a problem with my fishing rod." Qinze came over to take a look. "There's no problem." Qin Bao Bao quibbled, "There's a problem. I want to go drifting. I don't want to fish." "Then you lose. You have to sweep the floor when you go back." Qin Bao Bao pretended not to hear, twisted her body, and quickly walked away. Chapter 129. A few minutes later, Qin Bao Bao walked around the fish pond and came back. She kicked the bucket, causing the fishes to jump in panic and splash water everywhere. His sister said in a sweet voice, "Fishing is boring. Play drifting with me." Qin Zhe said, "It's quite interesting." His sister pinched Qin Zhe's arm and asked, "Is it interesting? Is it interesting?" "Not interesting, not interesting." Qin Zhe gritted his teeth. "Bao Bao, don't disturb us fishing. Go drift by yourself," Wang Zijin said unhappily. "Why are we fishing so many fishes?" "We can't eat all of them," Qin Bao Bao said. "Who wants to eat them?" "Pick a few good ones to take away and let the rest go," Wang Zijin said, amused. "Then there's even less need to fish." Let's go drift." "No, is fishing with me. We don't have time to drift. Your brother is still my brother." Qin Bao Bao raised her eyebrows. "Does it matter?" Wang Zijin squinted. The two best friends looked at each other, and it was as if there were crackling electric arcs. After a long time, Wang Zijin took a deep breath and gathered qi in her dantian. She said, as if she was saying the Buddhist 9 syllables, "Where do watermelons grow?" Qin Bao Bao answered, "Watermelon vines. They grow on the ground." Wang Zijin asked again, "Where do peanuts grow?" Qin Bao Bao answered, "Peanuts. They grow underground." Wang Zijin asked again, "Where do strawberries grow?" This was a little difficult. Qin Bao Bao said uncertainly, "On trees." Qin Zhe slapped his forehead. Wang Zijin said, "Once." Qin Bao Bao guessed, "Underground." "Twice." "Could it be in the water?" "3 times." "You lost." Wang Zijin said proudly, "Strawberries grow on the ground." "Strawberries grow on the ground, how dirty would that be?" "I don't believe it." Qin Bao Bao was not convinced. "Every time you ask me, this time doesn't count. It should be me asking and you answering. That's for next time. Don't even think about getting away with it." I. Qin Bao Bao lost the battle of wits. She looked at her brother with tears in her eyes. Qin Zhe thought to himself, "You two really know how to play. Excuse me, are you idiots? Using such a method to determine the winner. Could it be any more boring?" It was normal for her sister to be unable to differentiate between the 5 grains. Qin Bao Bao was born and raised in Shanghai. She had never been to the countryside in her life. She had eaten a lot of fruits, but she was at a loss when she asked about their growth status. The school didn't teach this either. She didn't watch the news, and the news occasionally had agricultural information. Qin Zhe was touched by his sister's soft and cute appearance. He asked, "What are rapeseed used for?" Wang Zijin replied instantly, "To extract oil." "Where do sweet potatoes grow?" "In the soil." "What about sweet potatoes?" "In the soil." "Potatoes." This question stumped Wang Zijin. If sweet potatoes and sweet potatoes grew in the soil, where did potatoes grow? It couldn't be in the soil, right? That was too simple. It definitely wasn't. She couldn't fall into the trap. Speaking of which, what were potatoes? Wang Zijin's eyes flashed with wisdom. "On the trees." Qin Zhe shook his head. "On the ground." Qin Zhe shook his head again. Wang Zijin fought like a cornered beast. "Could it be in the water?" Qin Zhe sighed. "It's the 3rd time, Sister Ziwei." Qin Bao Bao put her hands on her waist and laughed complacently. Qin Zhe turned his head away, not wanting his 2 sisters to see his mdzz exclamation. "Damn, I really want to laugh. It's so uncomfortable to hold it in." Only then did he remember that Wang Zijin was the daughter of a rich family, not much better than Qin Bao Bao. No wonder they used such a stupid way to duel. It turned out that they were evenly matched. They both felt that this was a very difficult question. MDZZ. Wang Zijin was not convinced. Then where do you think it grows? In the soil. Qin Zhe said, potatoes are potatoes. Wang Zijin said, I don't believe you. She threw the fishing rod and took out her phone to Baidu. After a while, she said with a face full of dissatisfaction, how do you know so much? How do you know so much? Qin Zhe was shocked. After all, one from Fudan University and the other from Peking University. What's the use of having a high IQ? Qin Zhe had heard his grandfather say that when they were young, they would go to the countryside from time to pay tribute to the revolutionary seniors with their sweat and bear in mind the spirit of hard work. That was called labor class. Times were developing, but education was getting worse with each generation. Therefore, common sense had nothing to do with intelligence. Qin Zhe had seen a variety show about intelligence competition before. One of the contestants was a top student from a famous university. When he went on stage, he showed off his powerful memory and recited the 3 visits to the thatched cottage. It was amazing. In the end, he was stumped by a question from his opponent, who asked him how bats sleep. This guy had never seen bats since he was young and was at a loss for words. In the end, this guy said with a face full of shock, how could there be creatures in the world that sleep upside down? Wouldn't they have a brain hemorrhage? This was not scientific. To hell with science. Qin Bao Bao snorted. When he was young, he had to go to the countryside with his mother for a while every summer vacation. Qin Ma's ancestral home was in Zhe province. When she was young, she grew up in a small county in Zhe province. When she was in junior high school, she moved to Shanghai with her parents. The ancestral home was still there, but no one had lived there for many years. Qin Ma brought Qin Zhe to live in the home of one of her good friends. In his memory, that aunt was very gentle. When Qin Zhe was in junior high school, she died of an illness. Wang Zijin sat on a small stool and looked at Qin Zhe from the corner of her eyes. She said faintly, you are indeed siblings. It was easy to hear the hidden bitterness in her voice. Qin Zhe was stunned. Was Miss Wang angry or jealous? Either way, he was happy. There was a saying, when you start to care about someone, you will feel happy, angry, sad, and happy because of them. Qin Bao Bao lost the battle of wits. Although her brother helped to regain face, she lost in the end. So Qin Zhe and Wang Zijin continued to fish. Qin Bao Bao moved the small stool to her brother's side, took off a low-heeled sandal, and put her foot on Qin Zhe's leg. She looked around in boredom, sometimes picking up small stones to play with, and sometimes teasing her brother. Looking at his profile, she rolled her eyes. Qin Zhe ignored her, so she took out her phone to check Weibo. The people Qin Bao Bao followed on Weibo were all people she met after entering the entertainment industry, such as Huang Yuting, Li Rongxing, Hong Jingyao, Su Yunhan. Su Yunhan updated her Weibo half an hour ago. The concert in Beijing has ended successfully. Next stop, Jin City. Su Yunhan attached a photo of herself in the dressing room, and the hairstylist behind her was changing her hair. Fans commented below, let's go together. I'm in Beijing anyway, not far from Jin City. Wherever Yunhan goes, we'll accompany her. When will the concert tickets be sold? The goddess is so beautiful. She's beautiful even without makeup. I like your new look the most. 100 likes. When is the national tour? I'm looking forward to it. She clicked on Huang Yuting's Weibo, which had not been updated. Then she clicked on Li Rongxing's Weibo. This guy had recently been a judge in a variety show and often posted photos of his interactions with the student contestants. The number of fans' replies was also astonishing. Times were changing. In the past, the little fresh meats walked the path of pure idols. Regardless of whether they were male or female, they praised themselves high and mighty, and did not eat the food of the common populace. With the development of the internet, the number of platforms for celebrities and fans to interact with each other increased. Many celebrities often posted on Weibo, and it was good to post some photos of their daily life. If there were some funny and witty material, it might make the entertainment headlines. Popularity was the life of a celebrity. Although it was a small path to make one's presence known, works were the brilliant path. However, an excellent work could only be found by chance. Her brother's side profile was quite good. Qin Bao Bao took out her phone, turned on the camera function, adjusted the angle, and captured Qin Zai's profile as he seriously fished, as well as her long legs. Then she clicked on Weibo, uploaded it, and captioned, "You only know how to fish, fish, fish." She updated her Weibo. Qin Bao Bao's Weibo followers had reached the tens of millions. She posted on Weibo, and netizens immediately saw it. Killer side profile. Here we go again, Qin Bao Bao, you crazy brother boasting demon. I just want to say, send another dozen photos like this. My brother is handsome. No, my husband is handsome. Am I the only one who thinks this pose is very provocative? Qin Bao Bao, is it really okay for you to flirt with your brother like this? Hey, is this Yao Yao Zero? There's a pair of German orthopedic doctors here, and they're enough to threaten social peace. Police uncle, that's her, crazy brother flirt demon. Hurry up and take her away. My brother is mine. The goddess's long legs are really tempting. They're straight, long, white, and tender. To be honest, they make my heart beat. Where is this? People with big boobs, answer me. Where is this? Fish pond. Where is the goddess having fun? It's a little familiar. I think it's a tourist attraction in an ancient town near Shanghai. Yes, yes, yes. I went there last year. Oh, my workplace is only 10 kilometers away. I'll drive there to take a look. Let's team up and block Qin Bao Bao. Let's go together. Let's go together. Qin Bao Bao happily replied. When she saw this, her beautiful face turned pale. Oh, our location has been exposed. Qin Zai turned his head and looked at her blankly. I took a photo and posted it on Weibo, and someone accidentally recognized this place. Everyone said that they would come and block me. This time, Qin Zai was no longer calm. He used to watch the entertainment news, and there would always be a certain celebrity being blocked by fans at the airport, and thousands of fans would come to pick him up. The idol would call on the fans to calm down, and then hide in the airport, not daring to come out. He was happy to see this at that time, but now the tables had turned. If they were blocked in the fish pond, wouldn't they be pushed into the water by the fans? Sister Ziwei, stop fishing. Let's go. Qin Zai picked up the fishing rod and prepared to leave. Let's go immediately. Maybe there are fans in the town, Qin Bao Bao said. The three of them picked a few of the biggest fish and set the rest free. They returned the fishing rod and other things and left in a hurry. When they returned to the town and blended into the sea of people, they were no longer nervous. They wanted to walk around the commercial street, but Wang Zijin suddenly received a phone call. She walked away and picked it up. After a while, she came back and said, I'm going to Hongqiao Airport. Qin Bao Bao said, I'll send you there. It's not far. Wang Zijin said, I'll take a taxi. Don't come. Qin Bao Bao frowned and whispered, what's wrong? Wang Zijin curled her lips. My second aunt is here. The siblings both knew about Wang Zijin's family and were on guard. Wang Zijin waved her hand. It's okay. She can't do anything to me. But my second aunt is stubborn and likes to vent her anger on others. I can't let her know that I live here. Bao Bao's career is just on the right track. Don't complicate things. Qin Bao Bao said, okay, you go. Qin Zhe looked at his sister with dissatisfaction. After Wang Zijin left, Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe continued to walk around the commercial street. When they saw interesting antique shops, they went in to have a look. Qin Bao Bao usually bought a few small things. I'm tired. Qin Bao Bao stood still and shamelessly asked her brother to carry her. You're sweating on such a hot day. Don't you feel sticky? Qin Zhe was unwilling to be his sister's two-legged mount. You carry me. Qin Bao Bao stomped her feet. Qin Zhe bent his knees slightly and looked helpless. Qin Bao Bao's pretty face immediately lit up with a bright and beautiful smile. She trotted a few steps, and with a kick of her legs, she fiercely pounced on her brother. Qin Zhe, who was caught off guard, was almost pounced on like a dog eating mud. Ouch! Qin Bao Bao hurt her breasts. She rubbed her 36D and said angrily, You're a burden. Qin Zhe had a different view. How can you win people's hearts if you don't have big breasts? Chapter 130. Qin Bao wrapped her arms around her brother's neck and blew into his ear playfully. Qin Zhe shivered and had goosebumps all over his body. He scolded, Qin Bao, don't mess around. Believe it or not, I will throw you into the Chao-Qing River. Go ahead. You are willing to throw away such a beautiful sister. You are capable. Qin Bao took the opportunity to hit Qin Zhe with a chestnut. Qin Zhe was too lazy to bicker with her. Qin Bao threatened, if you don't throw her away, you are not a man. Qin Zhe's head fell back and hit his sister's forehead. She cried out in pain. Where did you get so much resentment? He said. Qin Bao puffed up her cheeks. I want to slander your sister Ziwei. Qin Zhe was suddenly interested. Go ahead. Qin Bao thought for a while and seemed to be thinking about how to phrase it. Then she said, Do you know why your sister Ziwei came to our house? She doesn't have many close friends in Shanghai, so she sought refuge with you. Then why does she only have me as her best friend? Because sister is a little fairy. Of course, little fairies are popular. Qin Zhe's flattery skills were perfect. Bah, disgusting. Qin Bao Bao scolded, but in her heart, she was very pleased. She snorted and said, Your sister Ziwei may be gentle and generous, but in fact, she is a black-bellied woman. What do you mean? Qin Zhe said. In the first year of high school, she had a flirtatious female classmate who was in a relationship with a big gangster in school. That classmate didn't like Zijin, so she bullied her everywhere. She threw her quilt on the ground and threw her toothbrush and towel in the toilet. Zijin didn't say anything. She just quietly bought new ones and bought new ones when they were thrown away. Everyone thought that she was easy to bully and was a softie. Just like that, half a semester passed. During a certain physical education class, a female classmate and her boyfriend kissed in a secluded corner, and their hands touched all over each other. Zijin finally got the chance to take a picture. That day, he applied for leave from school and printed the photos in full color. Then, he distributed them all over the school. Even the principal was alerted. So cool. Qin Zhe was shocked. What happened after that? Just expel him. As long as you don't expose your relationship in high school, the teachers won't care. This is an unspoken rule. But if it was exposed, it would be different. The school wanted to save face. If it was only discovered in private, the teacher could give him a warning. However, the entire school knew about it. What else could he do other than expel him? Wait to appear on the news. We're studying at a key high school. Or someone from the Ministry of Education. Even the school leaders are afraid. It's fine if you don't make a move, but if you do, you'll definitely kill. Qin Zhe praised. He had also experienced school violence. Every student who had experienced school violence would leave behind a shadow that was difficult to erase for the rest of their lives. Qin Zhe didn't think that Wang Zijin had gone overboard. He just wanted to return the favor. There's more. Qin Baobao continued to expose more information. He wanted to take revenge for his loss in the battle of wits just now. When she was in her second year of high school, a rich second-generation heir pestered her. His family had some connections with the school. When the rich second-generation heir saw Zijin, he felt that his life's partner had already appeared. He pestered her all day long. Unfortunately, he was heartless. He sent her roses, luxury goods, and all kinds of ways to win her over didn't work. Once he got angry, he wanted to force himself on her. So arrogant. Is his fatherly gang? Qin Zhe was angry. That's why I said that Zijin was two-faced. She turned on the recording function on her phone and recorded all the filthy words of the rich second-generation heir, including the fact that his family had connections with the school. No matter what he did, he would be able to settle it. If he said it out loud, he would be punished. I just want to know how she escaped being forced on. Qin Zhe was more concerned about this. That's not the point. Qin Baobao knocked his chin on the back of his brother's head. He directly submitted the recording to the Ministry of Education and complained to the school leaders. He even found lawyers, police, and reporters. A group of school leaders were blocked in the office and didn't dare to come out. Then the rich second-generation heir transferred schools and the principal was laid off. Oh my, it shocked a group of onlookers. She's the second generation of an official. Her family has a background. Qin Zhe was afraid that his sister didn't know. Qin Baobao nodded. But who would say that they're the second generation of an official with great fanfare? At that time, I didn't know her family background. Regardless of whether it was her classmates or teachers, they all stayed away from her. She's too two-faced. Her methods are vicious and ruthless. If she was thrown into ancient times, she would definitely be an expert in domestic fights. For such a woman, not to mention her second aunt, even her own mother might not be able to handle her. Qin Baobao said. Not to mention her own mother, even her own father couldn't handle her and ran away from home. Qin Zhe deeply felt the same. Suddenly, he was stunned. That's why you let her go to the airport alone. Sister, I'm wrong. Qin Zhe immediately apologized. Just now, he was worried that his second aunt would bring a group of servants and lackeys and forcibly kidnap Wang Zijin back home. He was familiar with Qin Baobao, and Qin Baobao was also familiar with him. That dissatisfied look from before clearly hurt his sister's heart. No wonder her resentment was so strong. I'll bite you to death. Qin Baobao painstakingly washed away the insignificant stain on her bright and imposing image. She was too concerned about her image in her brother's heart. Bah, so salty. Qin Baobao bit Qin Zhe's ear and quickly spat. This is not a loss. Qin Zhe laughed. Wang Zijin didn't have any friends in Shanghai, and she probably didn't care too much about it. In terms of personality, she was such a person. There was a sense of calmness and indifference about him. It could also be said that she was too opinionated. It could be seen from the fact that she ran away from home. In terms of being smooth and slick, Qin Baobao was better than Wang Zijin. His sister had been very outstanding since she was young, not only in terms of IQ, but also in terms of EQ. Qin Baobao could take care of every circle of her in an orderly manner. She could handle every circle of her classmates, family, and friends. At home, she was a good daughter, and at school, she was a good student. She was so good that the teacher couldn't even find a reason to visit her home. Including her coquettish and cute behavior in front of Qin Zhe, it was actually part of her high EQ. The soft-hearted brother always took care of all the household chores under his sister's sugar-coated bullets. However, Qin Zhe was a wretch, and he enjoyed it very much. Even in the working circle, she did well. Before she left, her previous boss even helped her get an interview spot. Although it was a small matter, would the boss care about an ordinary employee? His sister often said that large companies were annoying, and that there were schemes everywhere. There were often employees who criticized her in private and said bad things about her. However, she was able to stand firm in the position of the CEO's secretary, which was enough to prove her ability. You can't expect to be praised everywhere you go, and you can't expect everyone to be your ally. In Xingyi Entertainment, Qin Baobao was doing well. She didn't have any bad relationships with anyone, which was commendable. She only had a tacit understanding with Su Lu, but that was a fight for resources, and it was an unavoidable battle. In the eyes of parents, a daughter's only weakness was that she didn't have any life skills. This was the norm for delicate girls in big cities. Now, she had another weakness, which was that she didn't want a boyfriend. However, Qin Zhe felt that compared to Wang Zijin, his sister lost in terms of wisdom. He had never seen a sister who pretended to be pitiful in front of her younger brother every day. Fortunately, she was the older sister, and she had to consider her sister's prestige occasionally. If she was the younger sister, after walking in silence for a while, Qin Baobao rested her chin on her younger brother's shoulder. She tilted her head and stared at the face that was close to her. The angular outline, the handsome bridge of his nose, and the bright black eyes. There was an intoxicating masculine aura. Time passed so quickly. Back then, he was still a little kid who followed behind her and called her sister. That punching bag that she could bully at will had grown into a man of indomitable spirit with the passage of time. Qin Baobao sighed faintly. When your birthday is over, you'll be 23 years old. A yearning heart is like a yearning heart. It said that the sky wants to rain, and the mother wants to get married. There's no stopping it. I just want you to get married later, and we can play around like we did when we were young. How happy would that be? In the future, when you swindle someone's fresh cabbage, you can start a family. As for me, I'll probably have my own family and children. Do you think we won't be so good in the future? I can't kiss you casually, or your wife will be jealous. You can't hit my butt either, or your brother-in-law who knows which corner of the world will be jealous too. After that, we'll live our own lives, with our own husbands, wives, and children. We'll see each other during festivals, chat, and continue to work hard for our lives and for our families. Qin Zhe thought that this might be the best ending. She had her sister's family, and he had his family. The pain of youth, the pain of first love, was the most meaningless. The 4 seasons passed, and the years were peaceful. After a few years, they might be able to talk about their playful childhood, their happy youth, and their conflicted present would become distant youths. They would be surrounded by their own children, chasing and playing. Qin Zhe's heart ached for no reason, and he scolded, "What's there to be sad about? You have to get married, and I have to get a wife. There's nothing I can do about it, but I raised you up with my own hands." Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. This sentence again. Unexpectedly, his sister changed the topic. "I can't accept that the pig I raised was slaughtered. I was caught off guard when your car flipped over." Qin Zhe pinched his sister's butt. Qin Baobao hugged his neck tightly. "Let's talk about the future in the future. Don't get married so early, okay?" Qin Zhe was silent. She emphasized her tone with a hint of pleading. "Okay." Qin Zhe still didn't speak, and he stared blankly at the road under his feet. Qin Baobao's eyes reddened. "Mom asked me to go home for a blind date again tonight." "Oh," Qin Zhe replied. Qin Bao Bao stared at the side of her brother's face, trying to see something in his eyes, but she couldn't. She said bitterly, "I'm going home now, and I'll marry whoever I like." Qin Zai's footsteps paused for a moment, and then he took another step forward and replied with an indifferent, "Oh." Qin Bao Bao's tears flowed down immediately, and she leaned on his shoulder, sobbing. After walking for a long time, they were already out of the ancient town, but she was still crying. This was a sister who would never stop crying. Qin Zai said impatiently, "What's there to cry about? Mom arranged a blind date for you, and I can't stop it. But if any bastard dares to pester you, I'll break his legs, no, his third leg too." Qin Bao Bao sniffled and nodded hard. "Okay." Still crying. Qin Zai glared at her. Qin Bao Bao chuckled and wiped away her tears with both hands, and said in a nasal voice, "Impudent, do you still see me as your sister?" Chapter 131. Qin Zai had never been in a serious relationship in his life. He had never even thought about getting married. It was too far away. Qin Bao Bao got into the little red horse. Her eyes were still red and she didn't dare to look at her brother. She thought about it and said, "Forget what happened just now." Qin Zai had a blank look on his face. What just happened? Qin Bao Bao snorted and smiled. "At least you know what's good for you." Qin Zai said, "I don't remember someone crying and begging me not to get married. I'll kill you." Qin Bao Bao was furious. She rushed over and strangled Qin Zai's neck. The sound of fighting could be heard in the carriage. Qin Bao Bao leaned on her brother's chest. Her hands were twisted behind her back. She gasped for breath and didn't forget to hit her brother's chest with her head. She cursed in a low voice, "Bastard, bastard, I think it's because you're not young anymore. It's time to get married. As for me, it's still too early to get married." Qin Zai freed a hand and pinched his sister's face. Strangely, Qin Bao Bao didn't struggle. A dejected look flashed in his eyes. "I won't get married. I'll be a single dog for life," Qin Zai said. Qin Bao Bao's face glowed. She said happily, "That's the best. What's so good about it? Didn't you say that I'm the only child in the family? It's not good for the Qin family to die. Why don't you press the coffin lid for Grandpa?" Pitter-patter. A bean-sized raindrop hit the window. Then, the rain poured down. The sound of the rain filled the whole world. The rainwater flowed down the window, forming a layer of transparent water film. The rain fell violently, splashing the ground with a dense rain mist. "It's raining." Qin Bao Bao raised her head with difficulty and looked out the window. "Yes." Qin Zai let go of her hand and helped her up. The rain in summer was always rapid and fierce, giving people a sense of oppression for no reason, as if dark clouds were pressing down on the city and threatening to destroy it. "I have a donkey, but I never ride it." The phone rings, and the brother and sister reach for their pockets at the same time. The two of them have bumped into each other every day, but it is still Qin Bao Bao's phone that is ringing. Qin Zai has been a passerby for 22 years, so his phone is destined to be lonely. "Mom." Qin Bao Bao picked up the phone and called out. "Are you back?" It was Qin Ma's voice. "I'm just about to come back," Qin Bao Bao said. "You don't have to come back," Qin Ma said helplessly. "Bao Bao, let me tell you, the blind date is over." "Yellow." Qin Bao Bao's face lit up. She said angrily, "Why did it turn out like this? I was already dressed up and ready to go out. Why did he turn out like this? What does he mean? Does he look down on me? Do you know how serious I am about today's blind date?" Qin Zai glanced at his sister's messy appearance. Her short-sleeved shirt was wrinkled, and her collar was crooked, revealing half of her snow-white shoulders and a patch of white on her chest. What kind of meticulous dressing is this? Qin Bao Bao was still complaining about how solemn she was and how much she looked forward to it. In the end, it turned out to be a failure. She was very disappointed and hurt. Qin Ma heard this and felt guilty. Bao Bao, it's okay. There are many good men out there. Mom will keep an eye out for you. Come back next week. Qin Bao Bao's face turned pale. Oh, Mom, I just want to say that you don't have to waste so much effort. It's so tiring. I want it. No. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. Who asked you to be so stubborn? After hanging up, Qin Bao Bao looked dejected as if she had lost the battle of the house. Qin Bao Bao meant, Mom, you are so unreliable. You made me look forward to it for nothing. Please don't do such things in the future. The older, the wiser. Qin Ma pretended not to understand. She interpreted her daughter's meaning as, my daughter likes blind dates very much. Today's matter is my fault for not doing my job well. I will reflect on myself and strive to do better. Off topic. It was a perfect deviation. Don't you know whose belly you are? Do you think you can hide such petty thoughts from our mother? Qin Zhe was disdainful. Shut up. Qin Bao Bao snorted. Qin Zhe went to touch his sister's head, but she slapped his hand away. This was the correct way to kill someone, by touching their head. Originally, his sister did not resist her younger brother touching her head. But one day, after touching his sister's head, Qin Zhe laughed and said, this is the famous, smiling and touching a dog's head, on the internet. After being chased around the house and beaten by his sister, Qin Bao Bao did not like her younger brother touching her head. Instead, she smiled and touched her younger brother's head enthusiastically. About the blind date, the man went back on his word. He was an ordinary working-class man with a clean family background. He had a house in Shanghai and was 30 years old. Qin Zhe's aunt introduced him to Qin Ma. Qin Ma saw him and thought, oh, he is quite handsome, owns a house, and is also a local. She showed him Qin Bao Bao's photo. But when the man saw it, he was terrified. Who did not know the superstar Qin Bao Bao? He was just an ordinary person. He could not control her at all. He knew his place very well and tactfully rejected her. He left with excitement and disappointment. He estimated that he could boast to his family and friends for a few years. How did Aunt have the time to introduce you to someone? Qin Zhe asked. Her son is living in our house. Qin Bao Bao said. What happened? He didn't do well in the middle school exams. Maybe he was delayed by playing games. Uncle was very disappointed and angry. But after thinking about it, he felt that his son must be sad. So he decided to take him out to play and relax. He asked his younger cousin to apply for an ID card. Qin Bao Bao's tone was full of gossip. But that little bastard ignored him. He only knew how to play games like you. Uncle was furious and gave him a good beating. He beat you even harder than Dad beat you. Aunt dotes on her son too much. So she sent him to her brother's place to avoid the trouble. A loving mother leads to a useless son. Qin Zhe joked. He doesn't want to come to our house either. The old man talks about principles all day long and feeds him poisonous chicken soup every day. You also know that a loving mother leads to a useless son. Qin Bao Bao gave him a funny brother expression. A loving mother leads to a useless son. Qin Zhe said. Nonsense. You are the only son. Mom dotes on you the most. She dotes on you the most. When the old man beat me, she did not stop him. Useless son. Useless daughter. The siblings bickered every day. Regarding this topic, neither of them could convince the other. Mother Qin could be considered impartial. As for the old man who served his son with a stick every day, it could only be said that their education methods were different. Beating was a sign of affection, scolding was a sign of love. This sentence described parents. But compared to his obedient daughter, Qinzhe felt like he was a gift from a top-up. At the same time, at home, the old man sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and opened a newspaper. Qin Ma hung up the phone and sighed. That wretched girl must be very happy. The old man shook his head. She's so worrisome. With her current status, it's not suitable for her to go on blind dates. If the paparazzi secretly take photos of her, her career will be ruined before she gets married. Qin Ma was about to refute when her phone rang. She glanced at the number and her expression changed. She subconsciously held the phone tightly as if to hide the phone and the ringtone. The old man looked up. Why didn't you answer the phone? Qin Ma forced a smile. It's an unknown number. Maybe it's a sales call. She rejected the call. Qin Ma was in a daze for a while. She stood up and said, I'm going to the market. The old man nodded and lowered his head to read the newspaper. Qin Ma carried the cloth bag that housewives used to buy groceries on her arm and went out with an umbrella. When the elevator went down to the first floor, she could no longer maintain her calm face. She was shocked and angry. The rain fell wildly and the sound of the storm filled the world. The raindrops as thick as a finger fell and the world was white. Qin Ma stared at the torrential rain in a daze. Then the phone rang again. It was the same number. Qin Ma held the phone tightly. After hesitating for a while, she chose to answer the phone. Xiaolan, I'll be in Shanghai soon. A man's calm voice came from the phone. Qin Ma's heart sank. What are you doing in Shanghai? I'm here to see you and the child. The man said. Qin Ma's voice suddenly became sharp. See what child? Which one is your child? It has nothing to do with your family. The man was silent for a moment and sighed. Can you let me see the child? I haven't seen the child for many years. After all, blood is thicker than water. Qin Ma sneered. Blood is thicker than water. Why are you pretending to be affectionate and righteous? Do you regret what you said? It's too late. The man said in a deep voice, Xiaolan. Qin Ma interrupted him angrily. Enough. I'm warning you. Don't disturb my life again. The child has nothing to do with you. Her surname is Qin. The man said, let's not talk over the phone. Let's meet and talk, okay? It's not worth it. Qin Ma said angrily. Go back to where you came from. I'll be at Hongqiao Station in 10 minutes. If you don't come, I'll go to your house. I remember the address. Qin Ma gritted her teeth. Okay, I'll go now. Chapter 132. Hongqiao Airport. Wang Zijin got out of the taxi, passed through the airport security, and entered the departure hall on the second floor. She was wearing a printed plaid shirt with a small vest, a pair of light white cropped jeans, and canvas shoes. She was dressed in a youthful and beautiful way. Her hair was tied into a bun that matched her oval face. All the male tourists who came and went couldn't help but glance at her. She received a text message. Waiting for the ferry. I'm on the departure floor on the second floor. Do you want to meet somewhere? No, let's go to the Starbucks here. Wang Zijin replied and put her phone in her pocket. Her peach blossom eyes, which Qinzhe privately said were not inferior to his sister's phoenix eyes, were looking at the tourists aimlessly. It was raining heavily outside. Wang Zijin ordered 2 cups of coffee at the Starbucks and waited for her second aunt. She was not flustered or nervous about being questioned. She was never the kind of obedient girl that outsiders thought she was. Although she appeared dignified, elegant, and calm, everyone in the family knew what kind of person she was. When it came to playing tricks, her best friend, who only knew how to throw a tantrum and act cute in front of her younger brother, was a far cry from her. She was born in ancient times. Her family would definitely sigh and lament that she was not a man. The children who grew up in the same courtyard as her all knew that Wang Zijin was a spicy little radish. In this era, women could do a lot of things. They were not inferior to men at all. Her family was very satisfied with her. Her grandfather said that she was clever and quick-witted. Her father said that she was neutral and peaceful. But she was too opinionated. A big family like the Wang family preferred moderate and docile children. If they followed the path that their parents had arranged for them, they would naturally reach the peak of their lives. Their sharp and untamed qualities were suitable for leaders or pioneers who could cut their way through thorns and thorns. Not long after, she saw her second aunt coming over. She was wearing a pair of sunglasses. The smartly dressed assistant was dragging a small suitcase and following her step by step. Wang Zijin immediately pouted. Did she think that she was a celebrity? Why would she wear sunglasses? She was not Qin Bao. Her second aunt glanced at the Starbucks and walked straight past it. You didn't wait long, right? The woman took off her sunglasses. She was a mature woman in her 40s, wearing an expensive casual dress. Her eyebrows were somewhat similar to Wang Zijin's, but not as exquisite. His gaze was especially sharp, and when he looked at people, there was a sense of majesty. Half an hour, Wang Zijin said and pushed the Starbucks to her second aunt. Where do you live now? Wang Lingyan took a sip of coffee and asked casually. Stay in a hotel, Wang Zijin said. You're full of lies, Wang Lingyan said angrily. I'm really staying in a hotel. After all, I've stayed in Shanghai for 2 years. There are still a lot of people who admire me. Wang Zijin smiled, giving off a, I'm just saying nonsense to fool you, calm. Your father is very angry and wants you to go back quickly. Listen to your aunt. Don't be angry with your family, Wang Lingyan advised. Angry? I'm just here to have fun and get some fresh air. Of course, I'll go back when I'm done playing. Wang Zijin blinked. Wang Zijin did not follow her train of thought. Although she had never played games, she knew that it was fatal to be led by others. Wang Lingyan smiled bitterly. Her stomach full of words was stuffed back. This niece of hers had been difficult to deal with since she was young. Your grandfather is also very angry, Wang Zijin laughed. Second aunt, don't fool me, okay? Why is he angry? When I was young, I tore up my parents' marriage certificate, but he didn't let my father hit me. You're already so old and have your own opinions. However, I still have to advise you. Yes, it's not popular to use your parents' words as a matchmaker, but marriage is such a big thing. It can't be entirely based on your personality and preferences. You must abide by your elders' opinions. Wang Zijin rolled her eyes. You're talking as if I'm going to find a poor scholar to marry off. That's the same as using your parents' words as a matchmaker. Second aunt, don't go off topic, okay? When it came to marriage, the elders' feelings had to be considered. Otherwise, where would the phrase, meeting the parents, come from? However, she did not accept a blind marriage. Actually, it was not a blind marriage. She was very familiar with the groom. They grew up together. How could they not be familiar with each other? When Wang Zijin slapped him, he would kneel down and call her sister. She was used to bullying him since she was young. Off topic. Wang Lingyan was stunned. It's a term used on the internet. It means to deviate from the main topic and change the concept, Wang Zijin said. She learned it from Qin Zhe. Wang Lingyan looked at her. Zijin, you've changed. She felt that her niece was about to become an otaku. What's wrong with Mingqing? He's been sensible and hardworking since he was young. When the elders talk about him, they always give him a thumbs up. He also grew up together with you, second aunt said bitterly. Wang Zijin waved her hand. It's because we're too close that I don't feel anything. He stole our family's money when he was 6. When he was 10, he smashed his grandfather's antique and framed his younger brother. When he was 15, he went around looking for an experienced driver to bring him a big sword. I have a lot of his dark history, and he has a lot of mine. Second aunt, it's really impossible for us to be together. I've always treated him as an elder brother. She liked to get to know him slowly and get along with him slowly. Using Qin Zhe's words, love grows with time. However, she did not like the idea of a childhood sweetheart. For example, some men liked seductive wives or innocent schoolgirls. There were also men who liked black stockings, older sisters, uniforms, queens, lollicons, and so on. Then what was she a fan of? A younger brother. Bah! Wang Zijin lightly slapped herself twice. She did not want to be infected by Qin Bao Bao. I've always treated him as an elder brother. Wang Lingyan thought that if Mingqing heard this, he would probably cry himself to death. You should go home first. Although it's free outside, it's not as warm as home. The food outside is also not hygienic. How can it compare to the special? Before Wang Lingyan could finish, Wang Zijin interrupted her and said, don't say the word special. You have to be harmonious. Besides, I eat quite well. It's better than what I eat at home. I won't be satisfied if I don't eat at least 2 big bowls of rice now, Wang Zijin said. My best friend is a foodie. The first to act will get everything. Wang Lingyan looked at her for a while and wondered, you've really gained weight. You've gained weight recently. Such words were undoubtedly a blow to any woman's heart. Wang Zijin's expression changed. Second aunt, did you bring a mirror? She came out to play today and did not bring her bag. Wang Lingyan dazedly took out a makeup mirror from her designer bag and handed it over. Wang Zijin looked at herself in the mirror. She did not know if it was because of her imagination, but she felt that she had indeed gained a lot of weight. Her oval-shaped face was rounder and her complexion was better. However, the word fat was unacceptable. Wang Zijin's face was sad. I told you that if you eat like this every day, you'll definitely gain weight. I hate him to death. It's all Qin Bao Bao's fault. That foodie snatches food from me every day. But Qin Bao Bao is not fat at all. Qin Zhe is not fat either. I really envy foodies who don't gain weight. Wang Lingyan's ears perked up. Who is he? A chef. I recently found a very good restaurant. Second aunt, I'll take you there when I'm free. Wang Zijin talked nonsense without changing her expression. Wang Lingyan said with a faint smile, Zijin, do you think the family can't find out about your connections in Shanghai? Don't argue with me, okay? Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. Second aunt, don't do anything unnecessary. You'll get angry. Forget it. I came to Shanghai this time to discuss a business deal and also to see you. Wang Lingyan did not want to continue arguing with this cunning niece. The aunt and niece said goodbye at the airport. Wang Zijin watched her get into the commercial car sent by the company's driver. Second aunt was testing her. She did not show any signs of changing her mind. She should be very disappointed. There was a reason for second aunt's painstaking persuasion. In the system where second uncle was in, Zhang Mingqing's father was the leader of the Zhang family. It was self-evident what this meant. Sometimes Wang Zijin hated that family. No matter what she did, she always put the family first, including her marriage. Her parents were in a political marriage. Although there was no internal strife, she did not want to be too careful. Over the years, her parents respected each other more. Although they were as loving as before at home, Wang Zijin knew that there was a woman in her father's heart. Although her mother did not cheat, she had been disappointed in this marriage for a long time. She looked at things more and more utilitarian. She was very satisfied with her current life. She was very satisfied with Qin Bao Bao, her best friend. As for Qin Zhe, she was very satisfied. The siblings were always fooling around, but the older sister relied on the younger brother a lot, and the younger brother doted on the older sister a lot. There was something wrong with this pair of siblings. Anyway, it was very heartwarming. Uncle Qin was more old-fashioned. When he beat people up, he was very ruthless. It was obvious that he valued his son very much. She heard from her best friend that the old man finally hoped for his son to be successful, but he was very frightened. He probably felt that his son's way of life was wrong. However, Qin Bao Bao said that the old man lost confidence in his way of education and started to doubt life. After all, the ugly duckling in the family flew out and returned as a white swan. The old man felt that he was the ugly duckling, so he taught an ugly duckling. Qin Ma was also very interesting. She was always worried that her daughter would not be able to get married. When she was at home, she was busy arranging blind dates. In recent years, it had become worse. It was said that it started after the siblings lived together. How good would it be if she grew up in such a family? "Hello, Ace, are you home?" She called Qin Zhe. "On the way back. Can you come to Hongqiao to pick me up?" Wang Zijin hesitated. "It's raining a bit heavily." "Okay." Wang Zijin hung up the phone with a gentle smile on her lips.